If you are in the market for easy laughs, you learn that two well-tried ways are either to trip up a cliché or take things absolutely literally. Terry Pratchett. Shortly after the cancellation of Adam Reed's bizarre comedy Frisky Dingo, Reed went on a vacation to Spain where his love of adventure comedies combined with the sights and sounds to form the basis of what would become the show Archer. Though to say that there was any singular inspiration for the series would be a bit misleading, as the show borrows from so many disparate genre conventions and settings so as to best facilitate whatever joke or plotline the writing staff, many of whom were carried over from the previous show, saw best fit. The result is an amalgamation of spy tropes ranging from World War II thrillers to Cold War conventions, all the way to the ironic post-trope era where these sorts of things stopped being relevant, what with there not being a Soviet Union to serve as a simple boogeyman for patriotic American heroes to fight. At least not while taking a moral high ground. Many comic book and action flick fans were starting to question the morality of a genre where the good guys were more threatening than the bad guys, as we stopped seeing three-letter agencies as protagonists in favor of plucky, young, rebellious types fighting against these empires. So Archer takes a genre that was fast becoming a historical artifact and gives it one last kick in the rear as it was on its way out, borrowing as much from the more recent satirical takes on spy thrillers like Austin Powers as it did from the prototypes of the genre, dating as far back as the late 19th century in Sherlock Holmes or Monsieur Lecoq. The result is a TV show that wears these inspirations on its sleeves, as well as a knowledge of the context in which it was created, constantly referencing pop culture in such rapid succession that it eventually runs out of obscure tidbits to poke fun at and circles around to being a parody of itself. And man, does it parody itself. The show's humor is, in part, derived from references to lines that occurred earlier in the episode, earlier in the same scene, to earlier in the season, earlier in the show, and even in its predecessor, Frisky Dingo. In this way, it builds up its own hype, to become endlessly quotable, the snappy dialogue whipping back and forth from crass and crude to witty and intelligent, so as to blur those lines completely. This retrospective will be split up into individual episode retrospectives, themselves split into a recap and review section. The recap will cover the plot of the episode in plain terms, while review puts the plot in the larger context of the show itself, the character arcs, inspirations, and cultural impact, so basically anything I couldn't find another place for. Also, Archer as a show deals with a lot of adult themes, including violence, drug abuse, sexual content, firearms, and various flavors of bigotry ranging from modern prejudices to the hopelessly outdated. While I do sanitize my language for a better listening experience, I also have no intention of straying away from these topics so as to better cover the show. As such, listener discretion is advised. Mole Hunt. After showing up late to work due to a dog-related emergency, Archer triumphs around the office before being called in to speak with the head of ISIS, the International Secret Intelligence Service, Mallory, who is also his mother. Archer is chided for his extravagant expense account and told to clear up all of his debts with Cyril Figgis, the head of accounting, who is in a relationship with Lana Kane, Archer's ex and co-agent. But his attempts to bribe Carol Tunt, Mallory's secretary, and convince Pam Poovey, the head of HR, that there's a mole he has to investigate wind up as failures, so he simply breaks into the office after hours instead. But unbeknownst to Archer, a disgruntled employee named Kraminski has heard through Pam's proclivity to spread rumors that ISIS has a mole, and, being the mole, also breaks in to steal as much money as he can before fleeing the country. He encounters Archer hacking into the computers and forces him to transfer money from his own account to fund the escape, before taking the agent hostage. But Lana got an alert that ISIS had been broken into and rushes in to save the day, almost letting the mole escape when she gets into an argument over Archer's man-child tendencies that winds up with a standoff, where Mallory is taken hostage. But when Archer becomes aroused at the thought of his mother dying, Kraminski is taken off guard enough that Archer can shoot him, his outstanding balance being blamed on the now-dead infiltrator, as Mallory wonders why she never knew about the mole in the first place due to her relationship with the head of the KGB. The only real way to do a mole hunt episode in this way is to make it the first one of the show. Otherwise you run the risk of either A, introducing a new character the audience is obviously going to expect, or B, removing a persistent character from the show. By placing a mole hunt first, the audience doesn't know who to suspect unless they paid very close attention to the opening credits and simply matched the voice cast or silhouettes. But it also allows Archer to go through the organization one by one, to give brief introductions to the whole cast, not as he eliminates them from the suspect list, but instead tries to bribe and or threaten them into compliance. In doing so, each person then explains why they have no interest in assisting him, not so much because they're diligent employees who strongly value loyalty to their job or country or whatever, but because they have some reason to just not like the guy. Archer is the protagonist of the show, in case the title screen didn't clue you in, but he's far from the good guy. In fact, you would be hard-pressed to find anyone who can unequivocally be considered the good guy of the show. Yet far from the gritty moral grayness that usually associates itself with that sentence, where anti-heroes go on crime sprees and there's a sense of pervading nihilism, Archer instead paints the super spies and shadowy boards of spy thrillers as people. We're all morally gray, but not in a cool way. Instead, a very mundane civilian kind of pettiness that defines humanity, much more than some grand philosophical idea of human nature. Training Day. After Archer drunkenly incapacitates a threat during a party, Mallory becomes concerned over the fact that Lana is suddenly into him again. So she makes a plan to turn Cyril into a Black Ops field agent so Lana will like him more, and Archer himself is the one training him. But Archer's on to his mother's scheme and is not happy about the training, less so because Lana herself is suspicious of something that's up because she is not need to know on the mission. Archer's training of Cyril is brief as he really doesn't want to do it, but he does call Trinette, one of his usual call girls, over to assist alongside Woodhouse. But during an exercise, Trinette shoves Cyril for using her as a human shield and her hand pricks a poison pen, causing her to fall to the floor. Now panicking that he killed a hooker and went behind Lana's back in the process, Cyril and Archer rush to dispose of the body, though Cyril starts to suspect that this was Archer's plan all along. Though before he can ponder this longer, a mystery car opens fire on them, revealed as Lana, who's been tracking her new boyfriend since early in their relationship. He ends up telling her the truth, and Trinette wakes up in Archer's trunk. Back at ISIS, Carol, who legally changed her name, and Pam work with an incapacitated Mallory to fix up their health plans to something more beneficial, while Mallory reveals the real reason she doesn't want Archer dating Lana. Lana is a Black Ops field agent, like Mallory used to be. A lot of Archer's personality can be explained through his relationship with his mother, Mallory, or rather, through his lack of one. She never seems to take a large interest in anything that he does until it concerns her. Then she flips from unconcerned to overbearing as she micromanages his decisions in life to best fit what it is that she wants. Naturally, Archer is not going to be so concerned with the opinions and feelings of a person who's unconcerned with his, and so he pushes back against whatever it is Mallory tells him to do. Or rather, he is concerned because you have to show some concern to so overtly disregard him. It's not that Archer doesn't care about Mallory and vice versa, is that he wants it to look like he doesn't care. So Archer lives his life dangerously, getting drunk and blabbing about being a secret agent because he wants to get caught and put into a worse position to fight his way out of. He's reckless as a way of living his life opposite to the way he's forced to. If Mallory wants him to behave, then he'll blow something up. This ends up tying into why Mallory is so concerned, though. Her beliefs about Lana are justified by her fear of the life she has behind her. Being a former Black Ops agent, Mallory is aware that this life of danger is not all it's cracked up to be, even though it's all she knows. And so, in trying to push her son away from that loose lifestyle, she ends up pulling him in even more. Diversity hire. Due to Archer blowing the covers of various ethnic infiltrators, ISIS needs to hire a less monochromatic agent to continue to receive certain tax incentives, and Mallory has found Conway Stern, a black Jew who fits the bill perfectly. Archer immediately becomes concerned over the potential affair between his mother and Conway, and Lana has the more legitimate concern that Conway may not have passed a background check, and she gets suspended for her investigation and lack of faith in Mallory. These concerns persist when Conway announces that the inventor of a stealth submarine is planning on selling the schematics to the Cubans, and he plans on using Archer as a substitute for the man's Cuban contact so he can take the plans first. Archer ends up getting these plans only to be surrounded by a hit squad, but Conway saves his life, absolving himself of any concerns about his loyalty. That is, until Conway reveals that he really was a double agent all along, and he's actually going to sell the plans to the Chinese. But Lana, having followed Archer on his mission, steps in at the last moment to retrieve the plans by grappling them out of Conway's hand, removing it in the process, and she gets rewarded for her efforts by having the suspension removed. Back at the office, Cyril and Pam fight over a corner office that Mallory ends up taking for herself, while Cristal, another name change, tries to seduce Conway. As much as I mentioned Mallory being possessive of Archer's life choices in the previous episode, Archer is just as possessive of his mother's life choices too. He tries to micromanage her life from the outside, directly confronting Conway not for sleeping with his mom, but for the possibility that he might have. He lacks the same subtlety that Mallory uses in her control over other people, but this does keep his methodology consistent with his methods of spycraft. Shoot first, answer questions later. Funnily enough, when Archer finally learns that Conway didn't have any sort of intimate relationship with Mallory, he's immediately okay with the guy. And this is after being stabbed in the back, literally, showing that his judgment of character has less to do with political affiliations and more so with how their actions affect him personally. Lana, too, is possessive over the things that she values most. In this case, not her relationship to a specific person, but her own power fantasy as the head of everything. When Conway shows up and immediately starts to take over her jobs, she's threatened as the position of number one spy starts to slip away from her grasp. This is in part why she resents Archer so much. He's the number one spy, but only through nepotism, getting the best jobs because his mother runs the place. But by dating him, she gets to exert some control over him, pulling this power away from Mallory and getting a one-up on her after all. Killing Utney. The intelligence chairman of the UN, Torvald Utney, is invited to a dinner party by Mallory, who's hoping to use the party to create an artificial attack on his life that ISIS agents can stop, so she can use the event as leverage to get a lucrative UN contract. She hires the duo of Manny and Uta to fake the assassination attempt, unaware that the head of the KGB has also hired the duo to assassinate the guy for real. The party starts, and Utney is disgusted by the lack of professionalism from ISIS, until Archer's date, Elka, who he assumes is a call girl, arrives and begins to flatter him. But Elka is actually a second assassin, also hired by the KGB to be thorough, so Manny and Uta change their plans to kill both potential targets by poisoning all the food. When their plan goes off, Elka is the first and only to die, prompting Utney to declare that ISIS will not get the contract after all, only for the assassins to shoot him before escaping. After piecing together what happened, incorrectly as Mallory assumes that Elka died of an overdose because she raided her mislabeled medicine cabinet, ISIS makes the best of the situation by dragging the bodies to another business rival's apartment to set them on fire and make her look bad. There have been hints of it before, but this episode introduces interagency conflicts over things like funding and prestige, where the enemy is not some vague fighting force out to destroy democracy, but an internal threat of someone doing the same thing as you, but better. When large government bodies run out of things to fight, they invent new enemies and turn on each other. This is true whether it's the Roman Empire reaching its maximum border size and collapsing into a century of civil wars, or multiple three-letter agencies fighting over a contract with bribery and subterfuge. This is all to say that when all you have is a hammer and you run out of nails, you start to see nails in places where there are none, and if no one else sees these nails, you put some there. We even see Nikolai hiring multiple agents to do the same job, with these agents immediately turning against the people on their own side, as they too are competing for the contract money, with an implication that the quasi-Cold War setting of Archer is meant to reflect an ideological war between capitalist countries and communism. The writers go out of their way to show the flaws in each ideology being rooted in the same causes. People are selfish, and no government system is going to prevent that. Rather than being anti-anything or pro-anything rhetoric, Archer is instead a show about humans. Honeypot. A tape of Mallory falls into the hands of a Cuban rogue agent named Ramon, and upon identifying him as homosexual, something forbidden in Castro's dictatorship, Mallory makes a plan to blackmail the guy by having Archer perform a honeypot operation. But Archer's attempts at wooing the man wind up terribly misinformed to the point of being homophobic. So he's taken in by two Miami gays named Charles and Rudy, who help him in acting more natural. But these attempts are rebuked as well, until eventually Archer tries to confront Ramon over a game of Jai-Alai. He's knocked out by a serve and wakes up to Ramon revealing he recognized Archer and knew what Mallory was trying to do all along, eventually bonding over their hatred of their own mothers. But Charles and Rudy return, revealing themselves as a Cuban hit squad, and opening fire on the two where the disc is destroyed by Ramon out of his newfound respect for Archer, before they destroy the attack and Mallory's Miami home with the Claymore. Back at the office, Cyril and Lana play Screw, Marry, Kill with the ISIS roster, while Mallory rejects Nikolai's offers to move in with him in case Archer's mission fails. Archer tries and fails to seduce Ramon as he has the wrong idea about what it is that another man will find attractive, one rooted in a series of stereotypes. His failure reinforces that these associations still exist, so Charles and Rudy do their best to try to show and not tell Archer that his approach is wrong. Instead of seducing a man like a stereotype, seduce a man like a human being. This also doesn't work because Archer's not a great human being, so he's instead forced to fall back on wagers before finally succeeding in his mission by connecting with the guy on a personal level. They bond over the pressure their parents put on them to succeed, not by their own terms, but by the terms they've misunderstood to be ideal. Archer doesn't seduce Ramon the way his mother was telling him to, he eschewed the honeypot altogether by simply being a good guy for once. Ramon ends up going on the run at the end of the episode, something that would have happened inevitably as more and more hit squads would have followed him to the end of his life. Gay, defector, it doesn't matter. So he opts not to take down Mallory with him, as Mallory is still a mother to a guy like Archer, who would be hit in the crossfire, so to speak. Partially sympathy for Archer, partially sympathy for his own mother, and partially sympathy for men like Charles and Rudy who fight for an ideology that wants them dead because they have bills to pay. There's too much of a human cost to ideological wars, as a person should cost more than an idea. Scorpio. Lana is given the assignment to assassinate an arms dealer named Scorpio on his mega yacht, much to Archer's annoyance, as now he's stuck doing data entry while comforting the very clingy Cyril, which he mostly does by listing all the things that could have gone wrong on Lana's mission. But while Mallory is at a conference, which is a rented boat with Nikolai, her micromanaging sees Lana being carried away while screaming, so she calls Archer to save the day, much to Cyril's terror, who stays behind trying to call the agents before eventually having his phone destroyed by Krieger, and then sleeping with Carol or whoever. Back at the yacht, Archer finds Lana aboard the ship, completely safe and sound, as she explains she was meandering on her mission to take a vacation away from her boyfriend. Archer joins her after donning a disguise, but the two end up in a threesome with Scorpio anyway, who reveals that he knew their identities all along. A shootout happens where Archer and Lana reveal they're still on each other's life insurance, before Archer shoots at the munitions and blows the whole yacht to pieces, with Mallory possibly confessing that Archer is Nikolai's son before he and Lana resurface. The two plots of this episode see Mallory and Nikolai spending time together on a rented boat, while Lana intends to hang out on Scorpio's yacht to blow off steam. The mission statements of each respective organization take a backseat to having some fun, and the fact that, were these organizations to wipe each other out, they would have nothing left to do. The KGB and ISIS are allegedly locked in a secret war, but if ISIS were to finish the job at any point, Mallory would not only be out a lover, but a rifle, and then her whole organization would have nothing left to do. And just as the organizations have to feud to justify their existence, the people within the organizations also have to feud to justify theirs. Lana loves Cyril almost as much as she hates Archer. In fact, exactly as much as she hates Archer due to their relationship being almost entirely predicated on the fact that Cyril is nothing like the other guy. And yet, because Lana is only dating him as an anti-Archer, it means that all the things she expects out of him are construed as opposites, and you can't much pay attention to something's opposite without also understanding the thing itself, much as ISIS cannot continue to operate against the KGB without also understanding the KGB. Skytanic. Archer and Lana are told to board the rigid airship Excelsior due to a bomb threat that was called in that the Captain Lammers is concerned with. Also concerned is Cyril, as he always is when Archer and Lana spend time together. So he boards the Excelsior in disguise, as do Cheryl and Pam because they're in the episode too. But Cyril keeps walking in on Archer and Lana in various states of undress, including a planned walk-in by Archer after he finds a lead on the bomber. That is to say, he lost his, quote, wife in a game of Baccarat against one of the investors. Eventually, after trying to chase down a panicked Cyril, Lana enters Mallory's cabin and learns the truth. There was no bomb threat. Mallory called in a fake one so Lammers would give her a cabin for free, and so Trudy Beekman would lose hers. Though there is a bit of irony in the sense that Lammers himself has also planted a bomb because he's concerned about the fact that his whole 401k was in company stock, which is tanking. So he shorted it and plans on bailing via parachute to make his money back. Lana and Archer infighting allows him to get away after Archer shoots the first mate who knew how to disarm it, so they have to call Ray to navigate their defusal. After a few miscommunications make things even worse, they settle for pushing the bomb off of the rigid airship, with Cyril bursting in to assist Lana as Archer was shot in the foot again, and they celebrate repairing their relationship despite bombing whales. The first episode of the first season is about a fake mole hunt that turned out to be accurate. The second was training an agent, ending in a car chase between ISIS. Then submarine plans being sold, merely a cover-up for a betrayal, then trying to scare a contractor, get back a sex tape, justify a vacation, make a fake bomb threat, steal a diamond to expose a security flaw, leave ISIS, and then fake an orgy. Very little of what ISIS actually does is directly related to saving the world, or fighting threats to an ideology, or whatever slogans organizations use to justify themselves. It's all about image and faking that they actually have a real job. And these lies extend within their relationships as well. Cyril and Lana make up at the end of the episode despite the fact that the original confrontation Cyril was hoping to have did not occur. There's an implicit lie to their future now, one spurred on by hypocrisy as Cyril keeps accusing Lana of doing what he himself is just about to apologize for, all while misunderstanding the situation to come out even worse. In general, if a partner suddenly gets very defensive about infidelity, that means they're usually themselves cheating. They accuse others of doing what's on their mind. The Rock. Archer and Lana break into a museum to probe their security in order to secure a consultant job, only for this job to go to Odin, a rival agency, instead. So she proposes that Archer and Lana steal the diamond for real to prove Odin's not up for the task. Back at HQ, Cyril has a diamond ring that he's preparing to use to propose to Lana, though the ring is tiny due to costing 2 months of his tiny salary. Enticed by this, Cyril leads the rest of the ISIS office workers in a general strike against management for a cost of living adjustment. They're able to trap Mallory inside of an elevator and shut the power down during negotiations, though she holds out for a while. This breaks when Archer and Lana attempt to infiltrate the museum only for Archer to be blinded by his night vision goggles as Lana calls for an extraction, one that doesn't come because of the strike. So using his diamond to create a satellite computer that can send a helicopter, Cyril and the rest are able to make a makeshift signal that finally sends an extraction team, with the cost of living adjustment for the drones coming out of the agent's bonuses. The idea of focusing on the office comedy aspects of secret agent work is central to the show Archer, and in the process, many of the cast who would normally be background characters are elevated to the status of recurring. But they don't really get exciting jobs to do that would get action movies made about them, so their lives are brushed away and work dismissed as unimportant. Like any bad boss, Mallory spends considerable effort trying to ensure the people who she's underpaying not only don't look important, but don't feel important either. If she can make them think they're useless, they'll accept being paid useless person wages. But what gives this whole strike a sense of irony later is that most of these side characters were not, in fact, useful, not so much to the missions ISIS took part in, but to the series as a whole. As the show goes on, people like Cheryl and Pam and even Cyril start to get upgrades to their immediate usefulness in the show to justify their continued inclusion in plot lines, as they can only sneak aboard a ship so many times, and they do sneak aboard so many times in the future. But the rest of the cast is indeed consistent of background characters who ultimately fall by the wayside as the main cast expands, but only slightly. Job offer. Archer and Lana catch a suspect in Paris only for agents from Odin to take him into custody while the two are distracted. As they're recovering, Agent Barry, who Archer crippled years ago, arrives with a business card, asking Lana if she wants to join up. But Archer thought that the offer was extended to him, and when he asks Mallory about moving agencies, she kicks him out by expressing doubt that he'll actually go. Archer arrives at Odin, where Barry realizes his mistake, but his boss, Lynn Trexler, wants Archer on board to make Mallory jealous. This works until a drunken morning Mallory puts out a burn notice, making Archer too risky to keep on board any longer. So Lynn Trexler orders Barry to kill Archer just as Lana arrives, seeking her own job with a jealous Cyril in tow. She hears about the ordeal and even offers to kill Archer herself, but ends up turning on Barry instead, and forging a document to make the burn notice look like a false flag. She breaks out with the guy and stumbles upon Cyril as he's in the middle of relations with the former head of HR, then leaves with Archer, explaining how she threw away her dream life to be with him, though she's still not exactly happy with that. Back at ISIS, Mallory learns of the burn notice and sobers out long enough to act as though it was her plan all along. Lana has the opportunity to make a play for a better pay, a better office, nicer co-workers, and a significantly higher level of respect by joining up with Odin, but she turns it all down when she discovers that she'll have to kill Archer to get any of it. She was fine at first, back when it was simply a matter of leaving everyone else behind, but once she really has to consider the cost of moving up in the world, she starts to second-guess whether it's worth it. Of course, the more pragmatic answer for why she's stuck in this sort of mentality is the fact that TV in general likes to stick with the status quo. So of course, Lana will stay at ISIS as long as the rest of the cast is there too. Archer as a show has much more serialization than most other TV shows of its ilk usually display, but in this instance, that's a step too far for anything outside of a season premiere or finale. This is why the psychological warfare between Archer and Mallory over whether he'll leave or not is immediately picked up on by the audience. We know they're not going anywhere, and in the back of the heads of the characters, they know that too. As soon as Archer actually meets with Lynn Trexler in person, he immediately starts to tell old stories about his mother's abandonment, and even Lana brings Cyril along, who proceeds to spread the ISIS proclivity for getting around with him. Even when they leave ISIS, the cast still can't just leave ISIS. Dial M for Mother. The episode begins with Archer breaking into his mother's home with a hatchet before cutting to the past, where a new anti-fraternization policy has been implemented in ISIS going into effect over the weekend. This policy is in reaction to Cyril's serial cheating, as well as, to a lesser extent, Archer's, which also prompts Lana to get back at Cyril one last time by calling the men of the office to engage in intercourse with her on Cyril's desk, though her actual plan is to simply have them pay her to claim they did the deed for bragging rights. Meanwhile, Archer is roaming the streets in a daze after having an argument with Mallory over the fact that she doesn't know who his father is, and the story that he knew growing up was a lie. He's then kidnapped by Manny and Uta, who perform some elective brain surgery to plant a Soviet mind control chip in his brain to turn him into a double agent. But this chip barely works and reacts poorly to a cell phone signal, causing Archer to instead fly into a murderous rampage to go after his mom. Mallory makes him a grilled cheese and then shoots him when he goes mad again, and as she stops the bleeding, they have a discussion that, regardless of who Archer's father really is, they for sure know his mother. Archer and Mallory's relationship can, in the best possible terms, be explained as incredibly toxic. Neither person treats another one well, nor can they really be assumed to treat one another well based on what they deserve. That is to say, they treat each other the way they've been treated in the past. It's hard to picture either person improving for long enough to reverse this trend, but there's still some small comfort to be taken in the fact that, at the end of it all, they really do still care enough about one another. Not enough to improve themselves, but at least to not outright go no contact, or worse. Even the worst people in the world are still people, and it's not as if a person can ever truly be heartless just as much as a person can ever truly be perfect. So relationships in this way are often about the things that two people share, things that might have happened in the past but still happen nonetheless. This is why Nikolai's attempts to kidnap Archer away from Mallory are still viewed by the narrative as a cruel thing to do, because the fact of whether Nikolai really is Archer's father is totally irrelevant compared to the fact that he's done next to nothing for the boy his whole life, only trying to get closer to spite a scorned ex-lover, rather than to repair the relationship. Swiss Miss. After announcing a round of budget cuts, Mallory encourages Cyril to produce some fake financial reports to impress a foreign investor, while Archer, Lana, and Ray protect his daughter Anka at her 17th birthday party from a group intent on kidnapping her. Archer quickly finds out that the girl has an overly flirtatious attitude, with her advances making him as uncomfortable as everyone else is disgusted by his presumed advances. One of these advances occurs as Archer is accosted by a member of the group, who has disguised himself as a bellhop, only for nobody to believe that Archer saved the day due to the man having a twin brother. This results in Archer rushing out alone to save Anka from a detected attack with no ammo, resulting in a shirtless Anka and Archer fleeing on a snowmobile as he picks off the group one at a time. During this chase, he learns that not only is Anka actually completely inexperienced, but that she, like Archer, only acts out because she does not get enough attention. In the end, Archer's caught by Lana in the midst of a frostbite-related emergency that makes it look like he's fondling her, while Pam is able to seduce the investor with tales of her life on a dairy. Through the entire episode, the rest of the cast in ISIS and many of those surrounding him assume that Archer is the one coming onto Anka when there's clear enough evidence to the contrary. It's not as though a spoiled 16-year-old girl is really going to be taking trained secret agents that off guard if there's ambiguity about the situation. But the reason that Archer is always viewed in the worst possible light has to do with the fact that no one is taking the situation as ambiguous. Archer has a history of using and mistreating women, so when there's an instance where interpreting Archer as being a predator is one of the options, nobody is going to look at what the other party might be doing. Act like the bad guy often enough, and everyone will continue to assume that you're the bad guy. But there's also an implication that the only reason Archer acts this way in the first place has to do with the fact that he's seeking attention. He gets dropped off at boarding school for 13 years and ignored by his mother, with the only attention he does get being the result of acting out. Anka does the same thing and picks out Archer as being similar. So there's a real bond there that has nothing to do with their mutual behavior so much as it does the motives behind that behavior. If enough people treat you like you're the bad guy, then you'll start to play the part of bad guy. A going concern. Mallory privately announces her intentions to sell ISIS to Lynn Trexler after her retirement account winds up being lost to a Ponzi scheme. Cheryl overhears this and spreads the news to the rest of the employees, who then come up with a plan to stop her from going through with the deal, made more complicated by the fact that attached to the sale is a marriage between Lynn and Mallory. So Archer breaks into his mother's desk and finds, among other things, the Soviet mind control chip that was recently removed from his head, so they can lure Lynn into Krieger's laboratory for surgery. In spite of the doctor accidentally dosing himself, he's still able to perform the operation, resulting in the head of Odin hating Mallory and loving lettuce. Meanwhile, Lana tries to cope with the fact that Barry's offer from last season is back on the table with the bonus: if she sleeps with him, she'll be head of Odin's American division. But when she and Barry are locked in a mainframe during Archer's surgery scheme, she ends up realizing how little she actually wants to sell out for her dreams. Everybody working at ISIS seems to hate each other, and yet for all of the bad blood shared between the cast, they all still have a vested interest in keeping their workplace alive. And while part of this has to do with the appeal of a steady paycheck, they also seem to be interested in keeping their workplace intact as well. It's only Lana who feels the need to try to settle into her new potential role with Odin. No one else is out there trying to prove to Barry or Lynn that they're worth keeping around after the merger. It's all about maintaining the status quo, even if they have to fry a man's brain to do so. And a large part of this is due to Archer taking on a leading role in the scheme to turn Lynn Trexler away from Mallory. It's his mother and his feelings about her that lies at the center of this whole operation. He himself is hardly at risk of losing anything if ISIS goes under, as he's still talented and highly paid on top of that. Trexler even offered Archer a job last season and only turned him away due to a now-defunct burn notice. If getting a nepotism position from his mother was his strategy before, then it should be even easier to obtain one from a combination of both parents. But some things are not worth the cost to get them, even if the end result is so much better. Even Lana starts to change her mind on her arrangement with Barry after realizing again that she'd rather work her way up on her own merit instead of stooping to the level of Archer by using nepotism or non-work related talents to get there. Blood test. Upon entering Mallory's office, Archer discovers Trinette and an infant named the wee baby Seamus, and the assumption is that Archer is the father. Odin is hired to do security for the paternity test to determine the father, and Mallory convinces her son to break in and swap the blood sample with someone else's, somebody who will be chosen during a surprise baby shower his coworkers throw just to annoy him. After a binge-eating Cyril verbally assaults Archer, they plan on knocking him out and drawing the blood from him, which attracts the attention of several other ISIS employees afterwards, with the only remaining step being to break into a bank vault and make the swap. But during the party, Lana gets drunk and baby-obsessed after holding Seamus, and she starts going through Archer's childhood things, with Mallory joining her and ultimately calling Archer mid-mission to tell him to stop. Archer refuses and swaps out his sample with Cyril's blood, ultimately managing to escape undetected, only for the DNA results to be 100% conclusive that Archer is the father. In spite of his assurances that the real father has to be Cyril, Mallory assumes that Archer just did the right thing, as there's no evidence left behind he ever made the swap. Mallory does not want to be the grandmother to 2 generations of bastard children, her experiences with Archer tainting her vision of what kind of relationship a parent and their child might have. She regrets Archer's life as she regrets the lack of guidance she ever gave to her son, and assuming that that reality is inevitable, she wants him to swap out the DNA sample so as to prevent a public association with Archer's mistake. But once she starts to reminisce about her son's childhood, she also starts to realize that mistakes only repeat if you let them, and that she could use her second chance to do better. After all, people rarely make mistakes twice, at least in Mallory's head. But because Archer happened to pick the one guy at ISIS who really was the kid's father, he now gets to legally be assumed as such. And Mallory, given the state she was last in, assumes that he had the same change of heart as herself, something that Lana's hoping for too, as she starts to regret that she never made more out of her time with Archer. There's a sunken cost fallacy associated with lost years after a bad relationship, where people will feel regret over not having spent their time better, whether it's losing a job with no long-term skills to show for it, or a relationship that got you nothing but trust issues. Pipeline fever. Archer and Lana are sent to Louisiana to stop an eco-terrorist, Joshua Gray, from destroying a pipeline. Archer is only interested in the mission because he gets to commandeer an airboat, though this enthusiasm later blows out the engines on that ship, while Lana is less happy about the fact that the mission is something being done out of concern for the pipeline company's bottom line rather than preserving wetland. After Archer strands them conveniently near the pipeline and Lana burns her hands on the dry ice he brought, they begin to talk about Archer's aforementioned greatest fears, as well as making a few makeshift explosives out of their beer bottles. In the end, Joshua Gray shows up at the pipeline, but claims he's no longer interested in attacking it, as he heard that Lana was one of the agents sent to go after him, as she's a former associate of his who used to protest with this group. In the end, Archer's left behind as Joshua and Lana leave to get dinner, surrounded by malaria and the alligator he shot with a bow. Back at ISIS, Mallory tries to make the office more green for tax incentives, but when the low-flow toilets result in Pam discovering there are women's restrooms in the office, she scraps the whole conversation. Lana and Archer spend the episode debating whether it's morally right to defend a pipeline, knowing that the line is merely a tool in maintaining an industry that does a lot of harm, while also simply filling demand. While Archer is fine with maintaining the status quo, even if that status quo is something unmaintainable, people like Joshua Gray believe that a bit of short-term devastation is worth it to bring attention to long-term issues. Lana is then in the middle. She wants to protect the wetlands in the short term, even if this means stopping a man who she once worked for, trying to bring more attention to a cause he's passionate about, and one that Lana was once passionate about too. But all of this passion burns out in the face of overwhelming desire to get some short-term convenience, even if it's a choice between a dried-up river and paved-over wetlands in 30 years, or paying slightly less for gas today. Few people end up choosing the option that has a less immediate result, and so more demand creates a bigger problem with small-scale actions by individuals having a smaller and smaller relative effect. And while environmental concerns over the last few decades have markedly improved, just consider air quality indexes over the last century, the sheer pushback to these policies by the climate procrastinators of the world might just cause some very passionate people to get desk jobs instead. The Double Deuce. The wee baby Seamus is being kept at Archer's place while Trinette is out, and Woodhouse discovers that several members of his old World War I squadron, the Double Deuce, have been dying under mysterious circumstances. He explains that he's afraid for his life, as the men had a tontine together, with one member, Bishop, saying that he went to Woodhouse to set up an ambush for Stilton, the second-in-command who took over after the previous leader was shot down. This previous commander was Reggie, who Woodhouse was Batman for, as well as having gone on a rampage behind enemy lines to avenge his death. When Archer can't stand having the baby around any longer, he drops off Seamus with Mallory, who tells the rest of the story about how Woodhouse was discharged for his actions, wandering aimlessly before delivering Archer and working with the family since then. Back at the apartment, Stilton arrives to tell them that the deaths aren't mysterious after all. The men died of natural causes, and the newspaper simply exaggerated the tales for extra interest. Then, Archer, thinking that Stilton was there to kill them, shows up and pushes him off the roof. Back at ISIS, the rest of the employees start a tontine of their own as they piece together how death-prone field agents are. Woodhouse's backstory is revealed in this episode, that he was a Batman to a fighter pilot during the Great War, with Reggie being implied as a single-target crush going both ways. This true bond of brotherhood and friendship is what motivated him to keep going through a desperate time, as indicated by his absolute loss of control when he lost the man who was dear to him. Others in his squadron reacted similarly, with Stilton refusing to retrieve a downed pilot, not so much because he didn't care for his former CO, but because he was too tired of bloodshed that he felt it prudent not to pursue more, an action that, in the present, he feels bad for. But Woodhouse's loss also helps to explain the personality of Archer's personal butler. Reggie meant everything to him, resulting in the man going totally wayward after losing him. With nothing left to lose and seemingly nothing to gain, he wound up finding some small purpose in life by working alongside the Archer family for many years. The fact that he finds so little meaning in life meshes well, or at least conveniently, for Archer, who shares a similarly nihilistic outlook on life. A man with no motivation and a man with no morals is the partnership of the two men, and thus we now know why Woodhouse puts up with so much abuse, because he has no personal value without Reggie. Tragical history. After missing terribly at darts and being made fun of for it, Cyril is approached by a man who introduces himself as Spelvin, with an offer to inject a computer virus into the ISIS mainframe so he can fix the issue and be a hero. But at the office, everybody is too dismissive of Cyril to give him the chance to do anything, and when he returns to Spelvin with this info, the man reveals that he's in cybersecurity, trying to hack ISIS to scare his other clients and sell more software. But his real motives are made clear when the virus starts de-encrypting the list of ISIS agents and sending them to a remote server, with Spelvin planning on selling the names of every agent to the highest bidder. So Cyril asks Archer for help in getting the names back by making a counteroffer of $50 million, though because Archer doesn't trust Cyril with this mission, his fake briefcase bomb is actually a distraction for Archer himself to go in guns blazing. He's disabled by Spelvin's twin assistants, leaving it up to Cyril to shoot Spelvin himself, something the guy assumes he won't do until he actually fires all of his shots into the server. After bluffing that he has one bullet left, Spelvin lets Archer go and leaves without the names, while Archer surprises Cyril with how relaxed he was about the whole ordeal. This is an episode about security and insecurity. Not so much the security of the file systems within ISIS, that's just a happy coincidence, but the insecurity felt by characters like Cyril and how this personality trait of his winds up making a human entrance into a soulless intelligence service. Because a system that's run by people will ultimately inherit the flaws of the people who run it. They're not machines. If Cyril feels like he can prove something by opening himself up and being vulnerable before a stranger who seems to have his best interests at heart, then ISIS itself will have an opening that a bad actor can weasel into. This is actually one of the big reasons why Archer is such an effective agent. He is totally detached from his job and his own life, passing from hedonistic ideal to hedonistic ideal. After Cyril nearly gets the agency destroyed, Archer saves the day and immediately tries to find a Japanese-style bath within Spelvin's manor, rather than concerning himself with some sort of post-mission debriefing. The way that he doesn't care about anything also means that he can't really mess things up for ISIS, at least not in a major way. We've seen him get plenty of agents compromised because of his lack of concern. But while Archer might damage his allies through ignorance, it's not something that he's done out of a personal desire. At least not yet. Movie star. A famous Hollywood actress named Rona Thorne visits ISIS to research her role in an upcoming spy thriller, Disavowed, and when Lana finds out that Archer wants the job, she takes it herself. Rona and Lana spend some time together as the actress helps Lana a bit with her insecurities while the two blow off Archer by deafening him with gunfire. Jealous, Archer decides to take on a job to counter-snipe a Soviet premier's visit that Lana and Rona also take from him. So he gets revenge by borrowing some of Krieger's robots to fake a series of threats for Lana to take out. Back at ISIS, Mallory calls Cyril into her office as she is hoping to rewrite the script for Disavowed herself with the intention of replacing one of the characters with a self-insert, only to recreate Mandingo and sell the idea of a sequel to that movie instead. Pam stole Rona's journal to learn more about her, so Cheryl and Ray team up with her to break into the actress's penthouse and return it before she notices. But while on the roof, Rona notices someone in her house and takes the gun from Lana by drugging her with tetrodotoxin, also paralyzing Archer this way as she finishes off the assassination herself so that she can retire from being a Russian sleeper agent to work in Soviet film. Throughout this episode, Rona Thorne dodges questions about her agent's name and credentials, refuses to elaborate on any of what her job actually entails, and never explains the intricacy of her role in such a way as to justify why she actually needs to see the inside of an intelligence agency's operations. And the reason that she's able to get around all of these security measures is purely out of being surface-level kind to the people around her, hiding her personality behind a bit of blonde ditziness while telling people what they want to hear. This is actually a common form of behavior among celebrities, using an obfuscated lack of connection to the real world to get away with hiding parts of themselves from it, the only real privacy they can get. In this instance, a defense mechanism against paparazzi is used to defend against a similarly invasive intelligence agency. Telling people what they want to hear is the other part of Thorne's plan, by distracting people with their own insecurities in such a way that they don't accuse her of being toxic because she's just trying to help. You're less likely to think about another person if you're busy thinking about yourself, so she is able to let a lot of her more suspicious behaviors go under the radar, as she's never the focus of anyone's investigations. People don't even consider an ulterior motive, because that requires thoughts beyond vapidity. Stage 2. Mallory is meaner than usual to everybody in the office, and Lana discovers it's because she found a lump during a checkup. Archer becomes concerned with the possibility that he, too, might have cancer, so he goes to the doctor with his mother, where it's revealed that, while Mallory herself is okay, Archer has stage 2 breast cancer. He tries to stay positive about this, being nice to everybody and offering occasional apologies. This apology tour includes getting Seamus's name tattooed on his back, and vice versa, and also going to Las Vegas with Woodhouse's brother and getting arrested under Cyril's name. When he finally opens up about his fear of the surgery being unsuccessful, he and Mallory cry together before he goes home and sleeps with Lana. But the surgery is a success, and the whole office celebrates his complete recovery, with Archer going back to his old habits immediately. That is, until the doctor calls and reveals that the cancer spread to his lymph nodes, and then he got his charts mixed up, and then reconfirming again that Archer has cancer. While Archer, the show, has always maintained an element of continuity, it still largely makes its plot standalone enough so as to be watchable in any order. This is not so much an active effort by the showrunners to make sure that no plot has any real lasting stakes to it, but is, as with most shows in a similar vein, done as a compromise with networks, who want better fodder for reruns and schedule-filling material. With this episode and the next, this relationship is askew to the point that this can be considered the first honest two-parter that's not merely just an episode with minor callbacks to a previous season's event. The reason I say this is that this episode is not only a plot-centric two-parter, but a thematic two-parter episode as well. This is the trough and peak of an action movie's interest curve, where we see Archer in Stage 2 as going through the very slow motions of a death scene. Characters sit around as the action takes a backseat to more emotional vulnerability. Archer here tries to make his peace with those around him by saying the things he's never had the chance to say before. Not so much that he couldn't say anything, but that he didn't want to deal with the emotional fallout of doing so. Being nice to somebody is meaningless if you don't do it consistently and follow up on your words, or if you die before you can contradict those claims. Placebo effect. Krieger is suspicious of the fact that Archer is having very few side effects from his cancer treatment, and after testing, confirms that the drugs are mostly placebo. Enraged, Archer goes on a self-described rampage, involving threatening or outright killing his way from the pharmacist to a warehouse owned by the Irish mob, where he's finally able to get his chemo drugs, which he takes immediately. This then causes him to be violently ill, which means Lana does a lot of his rampaging for him, until they're ultimately able to extract the information about the head of the mob's location with a strategically placed grenade. He finds Delaney, and, remembering his conversation with the deceased Ruth, who died without her meds, he kills the man, then makes the rest of ISIS watch his rampage movie for months as he recovers. As Archer is out, Cyril starts to investigate Krieger as his backstory doesn't add up, eventually accusing the scientist of being one of the boys from Brazil, only for Mallory to say that she knew all along who he might be, and who he might be a genetic clone of. The thematic end to the two-parter, this shows us the other side of action flicks that Archer parodies so much. It does so in a way that backs up the parody aspect of spy parody beyond simply calling oneself that. To make a parody of a work, you have to have a decent understanding of that work that borders, if not surpasses, respect. You can't simply make fun of the surface-level tropes it displays all the time while making the parody appear good-natured. With no understanding of why the source material was beloved, your parody comes across as insincere, or worse, trend-chasing. So by not being just a stylistic parody, but a thematic one as well, Archer proves that if they show with a keen interest in deconstructing spy thrillers for a purpose instead of merely seeing senseless literary violence. Archer goes on a rampage in this episode, fighting through mooks with threats of violence as he becomes a more embittered person, and simultaneously more frail. He takes his chemotherapy meds mid-rampage, resulting in physical weakness that debilitates him. In so many other spy movies, the protagonist shrugs off massive amounts of physical pain, breaking through windows without so much as a scratch, and then proceeding to run on foot for miles. In Archer, the protagonist is crippled by chemotherapy more than a gun wound. El Sequestro. Kidnappers take Pam, thinking that she's Cheryl due to the latter constantly shouting her name. And when Mallory finds out why, namely that Cheryl is the heiress to a $500 million fortune, she offers ISIS as personal security. Cheryl agrees to this, but only on the condition that they rescue Pam first, because she feels guilty about getting her friend kidnapped, although Pam is doing fine due to having underground boxing experience. ISIS repeatedly fails to trace the call from a combination of budget cuts and cyborg paranoia, though Archer and Ray make an attempt to head out anyway. This is stopped when Cheryl goes missing from her safe room because Cyril kidnapped her due to her owing him money, that he now knows that she's good for, as well as Pam being upset about the paltry ransom offer made by Mallory and assisting the kidnappers into breaking into ISIS. Ultimately, Cyril's kidnapping is revealed by Lana, though the rest of the agents assume that she fake kidnapped herself, until the real culprits show up. After a shootout, Pam kills the last man standing before trying to get her revenge on Mallory, to the disgust of the rest. Archer used to be an office comedy about normal people working at a spy agency, a concept not done purely by looking at drones, but by humanizing the agents themselves, and bringing them down to earth not through little moments of humanity like family or love or passion, but through the more selfish desires that they have. As time goes on, however, the presence of these action set pieces starts to take up more and more screen time, due to being more interesting, as well as not being diametrically opposed to the concept of mundane as one might have imagined. I've mentioned this in the previous season's retrospective, but many of the members of Archer's ancillary cast have done less and less reason to stick around. Not just because the drones filing paperwork don't make up an exciting enough aspect of spy agency work to get old summer flicks made about them, but because the show itself has moved away from the desire to present a mundane examination of office comedy life in favor of ramping up stakes and being more true to the original genre that it parodies. So the drones are less important because the agents are more important, and so to prevent characters like Cheryl, Cyril, and Pam from being left behind, they instead have to get action makeovers, with the overweight head of HR becoming a secret underground bare-knuckle boxing pro, while the ditzy secretary is now a criminally insane heiress to a railroad fortune. Jo Monegasque. Mallory borrows all the money from the ISIS 401k accounts in order to buy back a tape from a casino owner in Monte Carlo during the Grand Prix, with a plan to have Archer steal the money back afterwards. But Archer, who deposited the money in the casino in order to have a fancy room comped, is pressured by Benoit, the head butler, to actually gamble some of it, and he very quickly loses it most. When Ray and Lana find out where the money came from and that Archer lost it, they make a plan to rob the casino, only to learn that Benoit has already done so and he's running away in a stock car. A chase ensues, ending when Archer's able to jump from car to take the bearer bonds from Benoit before he crashes into the attack helicopter that the casino's owner is chasing them in. They're able to return the money and the tape to Mallory, just as she starts to worry what the rest of the ISIS drones will do if they learn what happened to their retirement, which is to sell the office equipment to gangs, only to realize they forgot to ensure they actually got paid for this. Competency is when you're able to get into a fight with several armed security guards at point-blank range and come out not only on top but no worse for wear in the process. Competency is when you can commandeer a race car and immediately get into a high-speed chase that gets confused as part of the Grand Prix. Competency is when you can don the disguise of an old woman and pull it off convincingly enough to get close to a person doing business with the woman you've disguised as. Incompetency is believing a multi-million-dollar casino and hotel will look the other way as you use them as a personal bank to get access to a stateroom. Incompetency is not recognizing that the casino's bright lights were built off the back of people getting drunk and gambling before getting drunk and gambling. Incompetency is assuming that a bunch of accountants and HR won't realize they've been robbed because you lack the cash to properly make a fake exchange. The characters in Archer are all very competent, incompetent people, and much of the appeal of the show comes from seeing how they manage to screw up very simple things before pulling off the very complex ones. It's a somewhat satisfying feeling of seeing a secret agent who is capable of speaking multiple languages, doing complex physical maneuvers, and living a lifestyle of wealth and luxury, only to then turn around and screw up something you could do yourself. Little failures do more to make a character relatable than big successes. White Knights. Archer commandeers one of Ray's missions overseas in order to personally investigate the rumor that the head of the KGB might be his father, though he is almost immediately captured by Russia when he misses his jump window and is held for a DNA test. A distraught Mallory tries to make a plan to rescue her son, but with Ray still reeling from his head injury and Lana not being able to go undercover in Russia, she's forced to rely on outside assistance to retrieve him, and offers Barry the position. Barry successfully breaks Archer out, who agrees to go with him after learning that Nikolai plans to execute him if he's not his son. But as they're fleeing the military, Archer drops Barry off of a roof again. He flees further, getting his feet cut up before ultimately being caught in an elevator where he's about to be executed by an impromptu firing squad. Then a blonde agent named Katya saves his life, requesting that he takes her back to America with him. Back at ISIS, Mallory is horrified to learn that her son was captured, though she celebrates upon learning that the actual man captured was Barry. Through the show up to this point, Archer's primary motivations have always been selfish. That is to say that he only does what personally benefits himself. If he does go on a more overtly ISIS-centric mission, even then it comes down to ensuring that he looks good. Ray points this out at the start of the episode, that Archer never volunteers for missions unless there's something that he can personally gain from doing so, something rarely relevant to the mission itself. If a normal agent did this sort of thing, it would quickly get them excommunicated from their organization, kicked out for being too unpredictable of a variable. But Archer's mother, Mallory, still keeps him around as she, to an extent, empathizes with this desire. Something not shared by Nikolai, who says he can't prevent Archer from being killed after having a shootout with local military police. This is the difference between a mom and a father, as compared to a mother and a dad. Double trouble. Archer and Katya are back at ISIS, with Archer trying to get her a position as a new agent despite everyone else being unsure of her loyalties. These fears are compounded when they walk in on her discussing Krieger's upcoming project, so they hack into the KGB servers to confirm her status and learn she is listed as a double agent. When Katya is confronted about her suspected status as a double agent, Archer steps in to defend her against Lana and his mother, before retreating home to get his bug-out bag. Woodhouse is ordered not to give it over, though he relents when he learns that Archer is serious about his new life with Katya, something the rest of ISIS sees after a brief but harmless shootout where he defends her. In the end, it's revealed that the KGB only faked that she was a double agent to cover that she defected, and that the secret plan she had with Krieger was reusing his wedding assets to marry Archer. Ultimately, Archer and Katya have a marriage on the veranda that's crashed by Barry, now rebuilt as a Soviet cyborg, though he does immediately go rogue to get his revenge against Archer. Katya sacrifices herself to stop Barry from killing Archer and throws both of them off of the roof, dying in the process while Barry, again a cyborg, survives. The last episode saw Archer fighting his way into and then out of Russia in an attempt to learn the identity of his father, a mission done purely out of his own selfishness that got others killed and Barry re-injured. But in this episode, he has a big escape from America while being pursued by his own countrymen in ISIS. The difference between these two missions being who they're for. Archer left last episode on a selfish errand, and he's leaving in this one for a selfless one, fighting to defend Katya's honor and his love for her. But this then creates a new dynamic, one that's yet to be explored, because so far, despite the shootouts and chase scenes and explosions, Archer as a show has never had especially high stakes. This is a result both of the standardization of the show, preventing plot and character development, but also the fact that the character of Archer has never been personally invested in anyone else when performing as a field agent. He only cares about himself, though there's no real risk in his career so long as he and his interests are kept intact. But now, Archer finally cares about another person, and so the stakes are higher than ever before because now he has something that he can lose. The titular character Archer is not going to die in a show named after him, but now there's a risk of losing somebody close because there finally is a person who's close. Heart of Archness, Part 1. Despite the best efforts of the remaining ISIS crew, Archer is still nowhere to be found, and they have no leads. Not that anyone is searching especially hard due to things like the company actually being in the black, and the number of harassment complaints being low enough that Pam has nothing to do. But Mallory still wants her son back, so she contracts an ex-ISIS employee named Rip Riley to search for him, and he's found Archer pretending to be a bartender in French Polynesia. Riley accosts him and tries to bring him back home, but Archer plans a ruse to tie him up, only to blow out the engines due to the fact that he doesn't know how to pilot a seaplane. He rescues Riley from the wreckage and sits aboard a raft as the two men bond over how difficult the agent's life is before Riley convinces Archer to go home and quit in person instead of disappearing. But they get captured by pirates who plan on ransoming the men when they suspect that Archer is rich due to all of his gadgets. He then turns these gadgets against the crew, and upon killing the captain, is hailed as the new one, with Archer declaring that he no longer plans on going home because he wants to rule as a pirate king. Meanwhile, ISIS has tracked the beacon Riley set and has sent Ray and Lana to rescue him from the pirate fortress. The explanation for Archer running away from ISIS is the fact that he's attempting to cope with the death of Katya following the finale of the previous season. But the method he uses for coping seems to be identical to how he lived his life before, sans the secret agent organization he supposedly works for. And while trying to live your life normally is indeed a good way of dealing with the stressful situation in the short term, one eventually has to confront the reasons for their trauma in order to move past them. But Archer's way of living pre-Katya was to simply avoid his problems, so he continues down a cycle of running from his issues, staying in that first phase of denial for as long as he can, because that's just how he knows how to live his life. Heart of Archness, Part 2. Archer is now living it up as a pirate king, though his management skills are lacking without anyone to pay the pirates and no one to manage the impending HR crisis due to the fact that he also refuses to rob any passing ships. His translator/slave, Noah, informs him that another pirate, Bucky, intends to overthrow him and challenges him to a one-on-one fight. One that Archer wins by simply shooting the challenger. This only enrages the pirates further, and after Archer shoots the only radio because Riley was using it to call ISIS for backup, they get cornered and escape to the cells. Back at ISIS, Mallory is forcing Cyril and Cheryl to stay late to balance the books after Ray and Lana's spending spree, as well as to check on whether the pirates have made a ransom demand. So a tired and drunk Cyril transfers all the money out of ISIS's accounts and into a Swiss bank account. Meanwhile, Lana is arguing with Ray over whether she's still attracted to Archer or not, and after swerving the boat to damage Ray's eye, she ends up talking loudly enough to get them caught, thrown into the same cell as Archer. Archer ran away from ISIS in the first place because he was coping with Katya's death, and because he's decided he's not ready to confront this yet, he continues to live his life as a pirate king to get even further away. The more you distance yourself from your problems, the more you distance yourself from their solutions. But the real issue behind what Archer is doing arises not from his own inability to face the past, but the fact that there are other people who need him to. Mallory is grieving for a son she thinks she might have lost, and so she sends out the rest of the agency to save his life, their futures being too connected to his to possibly let him go. Archer might be able to run away from himself, but he can't run away from the other people in his life, nor can they run from him, as their relationship to their jobs and each other are far too interconnected. Heart of Archness, Part 3. Lana, Ray, Rip Riley, Archer, and Noah are all trying to come up with a way to escape from their cell, while Cyril is trying to come up with a way to find the money he embezzled while drunk. Pam suggests that he simply drink until he gets back to his old state of mind, and the two eventually come up with the password guest. This doesn't matter as Mallory has already called off the negotiations with the pirates due to the fact that the pirates have messed up the negotiations because Archer grabbed Bucky by the arm to hold him as a hostage, disarming him with the series of punches due to his frustrations about Mallory having to bail him out again. This, compounded with the anger that the rest of ISIS is feeling towards Archer for discovering that he was on the island voluntarily, comes to a head when Archer and the rest finally manage to tend to the wounded and escape, only for Archer to demand that they land so his pirate lacrosse team can play in the finals. Something that Lana convinces him not to do, as she threatens to tell Mallory the truth behind the pirate adventure if he does. In the end, they get home, Lana keeps her word, and Ray, who was shot by Bucky in the struggle, is confined to a wheelchair. By the end of the episode, Archer doesn't even remember the name of his former fiancée, the entire ordeal having stopped him from thinking about her for long enough that his grieving process can move on. His concerns once again lie with trivial things like a pirate lacrosse league, and not with more serious matters such as Ray bleeding out or Lana being severely injured. Archer's escapades have finally gotten everyone hurt except for himself, and thus he is able to move on because that's how things were before. It's also the motivation he keeps with him for a lot of the episode. Archer has always been bailed out by Mallory whenever something bad happened, to the point where he can only name one minor issue that he solved on his own. The last, and possibly first, time that Archer did not have to rely on his mother for an assist was when he planned on running away with Katya. In that moment, things went from bad to worse and he refused to accept help from Mallory as she knew she would never offer it. For the first time, Archer was ready to do something truly independent, not something done with the help of others, not something done in spite of his mother, but something that he did because it's what he wanted to do. And then a person close to him was killed and he was the one who felt responsible. So Archer had to prove not only that he no longer cares about Katya, but that he's able to get over her death, again, without help from anyone else. The Man from Jupiter. Archer meets Burt Reynolds at a bar, fawning over the guy for a while until discovering the reason the man is there. He has a date with Mallory Archer. Archer is disgusted by this, something not shared by the rest of ISIS who are equally obsessed with the guy, so he creates a fake note breaking up with Mallory, while also kidnapping Burt Reynolds to make it look as though she has been dumped. Mallory breaks into tears over this, so the rest of the agents use Krieger's van to track down Archer, only for the Cuban hit squad hired after the events of Honeypot to confuse Ray as their target and open fire. Archer and his captive Burt Reynolds see this chase happening, so Archer makes a bet with the man, that if Burt can catch up to the chase, he can date Mallory uninterrupted. But if he can't reach them in time, then he has to dump her for real. Burt Reynolds proves that he's got what it takes to not only catch the runaway vans, but to take out the hit squad and save their lives, all while lecturing Archer about the fact that he needs to treat his mother like a woman instead of just a mom. In the end, Archer accepts that Mallory and Reynolds are dating and even offers his blessing before he takes her to a premiere. Archer is a super spy, just like the kind of people we see in the movies. So when Archer meets a movie star who plays heroes that he himself is based upon, he's starstruck by the fame of the man, as he's modeled his entire life off the guy's fictional personas. But as we go through the episode, Burt Reynolds proves that he's not just playing a tough guy on TV, but that he really does live up to that. It almost goes without saying, but a lot of this fanboying comes across as a surrogate affection for a father figure. Archer grew up without a model for what a man ought to be, so he chose Burt Reynolds instead. This is why it was especially shocking to learn that the man really lived up to the hype, not only as a movie star, but as a dad. And among this fatherly advice comes with the humanization of Mallory. A human proves himself to be more than just that, while also informing Archer that his mother's not just a major figure in his life, but the main character of her own. For so long he's viewed other people as accessories to himself, which, in going with the theme of Archer as a movie-like super spy, they essentially are. But because Archer is a show that tries to be realistic, this also comes with the realism of every person in life being a person and not just an archetype. So Archer has to understand that Mallory is not just a character in a TV show that is his life, but a human being with a sense of independence. El Contador. Because of Ray's crippled state, ISIS is short one field agent, so Mallory gets the idea to promote Cyril to the status of field agent just before sending the team on a mission to hunt down the drug lord Calzado for a DEA bounty. Archer and Lana are both unsure about this promotion, especially as Cyril spends more time reading through the financials on the dossier than checking for booby traps, eventually disappearing when Archer turns his back on him. While arguing about whose fault this is, the two are captured, where they learn that Cyril is now by Calzado's side, later explaining himself as having bluffed his way through by claiming to be an accountant and offering to reduce costs. The next day, Calzado announces that he plans on hunting Archer and Lana for sport, and Cyril suggests splitting them up to wager on who can catch their prey first. The actual plan is to meet up with Lana and then use Archer as bait to trap the drug lord, though when Cyril gets too full of himself, ordering Lana to tie him up, they allow Calzado to beat him up a bit before taking him into custody, only to learn that they aren't getting a reward as the agent forgot to get a receipt. Back at ISIS, Mallory has the entire office do mandatory drug testing, which Krieger uses as an opportunity to test a new herbal cleansing tea that results in the remaining workers having severe hallucinations. Rather than recruiting a new agent from outside of ISIS as Mallory has threatened and followed through on before, the idea instead is to promote internally, and have Cyril assigned to the position despite having failed on multiple occasions to live up to the idea of a super spy. And yet, his inability to be a top agent in the same vein as Archer or Lana is precisely why he's able to succeed in his mission. He knows that he can't win in a firefight, so his idea instead is to bluff his way through the situation he finds himself in. And this works, as he has plenty of experience not in being a spy, but in dealing with the fallout from other, more brash spies before him. Cyril understands all of the super spy tropes, and thus is the ideal candidate to be a spy, right up until he has to do anything physically related to his duties. Lana lets him get beaten up in the jungle because he was getting too self-confident, but far from this being a random unnecessary cruelty, it was instead an action done out of a greater concern moving forward. Lana already has to deal with one overconfident jerk who gets her into more trouble more frequently than he gets her out of it. So Cyril believing himself to be a good agent would have made him into a second Archer, ironically, the exact reason Cyril was competent in the first place. The Limited. ISIS is transporting Kenny Bilko, a Nova Scotian separatist leader, by train to Ottawa to face justice. Mallory repeatedly insults the crew, only for Cheryl to reveal that as the owner of the rail line, She was able to attach a few cars of her own, and that she's giving the crew permission not to serve Mallory if she's rude to them. Meanwhile, Cyril leaves Kinney unattended to check on the rest of the crew, and he escapes, leaving them to do a sweep of the train, though Archer is actually searching for Babu instead. But as they're searching, the train is stopped for border security and a group of Mounties come on, which Archer and Lana suspect are actually Kinney's boys in disguise, something confirmed when another group of Mounties also boards, and they're unsure which is real. Archer incapacitates them with a grenade and climbs aboard the top of the train to fight Kinney himself, in spite of the non-viability of doing so. In the end, Lana simply pulls the emergency brake and the Canadian police arrive to sort everything out, while also banning ISIS from re-entering Canada. Archer is a show all about stereotypes, not just those revolving around certain types of people, but the stereotypes about the genre itself and archetypes who play roles in the genre. So in this episode, when Archer assumes the Canadians won't have access to firearms, or Mallory calling the help George without realizing that was actually his name, or the train conductor assuming that the rich heiress attaching her cars to the end of the train will make an absurd command, we get all of these moments being played straight by the characters, then subverted in various ways by the narrative. Sure, Canada has responsible gun control laws, but that's not going to stop the police or criminals from accessing them. But on the other hand, yes, Cheryl really is as childish as everyone assumes she's going to be. And this is why these assumptions manage to make good fodder for plot development and writing. It's not about the stereotypes surrounding spy thrillers themselves, but the context in which these stereotypes were created and propagated that defines how seriously they're taken. Like Mallory being able to boss people around when she's the richest one in the room, but not when the room is owned by another person who just doesn't like her. Or Archer prepared for a badass fight on top of a train, only to get shot in the face by all the flying dust that it kicks up. Drift problem. It's Archer's birthday, and after a short fake-out where nobody acts like they remembered, Archer's finally taken outside to see his brand new spy car. He celebrates the new vehicle for a while, joyriding around the city before remembering an incident where his mother punished him for losing a bike as a child, another birthday gift. So he parks it in a garage and heads home to have Woodhouse clean up the inside. But Woodhouse can't find it, leading Archer to deduce that it was stolen, and the rest of ISIS to come along on an infiltration of the Yakuza after they learn that Pam is a drift racer with them. But when Archer's rampage is stopped by the fact that the Japanese don't actually have his car, they wind up being chased out of the docks as Pam drives, and the others shoot, eventually being caught by Mallory, who beat the fact that Archer lost his car out of Cheryl. She reveals that she was the one who took it, as well as having stolen Archer's bike as a kid, and that she sold the car to Mr. Ford, from Frisky Dingo. Mallory's intention behind stealing all of Archer's things is to teach him a lesson on responsibility, or something like that. She never fully explains the reasons behind her actions other than some arbitrary desire to make her son miserable, disguised as helping him. Since Mallory herself is a miserable person, she figures it's justifiable to make others miserable too, whenever they're happy, because she assumes that her state is the default one, and that terrible things happening all the time for no reason is just something that a person ought to get used to. Instead of trying to dream of her own life becoming better, she wants others to sympathize with her life by having theirs become worse. Of course, all of this is subjective. How bad can one's life be when they have a table made of an endangered tree while owning multiple sets of priceless glasses and living an overall life of luxury? It's not as though Mallory is unique in this method of thinking, though. Many of the other characters of Archer have a similar method of being miserable due to some overwhelming personality flaw and trying to force their misery onto everyone else. Cyril copes with his utter lack of self-confidence by trying to downplay everyone else's abilities, casting doubt on whether they can actually do the things they say they're about to. Cheryl is clinically insane and tries to make it everyone's problem. Lana has an ego that outmatches her accomplishments and tries to make sure that no one else feels properly rewarded for their efforts. And Archer himself is a type to be so attached to material things that he constantly assumes others are out to get him for these things. Lo Scandalo. Archer and Lana arrive at Mallory's apartment only to find her sitting in a chair across from a dead man, who's strapped to his seat in a rubber suit with 5 bullet holes in his chest. She tries to defend her actions against what it looks like, saying that it was a tryst with the Italian Prime Minister she had been having annually, and men broke into her apartment to kill him. So Archer calls up Krieger, who then calls the rest of ISIS to assist him in dissolving the body in Mallory's bathtub so they can each take a piece of the corpse away and dispose of it in various locations through the city. But when a detective arrives on a tip from an anonymous source, everyone quickly puts together a faux dinner party to explain their presence. After a thorough search, including the bathroom Krieger was working in, the detective finds nothing, much to the relief of Lana, as she was afraid she might have had to kill somebody. As they're leaving her apartment at the end of the night, Lana pieces together the number of bullet holes and holes in Mallory's story, deducing that she intentionally killed the guy, but in such a way that nobody would want to ask follow-up questions. Just as the best way to hide is often in plain sight, the best way to keep a secret can be to tell everyone around you about it. Because most of the time, a secret is only damning if people know it's meant to be a secret in the first place. Mallory doesn't tell anybody about her actual motivations for killing a prime minister, nor does she go into detail about the fact that she did, but she does admit to just enough gross details that no one follows up on them. People assume they have all the relevant details, so they don't ask for any more, assuming again that any additional information would be more of the same. This is also how Krieger operates. By leaving a distinctive odor in the bathroom, he assures that the detective sent to investigate won't pry any further, as there's nothing else to indicate that the odor could be linked to a crime since there was no other evidence. Mallory even calls the police on herself, knowing that having them investigate her first and finding nothing will reduce the odds that they come back later, since there's no need to follow up. They make an assumption and build a new assumption based off that. The people in Mallory's apartment were weird but not dangerous, or so he thinks. There's no need to continue an investigation, especially when one can assume that whatever they get to the bottom of will be irrelevant and disgusting. Mallory understands the intelligence game well. It's not about keeping secrets, but about preventing anybody from investigating those secrets in the first place. Misdirection through audacity. Bloody Ferlin. Archer and Lana are investigating a break-in at ISIS HQ only to discover that it's Ray, not only breaking into the armory, but standing on a ladder in the process. He reveals that not only was he pretending to be paralyzed, but his brother, a drug farmer in West Virginia, is about to have his operation seized by a dirty sheriff. So Archer and Ray bring Carol, pretending to be Ray's wife, down to West Virginia to clear up the situation, only to quickly learn that his brother Randy has an open marriage with his wife and wants to let Archer sleep with her in exchange for sleeping with Cheryl. Ray learns of this and has to pretend to be mad to keep his cover story intact, as his family doesn't know that he's gay, only for the entire operation to be called into question. So Archer reveals parts of the truth. Ray is actually a secret agent, which is why he never visited much, and when the police arrive, they learn more of the truth. The sheriff was not trying to steal the farm, he was trying to bring a drug farmer to justice. So Ray surrenders to the police and the couple are both arrested. Back at ISIS, Lana tries to prevent Mallory from learning about the incident in West Virginia, getting the rest of the agents involved until eventually Pam spills everything. As Archer points out, the plot to this episode is basically just the plot of White Lightning. And being that Archer is a show all about pop culture plots recontextualized and taken to their absolute literal extreme, there's a valid reason to assume that this would be how the episode's plot would play out. But what's also taken to a literal extreme in Archer is the level of realism. They might recreate a shootout from a famous action flick, but then have Archer cover his ears afterwards due to the tinnitus that the shootout gave him. So when it comes to parsing the actual plot of the episode, it makes sense that the police officer would be the law-abiding one and the drug farmer would be the guy lying. Beyond that, this episode is about Ray's relationship to his family, allowing a comparison to be made between the other familial relationship that defines this show between Archer and his mother. By choice, Ray avoids his sibling and his wife as he doesn't believe they would approve of his life choices. Archer already knows his mother doesn't approve of his life choices but does not care. If Ray really didn't care, then not only would he not have bothered to return, but he wouldn't hide the reasons why he left in the first place. That shame can only exist if the source of the shame comes from people whose opinions you value, meaning that as estranged as Ray is from the rest of the Gillettes, he wishes it wasn't so. Crossing over. After getting blackout drunk at a funeral, Archer wakes up the following morning with vague memories of the previous evening, only to learn to his horror that the woman he slept with was Pam. He insists that she keep the relationship between them a secret despite repeatedly going back to her again and again. As this is happening, ISIS is in disarray because Nikolai Jakov, the former head of the KGB, plans on defecting due to Barry taking over. He gives them the name of a sleeper agent inside of New York that the rest of the agents head out to take care of, while Archer stays back and bodyguards/bonds with the man who's possibly his father. But this agent lets slip that Barry has taken over and is possibly feeding Jakov false information as part of some master plan, though Cyril shoots him before he can reveal any more. So they attempt to rush back to the ISIS safe house in case Barry shows up there, a safe house that is unguarded because Archer is trying to sleep with Pam some more. Barry is in the US, strangling information about the safe house out of Carol and then arriving to blow up the whole place, thus ensuring there is no DNA test to perform and Archer can never find out the identity of his father. Archer has been insulated from his own flaws for so long, in part because he himself has very little that can be lost if and when he does make a mistake. He's effectively guarded from death by the narrative, that there's nothing that can be done to hurt him because he laughs it off no matter what. He's a moral nihilist with no strong worldly attachments, which is why he struggles to empathize with the many people he hurts, like Barry. But once he starts to bond with the man who could have been his father, he finally has this vulnerability, and so there's some leverage to be used against him from a person who doesn't so much want him dead as he wants him hurt. This is compounded by the fact that Archer is mostly responsible for this failure. If Nikolai was killed despite Archer being around to defend him, then he could at least know that he did the best he could for the man. But because he didn't even try due to his lack of discipline, Archer instead has to live with maybe never knowing his father's identity through his own fault. But it's not as though this is exactly true. Mallory was the one who didn't want to put up with Nikolai at her apartment and shoved him off to a safe house instead, not to mention that her moving around so much is the only reason there's ambiguity in the first place. What also contributes to this character's death impact is the fact that the audience itself, according to the showrunners, were simply not that interested in figuring out the identity of Archer's father. It was a mystery that people weren't too keen on solving, as whoever the man was, he wasn't there for the main character. So Nikolai or Lynn Trexler or whoever else, we never got an answer because the audience never wanted one. Skin Game. Krieger walks Archer through his laboratory where he shows him his newest project, a resurrected Katya, now alive as a cyborg. Archer is ecstatic to have her back again, hoping to get her a job at ISIS as leverage against the fact that the head of the KGB is the cyborg Barry. But back at Archer's place while celebrating her return, he starts to be weirded out by some of her new cybernetic detachments and begins to question whether a relationship with her will work after all. But he returns to ISIS to talk it out with Cyril as Katya talks with some of the others, and they reconcile their differences by calling the wedding back on, mostly because it would annoy Mallory. But Barry crashes this second wedding as he was able to track the Soviet implants inside of the new cyborg, and they begin to fight. Krieger puts ISIS on lockdown to try and power down their photovoltaic cells, but when Archer dons his night vision goggles to fight Barry in a weakened state, he instead finds the two robots making love. Barry and Katya have enough in common that they decide to stay together, and Archer begrudgingly lets her go as Mallory says her "I told you so's." Katya says that she never asked to be reborn as a cyborg and that she's feeling ambivalence about whether she can adapt to her new life. But Archer's response to this is not very assuring, with him saying that he plans on staying with her no matter what, only to balk at the first time that these downsides make themselves known. She first defected to the US out of love for Archer, hoping to spend the rest of her life with the guy. But after seeking comfort from the man only to instead find an awkward attempt at evading the subject, the idea starts to fade from her mind as she begins to realize that the honeymoon of their relationship is over before the wedding. So when she meets Barry and starts to fight him, she suddenly finds a man who will empathize with her struggle in a way Archer never could. This is an issue caused by Archer and Katya rushing back into an old relationship, hoping to recapture the feelings that they once had. Those feelings are no longer there because the context has changed, as has Katya, She is no longer a defector leaving a country out of love, but a machine rebuilt and accepted by everyone, but on a conditional basis. That romance is gone, and the people in it have changed, at least some of them. The one person who remained the same throughout everything else was Archer, as he's the type of guy to resist any challenges to the status quo because he insists on being static. All Katya wanted was for Archer to change for her, but between the post-wedding pirate lord binge and the continued drinking to excess, she realizes that he has no interest in doing so. Space Race Part 1. Isis is approached by Drake of the International Space Agency regarding a mutiny aboard their space station that they need field agents to defuse, as Isis has no loyalty to any of the potential factions aboard. They get very little actual training, as the situation is too urgent, though Drake seems unconcerned with their lack of ability in landing a shuttle back on Earth compared to his enthusiasm to bring aboard Mallory and his leniency with accepting Cheryl and Pam. As they're preparing to dock with the station, Archer gets put into storage due to shooting Cyril and Pam with a stun rifle, though he eventually manages to convince Pam to let him out, just in time to assist the crew in a shootout against the crew started when Cyril shot haphazardly into the hallway. Archer's able to get everyone safely to the main section of the ship, only for the ISIS members to be disarmed and the other astronauts to talk about breeding stock. In the end, it's revealed that the crew members they fought their way through were the mutineers, fighting against a plan to repopulate and terraform Mars. As they're preparing for a mission, Archer shatters a window in their flight simulator and gets praised for his actions by Drake, commending him for his quick action without stopping to think about what he's doing. There are several smaller hints about his intentions through the episode, like getting defensive about the utility of terraforming projects when questioned, or when Archer annoys him on the rocket and he cuts the guy's oxygen. But this one stands out above the rest as it plays into why Isis in general was able to get deceived in such a way in the first place. He rushed them through training and orientation. He constantly stressed the lack of time they had, and their training was less about preparedness and more about keeping everyone too occupied to have the chance to question if he was the good guy in the situation. People tend to be biased towards the first source they hear from in a conflict, and so long as there's never a second source, that bias will remain. Space Race Part 2. The ISIS field agents are taken into captivity aboard the Horizon for not going along with the repopulation plan on Mars, while Drake tries to get into the Intrepid, the shuttle that took him there, as it not only contains the remaining female members of ISIS, but also is the means through which he intends to fly there. But Pam overheard his plan on the security system and refuses to open the doors, at least until Cheryl, hearing something about Martian queens, opens the doors and allows them inside. The other agents use Lana as a distraction to get out of captivity by seducing a guard, then fighting their way through the ship before they reconnect with the rest. They have a standoff with Drake and his men, who ultimately relent and accept that the mission is not possible without their leader, to which Drake responds by shooting himself so he won't have to face justice. This spooks Cyril into shooting wildly and eventually hitting the only other astronaut who could pilot the shuttle, stranding them in space. To make things worse, Barry has tracked Archer's location and is planning on fighting him in space, even tempting him with a mech suit he can wear if he'll open the blast doors. But the rest of ISIS talks him out of this, as they have Cyril attempt to fly the ship home, with Cyril destroying Barry's return ship as they take off, only for Archer to try to land himself, which gets everyone but him injured. After several seasons of unpunished behavior, we finally start to see a few changes in Archer regarding his lack of impulse control and how it tends to make things worse, not even always in the long term, but very frequently in the immediate short term as well. Barry has, by this point, dedicated himself to ensuring that Archer's life is miserable, and so he studies his enemy and learns Archer's weakness to better ruin his life. It's not simply about ruining him, but also the things that he loves, and Archer loves himself. So Barry knows that all he has to do to get the guy is to threaten his ego, challenge his masculinity, or insult him for not doing something stupid, and he'll forget for a moment that Barry is a cyborg, leaving himself vulnerable. But in this instance, Archer is able to defeat Barry purely out of a small amount of growth as a person. He wins the fight by being a changed man, meaning that the guy Barry was fighting was no longer there. We also see the antagonist of this episode, Drake, making the same sort of mistake that Archer used to be known for. He makes up his mind about something, then single-mindedly ruins everything else in the pursuit of that initial goal, even if conditions change or more information is revealed, making that thing no longer an ideal solution. For instance, Drake believes that Earth is beyond saving and that the only hope for humanity will come from terraforming Mars, ignoring the fact that if the technology to terraform Mars exists, then surely the tech to terraform Earth must also exist. Fugue and Riffs. Bob's Burgers is entered by a KGB hit squad trying to take out the restaurant's owner as they believe he is a man named Archer, which he is, as the rest of ISIS has been trying to figure out where he's been after running away. They then track him to a spa, where the agents plan a fake attack on his life in order to ease him back into the swing of things, as Krieger warns that remembering too many details of his previous life at once might cause brain damage. But this fake rescue is interrupted by a real attack by more KGB agents, so Archer and Lana take cover and attempt to fight their way out, something they only manage to do when Lana hits Archer with a frying pan, and he gets all his old memories back. These memories include the reason and circumstances behind him running away. He fled his mother's wedding to a Cadillac dealer named Ron, only to adopt the Bob identity shortly afterwards. They then try to question how Archer was tracked so easily by the KGB when they couldn't find him, revealed to be Barry spying on him from space. With the beginning of the 4th season also came a reintroduction to the series, as well as a tongue-in-cheek reference to one of actor H. John Benjamin's other roles on the network. I've briefly talked about Bob's Burgers before, so I won't reiterate my thoughts here, but this episode gets some comedic mileage out of just how different the two characters are, in spite of the similarities to their voice. Hearing Archer/Bob calling his family idiots instead of just mumbling, "Oh my god," points out how different they are, not to mention the idea of Bob taking a personal day from stress without someone else going along. The rest of this episode deals with the ISIS agents trying to snap Archer out of his funk by slowly reintroducing him to his old life. Not too quickly, otherwise Archer's mind-brain would whatever, but also not too quickly so it doesn't come across as exposition to the watching audience, especially first-time viewers, while also ensuring that things aren't too slow. At the end of the episode, the rest of Archer's memories come back in an instant. That is to say, as soon as the writers believe that the whole memory lost shtick was no longer interesting to the audience. It also subverts expectations a bit. As with last season's intro, Archer also ran away from a traumatic event of losing Katya. So here we are to assume that he's processing Katya's loss a second time, only to instead reveal that the fugue state actually began from an off-screen wedding. The Wind Cries Mary. Mallory announces that on top of doing peer reviews, a former ISIS trainee who joined with Odin after his training was completed named Lucas Troy has gone rogue during a mission, stealing a bunch of uranium and bearer bonds, then died in a plane crash. But Archer refuses to believe that he's really dead, and eventually runs off to track the guy after getting a phone call from him. Lana and Cyril chase after him, with Cyril trying to do his peer review in spite of the ongoing mission, only to arrive at a mansion in the woods of Vermont that Archer's inside of, one that Troy is trying to convert into a bed and breakfast after faking his own death to get away of the world of super spies. But first he drugs Archer's wine and chases down the other agents, with Lana running out of ammo and fleeing on foot before ultimately using Cyril as bait to knock a tree onto Troy while he's distracted. Archer catches up in time to find a dying Troy who makes a deathbed confession that his single target attraction to Archer resulted in him violating the guy after a training mission while he was unconscious. As frequently as Archer has physical relationships with the woman he encounters, what he's not great with are non-physical relationships, being emotionally stunted as a result of his upbringing, resulting in a failure to truly connect with another person. This is to say that Archer has no friends because he doesn't understand friendship as a concept. But he does seemingly have at least one, and that was Lucas Troy. Lucas Troy, however, never saw Archer as a friend, but instead used him as an outlet of sort for his own refusal to acknowledge his feelings. Their time together is best defined by hyper-masculine repression of latent homosexual desires, the two being bros to dismiss the two being anything else. Because Archer does not understand friendship, it means he has a poor capability of understanding relationships of any other kind. This means that he is easy to take advantage of by any person who shows a surface-level amount of kindness to him. He can't really detect when someone has an ulterior motive, so Lucas Troy invites him out to the middle of nowhere with the assumption that he'll throw his old life away to run a B&B with him, faking his death and running away with a bunch of cash and weapons. The reason he thinks this is because he's managed to take Archer's trust of him for granted before, trust that has clearly not been earned. Legs. After a series of difficulties involving his inability to use his legs, capped off by the fact that he's told he can't go on a mission to Rome, Ray is approached by Krieger, who offers to give him the use of his legs back through bionic surgery. He sort of agrees, and Pam is called in to assist with the operation. But Archer, who's in the middle of trying to negotiate for a rocket launcher with ISIS's new armorer, finds out about this surgery and, fearing a robot uprising, plans to break into Krieger's lab with it so he can stop the surgery. Lana and Cyril rush to stop him, warning Mallory about what's going on, though Ron tells her not to worry, and to trust her employees to clean up their own messes as they leave for a cruise. After wrecking one of the rooms with his rocket launcher, Archer decides to break in through the air ducts, so Lana has the maintenance guy turn up the heat to flush him out, and Archer passes out. In the end, the surgery is a success and Ray can walk again, just in time for Archer to fall out of the ceiling. As Ron repeatedly tries to tell Mallory throughout the episode, she needs to stop micromanaging her employees so often. She disagrees with him, as her micromanagement often seems to be the one thing keeping the office intact, as proven by the end of the episode when they destroy the furnace, parts of the ceiling, and several rooms with a rocket launcher because she wasn't there to prevent them from doing something stupid. But the agents of ISIS have destroyed plenty of property before, in spite of Mallory's intervention, so it's not as though her efforts accomplish much anyway. What they do accomplish is making people more dependent on her. When Archer can't requisition the rocket launcher he wants, he turns to Mallory. When Lana and Cyril suspect something is up, they turn to Mallory. And Ray complains to Mallory when he loses a position rather than going to the head of HR for the discrimination. Because Mallory always has to be the first one on the scene in every incident and insists on constantly being in the know, her punishment is constantly being in the know, especially in situations where she probably didn't want to know what was going on. So at Ron's behest, she spends the weekend on a cruise ship relaxing rather than spending it stressing out over the surgery Ray went through, the explosions going off in the hallway, or Brett's blood pooling on the stairwell. The punishment for micromanagement is that you always have to micromanage in the future. Midnight Ron. Archer is trying to contact somebody from ISIS to get him out of Montreal after he gets stranded there with no money or passport. But no one is interested in assisting the guy, as they can't think of a single time he's done a favor for them, and Mallory is more concerned with getting to the opera with Ron later that evening, despite him being out of town for work. But overhearing the conversation, Ron himself decides to pick up Archer with the justification that he wants to bond with his stepson a bit. But after sneaking through the border with Archer in the trunk, he's accosted by a hit squad who try to run him off the road. Archer stops with a few shots. Their car is wrecked and Archer learns from Ron why that happened. He used to steal cars and eventually ran a chop shop of his own before the rest of his gang was arrested. So he gives him a briefcase full of cash every few months for not ratting him out. Archer and Ron try to hitch a ride home, only to get kidnapped by a trucker before making a run for it by hopping on a train. After riding the train to a city with one of Ron's dealerships, they then ride to the opera together, with Archer deciding to get along with Ron in front of Mallory just to annoy her. Mallory mentions that she believes Ron to be a very boring man, implied to be part of the reason she's married to him in the first place. That and the fact that Ron Liebman, his voice actor, was married to Jessica Walter in real life. After spending so many years of her life as an agent living a life of danger and intrigue, the one thing she wants to do is now the opposite of that. And while she doesn't have the luxury of simply stepping away from ISIS after investing so much of her life into her career, she does at least have the luxury of choosing who to marry, and then choosing someone who can give her a break from all that. And Ron manages to do just that, not only in the immediate term by being the guy who will take her to the opera, but he's also able to directly address the reason Mallory can't leave, her son. Archer is dependent on Mallory to such an extent that she can't simply leave her son alone. He's one of the reasons she is stuck in her old life. So he points out how much his codependency is holding back both of them, that Archer can't leave a country without asking for an extraction, and that he possibly only got himself into a bad situation in the first place because he knew he had his mother to bail him out. And ironically, it's the fact that Ron himself was once a member of the criminal underworld but managed to leave that makes him uniquely situated to recognize his own former failings in the Archer family. Viscous coupling. Archer is trying to get a date among the people of Isis only to realize that he's the only person without one, as even Lana and Cyril are back together. But when he's trying to convince Lana to come back to him, he gets a call from Katya, asking for help getting Barry back from space. After using Cheryl to trap Mallory and Lana in a vault, as well as knocking Ray and Cyril unconscious, Archer makes a plan to assist Barry in returning by convincing Krieger to build the rocket, assured that Ray's cybernetic legs can defend against the guy, as well as the fact that Katya will leave him once he talks to the guy again. He even makes a fake tape of Barry confessing to cheating on Katya with all of the female scientists aboard the station to drive her away. But after Katya reacts poorly to this tape, he tries to go back to Krieger only to realize he was too convincing before, and that the rocket is actually functional. Barry returns to Earth, calls Katya, and reveals that not only was her crying to Archer fake, but that she is now head of the KGB. Archer finds out that Katya is emotionally vulnerable due to the fact that Barry is trapped in space while believing that he's actually just uninterested in her. This by the end is revealed to be an intentional ploy to trick Archer into providing a way for Barry to return to Earth, one that is dependent on Archer being too self-centered to understand that his worldview may not be entirely accurate. Because he himself views every woman as being obsessed with him, he thinks it's not a stretch that Katya will dump Barry for him. And because he thinks Barry is a bad guy, he thinks it's not a stretch that Barry will easily prove that. But the plan has flaws, such as the fact that Barry has never made an attempt to contact Katya but is still capable of direct communication with Isis later. Or the fact that his poor attempt at splicing sentences together to make him sound bad was immediately believed by a woman who's effectively a supercomputer. And while Archer made some attempts to outmaneuver the other two by giving Krieger fake instructions, he didn't think through his plan well enough due to assuming that the way he wanted things to go was the same way that others were already leaning. An Archer-centric worldview is, to Archer, the default. It's only a matter of making other people see it that way. Once Bitten. Archer, Ray, and Cyril are stranded in the deserts of Turkmenistan with their tires buried as Archer refuses to help them dig. He then wanders into the bushes to defecate, only to be bit by a snake. Ray then throws out his back trying to lift the jeep, leaving only Cyril able to drive them to safety, though he hits a camel in the desert and the three men are captured. After a few failed attempts at communication, he finally manages to tell the men who captured him that Archer's dying of snake venom, and then they buy an anti-venom from the men, waking Archer up just before his dream is over. Archer's dream/hallucination is of him being led through various moments of his life, including getting shot by a deranged stalker before taking a lacrosse scholarship, and receiving an alligator toy for his 6th birthday from his real father, whose identity he can't remember. Back at Isis, Lana is complaining about the mission to destroy an oil pipeline and tries to lodge a formal complaint, though Cheryl points out that she'll never actually stand for her ideals because it would put her career ambitions in jeopardy. Cheryl explains to Lana in this episode that the real reason she's never actually done anything to act on her convictions is because she wants to run Isis one day to justify all the other times she's never acted on her convictions. This idea that she's done a few horrible things in the past in the interest of fighting under the ISIS name, and that to live with the various things she's done and the innocents that she's killed in the various countries she's assisted in exploiting, are all done under some greater humanitarian goal. If she can simply keep her head down and work her way up, she'll eventually be the one in charge, and then she can fix the broken system from the inside. But staying inside a broken system for so long in the first place is the very reason why she has so much to justify. That if she had walked away in the first place, she could have done so guilt-free. This is a similar conclusion to what Cyril and Ray make while they're negotiating for Archer's life in the desert. Their mission was to delay construction, that is, to destroy an oil pipeline, to prevent the fuel from getting into the wrong hands. And sure, doing this means that oil won't get used by a nation intent on using it for ill purposes and could be construed as a short-term downside to a long-term mission of humanitarian aid, preventing a war before it starts by sabotaging the instigator's fuel supply. But in the short term, it's not about that. It's about destabilizing whoever the highest bidder wants destabilized, as any good that could have come from their efforts is so far in the future as to be a moot point. Live and let dine. An Albanian diplomat is dining at Casto's, a high-end restaurant that's also the center of a reality TV show named Bastard Chef, and that due to a threat made against the ambassador, ISIS is given the task of blending in as the restaurant's team to do security, in the hopes that Mallory will get a few contracts. Mallory is also trying to get Cheryl to get her a reservation, something she only does by using ISIS equipment to scan for the real phone number and then pretending to be a Kennedy. Back at the restaurant, Archer begins to take after Casto by belittling the rest of the staff, who are his co-workers, as he starts to wonder if perhaps he should have been a chef instead of an agent. Despite the obstacles caused by none of the ISIS agents having any experience, the meal is eventually served and the Albanian ambassador dies of apparent poisoning, with the culprit revealing himself as Casto. He took an offer from the KGB to poison the guy to make ISIS look bad. As usual, the antics of ISIS are far more determined by the personalities of the members than by the actual security needs of whoever it is they're working for. This is not the first time Mallory has called in a fake threat in order to secure some sort of luxury under the guise of protector at work, nor, strangely, is it the first time that the team has fallen for her ruse. This is partially why Archer is as effective an agent as he needs to be. He doesn't take things seriously enough to really fall for any of the schemes that people around him do. Sure, he's easily manipulated, but at best this results in him blending in well with whatever his cover story's supposed to be, and at worst, it means that he has to play into his other specialty of an old-fashioned shootout. Of course, the strategy of barely eking by so consistently still has the obvious drawbacks. For one, the fact that ISIS rarely ends up with anything especially lucrative because of this habit. It's sort of a Gilligan's Island situation, where if Archer and Lana ever actually succeed at one of the many plans that Mallory comes up with to get rich, then the show fundamentally changes. Of course, considering that this is the second time we've seen a scheme of this sort in the show, perhaps there is some motivation to actually see them complete a mission in this vein, if only to shake things up before the show becomes far too repetitive. Coyote Lovely. The episode begins with Mallory interviewing Lana and Cyril about the whereabouts of Archer, flashing back to an operation to stop a truck full of illegal immigrants at the southern border while catching Moreno, a notorious coyote. But when Archer finds her, he quickly becomes attracted to the woman, disabling his fellow agents to spend time with her instead, and even assisting in bringing the immigrants she's smuggling further into the country. But he gets into a shootout with Border Patrol and, despite taking them in as captives, still needs medical attention, which he gets from a veterinarian. But Archer's condition worsens and he eventually needs to call a medical evacuation for himself and the agents, who find out that he's a secret agent, while Archer discovers the woman he spent the day with was not Moreno but her daughter. And the entire operation was something orchestrated by Mallory as a distraction for the real coyote, something Lana and Cyril start to suspect when she orders them to do nothing about Archer's disappearance. The spy movie cliché of the attractive enemy agent who is wooed by the protagonist before going over to his side is something directly called upon in this episode, though not played out in that exact way as is typical for the show. Archer spends the episode assuming this is how things will work out, that he'll end up wooing Moreno after selflessly volunteering to fight alongside her and the immigrants that she's escorting, and then the two will live happily ever after, or whatever. Of course, this isn't even close to what happened. Not only is Archer the one to go to her side, but she's not even the right operative in the situation, as Mallory arranged for her crew to get held up by the wrong person after all. When Archer's mistakes are so consistently made that they can actually be relied on, they loop around to being an asset once again, and better yet for the spy game, an asset that can be used with probable deniability. If something is done as a clear mistake, nobody would question that it was done on purpose. Archer messes up the mission, or at least that's what any observer would deduce from seeing him in action. So when his messed up actions wind up contributing to the actual goal, then people like Mallory, a few steps removed from the action, can get away with organizing the entire thing. Because who would plan around Archer's chaos, and who could plan around Archer's chaos? The Honeymooners. Archer and Lana go undercover as newlyweds in order to do surveillance on a group of North Koreans buying nuclear material. But Cyril is nervous about Lana and Archer being left alone in the honeymoon suite, and, at Pam and Cheryl's prodding, he spies on them from across the building. Meanwhile, Lana is upset with Archer for not taking the task seriously as usual, as he's far more concerned with the fact that his bonus is smaller than normal that year, something Mallory arranged after finding out that he's been using her credit card. For complaining about this to his mother, Mallory names Lana in charge of the mission, so Archer decides to take matters into his own hands and attack the Koreans directly. They get captured as Archer is rampaging and need to break out, cornered in the bathroom until Cyril runs in to save the day with a fire extinguisher, only for Lana to instead question why Cyril was so mistrusting in the first place. In the end, Lana mentions a decision that she's made as the seller of the nuclear material, Krieger, has his radioactive pig eat the bodies. Lana in the early seasons dated Cyril explicitly due to the fact that he was the anti-Archer, so unlike the guy that her tactic of getting revenge on her ex would be all the more obvious, while avoiding the obvious pitfalls of her previous relationship in the process. These previous pitfalls include Archer's utter selfishness, the fact that he rarely thinks of anybody but himself and, as a result, is a terrible partner. But Cyril is just as selfish as Archer. He only expresses it in a different way, by letting his insecurities get the better of him and assuming that Lana is guilty of the things he himself considers doing. Cyril was never faithful to her, and yet he's extraordinarily clingy for a guy who struggles with infidelity. It isn't as though Lana herself isn't selfish, though, nor is selfishness necessarily a bad thing if it's done in moderation. Self-care is selfish, as is putting your wants before another person's, and not doing either of these things will make your life much worse as others begin to push you around in recognition of the fact that you won't stand up for yourself in retaliation. While going too far in the interest of self-care can be selfish and thus bad, it's a lot easier to consider these actions as justified so long as you're not the worst person about it in your life. So Lana can act selfishly, but she compares herself to Archer, Cyril, and even Mallory, and almost anyone else looks good compared to them. Un chien tangerine. Archer and Lana are in Morocco to extract an agent named Kazak, but Archer is increasingly getting on Lana's nerves, keeping her up through most of the night and getting them into trouble because he wants to say catchphrases. Eventually they find Kazak, who happens to be a very large and very gassy dog, and Lana is upset with having to share a small car with them. This is made worse by the fact that there's a blockade preventing them from their extraction point, and they need to go to the desert for the backup. After Kazak vomits one too many times, Lana quits and storms off into the desert. Archer eventually does come back for her, but only after she's been captured due to leaving without water, or a radio, or a weapon. He's able to, with Kazak's help, disable the men who got her, and there he learns that they weren't actually after the dog, but a microfilm in his collar. Back at ISIS, Mallory is being pestered by Pam, who recently passed the ISIS field agent battery and wants to be sent on missions herself. Lana doesn't need to put up with Archer, and yet she does. Lana doesn't need to put up with Mallory, and yet she does. And Lana doesn't need to put up with ISIS, and yet she does. With her skill set and capabilities and connections, she could have walked away from the life she's living years ago and been much better off for it. Plenty of other agencies are hiring, and it's not like job hopping is unheard of. Even job hopping to something outside of intelligence. But for whatever reason, Lana sticks around with all the people who annoy her and seem to make her days miserable. And while part of this can be considered sunk cost, she's put too much time into ISIS to up and leave. Another part is the fact that she's effectively grown used to it by now. Lana acknowledges that half of her job now is just babysitting Archer, and that he's just a nepotism hire who would have been excommunicated from any other agency. The entire situation is one huge mess, but it's a messy pile that she's climbed her way up from the bottom of. She's seen so many flaws and holes in the system through her journey up that she feels as though fixing everything is not only within her abilities, but within her knowledge as well. So it's only a matter of waiting out the clock before she gets the role within the organization that she feels as though she's earned, as if this would then justify all the wasted years and miserable missions. The Papal Chase. Mallory hears of a threat to the Pope's life and sends the pairing of Archer and Pam to protect him, also sending Lana because she actually speaks Italian, and Woodhouse as he is the spitting image of the Pope. They fly down there, cramming a bit of language learning in on the plane before getting to the Vatican and swapping the Pope out with the decoy. But Archer, believing that the Swiss guard still uses halberds, did not bring any weapons, forcing them to flee by car. They're chased down by members of the Swiss Guard, only for the Pope to point out that they have no way of knowing that they are for sure actual members of the Guard, proven when Archer blows up their vehicle with a road flare before they crash and the police reveal they're members of the mob, hired by a leading cardinal to assassinate the Pope to be the frontrunner in the next election. They then deduce that the cardinal hired ISIS to protect the Pope as he assumed they would fail, and the attempt would at least make it look like he was trying to prevent it. This episode makes a brief reference to Lucy, the Daughter of the Devil, by Archer, a short allusion to the actor's previous role. What this episode also references is the show Archer, not solely in the sense that there are frequent callbacks to earlier lines of dialogue and character beats, but in the sense that earlier plot points are recycled full-fold. Once again, ISIS is given a job with the express understanding that their team of highly trained field agents will mess it up. The Gilligan's Isleification of the show is in full swing by now, and the rest of what we see by the cast is as unnecessary as it is gratuitous. Pam is now an agent for no reason other than the fact that it gives more of an excuse to keep her involved with the rest of their main cast, now that their grievances with one another are less subtle and more overt, things no longer kept within the confines of a counselor's office. Cheryl's involvement in the plot is her repeatedly wondering if Mallory is a vampire due to taking one of her many sarcastic comments totally literally. It's hard to imagine these characters as their Season 1 selves, and this is normally the type of thing to be called out as Flanderization, if these were exaggerated traits of theirs that were present from the beginning. Instead, they've been given new personalities that serve to keep the repetitive tone of the series more interesting, because something has to do that. Sea Tunt Part 1. A bomber crashes in the Bermuda Triangle, losing its payload of a hydrogen bomb in the process. As the US doesn't have a nearby deep-sea salvage vessel, Mallory gets the idea to contact Cheryl's rich brother Cecil to borrow his equipment to recover it, and then ransom the bomb back to the US government. The crew of ISIS aboards the Tunt's private helicopter, and they head to the last known location of the bomb, with Archer trying to come up with new drinks, Pam having an allergic reaction to soy, and Cecil interviewing the crew about his sister's behavior. This results in Cheryl sneaking aboard the helicopter, listening in on these conversations before deducing that they're being recorded and trying to crash the helicopter by attacking the pilot, Tiffy, Cecil's girlfriend. As they're locked inside the cockpit fighting, Pam goes into anaphylactic shock and needs an EpiPen located in the first aid kit in there, and Cecil reveals the truth. There was never a hydrogen bomb, and he simply wanted to get his sister's co-workers together to record evidence that she was insane, so that he can get conservatorship and her half of the inheritance, as his philanthropic dealings have bankrupted him. After this reveal, there's still the question of why they had to be aboard a helicopter for this instead of talking it out in a lawyer's office, and he introduces Captain Murphy, yes, that Captain Murphy, who plans on firing nerve gas at the US if his demands for the world to stop polluting the oceans are not met. Cecil and Tiffy are played by Eugene Merman and Kristen Schaal, respectively, which, if you don't memorize voice actor names, play Jean and Louise of Bob's Burgers alongside H. John Benjamin, who, in Archer, plays Archer. And while Captain Murphy isn't played by Harry Gause, there's still a reference to his original voice actor in his death scene next episode, which, spoilers, the good guys win and the bad guys lose. Well, at least the protagonists win. C-Lab 2021 is also another Adam Reed show referenced in this episode directly, and all of this piles up into an amalgamation of references upon references that result in an episode that derives most of its appeal from the fact of so many, hey, I know that guy moments. Sea Tunt Part 2. The ISIS agents infiltrate the Sea Lab under the guise of being a camera crew sent to interview Captain Murphy about his demands. Archer calls the role of skipper aboard their submersible, with his piloting breaking Ray's nose and giving Lana seasickness that she refuses to drink to calm down. Eventually they arrive, with Murphy refusing to elaborate on his missile stash as he tries to control the interview. But before he can finish reading off his demands, Lana calls him out for bluffing about the missiles in the first place before Archer's gun misfires and collapses the Sea Lab. Murphy is killed in the escape, but not before pointing out that there are only 3 wetsuits available. He suggests that one person voluntarily drowned themselves to be resuscitated later, and they choose the worst swimmer, Lana, only for Lana to then admit she cannot drown because she's pregnant, and Cyril is not the father. So Archer gives her the last rebreather and drowns himself, only to be revived later with no permanent brain damage as the defibrillator shocks Ray's legs again, and Cecil reveals that he's once more rich due to the insurance payout on his Sea Lab. The first half of this episode was an inundation of a bunch of pop culture references that created half of the appeal. The other half of the episode comes not from the action and set pieces that normally make up the appeal of a spy thriller, but from character callbacks like Ray being paralyzed again, and Lana revealing she's pregnant while Cyril is not the father. And while this sounds normal for the show, after all, the appeal was not supposed to be action and adventure, but the comedy from the office setting, that office setting is all but gone for anything other than the initial scenes to set up certain episodes. Archer as a show continuously falls into the trappings of the spy genre it's parodying, and moving further and further away from its initial premise, all while the appeal remains the same as we laugh along with the mundane aspects of the characters' lives. Archer has somehow managed to fall into the common trap of spectacle creep while still maintaining a lot of what made it great in the first place. Normally, a show that keeps ramping up stakes and introducing new wacky personality traits for its cast could be considered in its death throes, trying to latch on to some sort of small relevance before the audience loses interest. But because Archer is still about what it's always been about, it avoids this while still maintaining so many of the symptoms of a show that's out of ideas. While it sounds like this loops around to not mattering, the reason I bring all of this up is because of the effect it will eventually have on the showrunners' decisions in the following seasons, to shake things up. White Elephant. ISIS is raided by a group of heavily armed men in gas masks using flash grenades, an assault that nobody is quite able to understand the motivation of until Archer sees FBI on the back of their uniforms. The employees then learn that ISIS has been operating illegally for decades, and they're all arrested. Despite Mallory insisting she can get them out of prison if they agree not to snitch on one another, every single person there does, going through a list of just about every questionable action they've performed over the last 4 seasons. This culminates in Archer and Lana still refusing to speak, pulling the fake argument gambit to disable the interrogators before Archer proposes to Lana, which she rejects. They then go room by room, bailing out the rest of ISIS before breaking down Mallory's door to find her in the middle of negotiating. She sold ISIS and agreed to cease all operations in exchange for full immunity. Back at headquarters, everybody is packing up their things while wondering what career field they could possibly get into when Archer points out they still have a literal metric ton of cocaine, fielding the idea to sell it themselves to make their money back. It might be obvious from the last few reviews of the previous seasons, but by this point Archer had become somewhat stale of a show. The team behind it even mentioned in post-Season 5 interviews that they found things to be getting stale, and simply retreading old ground and repeating the same jokes with slight variations will only get you so far. In comes the idea of Archer Vice, the 5th season, where the cast of the extremely unfortunately named ISIS is thrust out of the spotlight of protagonism and becomes underground drug dealers. Well, sort of. And only for a bit. And then only sometimes. There was a lot of initial backlash to this idea when the show first made this change, as people wondered why they went so far off formula for a change that didn't seem to be in especially high demand. But there is a good reason for this. Because it's better to change things up before people demand that you do, than to wait until you've lost the interest of your audience and you want to win it back. It doesn't require some esoteric knowledge of media to know that shows that stick to formulas, even very popular ones, tend to lose audience interest and get lower and lower reviews, generally in the opposite order, until they're a shell of their former selves. So rather than jumping the shark in a desperate ploy to stay relevant, Archer instead eschews the usual formula and recreates itself into a show about jumping sharks. A Kiss While Dying. Mallory has arranged a sale of their first batch of coke, and Archer and Lana take a full body cast wearing Pam to Miami, where they're set to meet with Ramon. Ramon is happy to see Archer again and makes plans with what he'll do with his finder's fee, before convincing the others not to bring guns to the meeting. This meeting is with Charles and Rudy of the episode Honey Pot, who used the disarmed status of the former agents to simply steal the drugs from them. So Archer makes a plan to steal the drugs back, or at least to take the money, and he gets Ramon to go with him as Pam has become addicted to the drugs she absorbed through her body, while Lana is still pregnant. This heist turns into a shootout when it's revealed that Ramon was working with Charles and Rudy from the start, though after a bunch of blood is spilled, he asks Archer to kiss him before he dies, and then take the money. After arriving back at Cheryl's mansion to the sounds of her singing, something she can only do when she thinks no one is listening, Cyril reveals that all the money they got was fake, while Lana starts to doubt whether their deaths weren't faked to convince Archer not to chase after them. As the old show is now behind us, the new show is able to pick and choose what it takes from the old one without making it come across as pointless fan service. Normally, bringing back one-shot characters from a popular episode to do another one-off appearance is something that shows the showrunners are out of ideas, and so they're pulling from their good ideas years ago without enough new content to add to the script to justify this. But by rebuilding Archer from the ground up, the writers are able to put these characters in a new light without changing the things about them that worked. So 3 characters from Season 1 return and act just as they did before, with the show being no worse for it. Though there's another potential approach that this episode could also be said to have taken. By reusing older characters from earlier points in the series, they can ensure that the new plot isn't too jarring of a change. All the familiar parts of the earlier seasons are still around, so it's not like they turned over the cast in addition to blowing up the old building. Audiences have a familiar dynamic to lean into that also gives the writers a chance to build upon earlier punchlines, which they've been doing since the first episode. And the audience at once feels like they're not being thrown into unfamiliar territory, while also not being bored by the show's lack of creativity. A Debt of Honor. Mallory laments at the previous episode's failure to make a profit, while Cyril assures her that the counterfeits they got are actually high quality enough they might still be able to make something out of it. Specifically, buying new guns as they lost access to their old armory. But before they can make plans to meet with an arms dealer, Pam uses the fake bills to buy a bunch of amphetamines from the Yakuza, and they quickly find out about the scam and plan on having her pay a blood debt. With no weapons, the house surrounded, and Ron shot by sniper fire, Archer makes a ploy to use the secret tunnels beneath the house to sneak into Mr. Moto's limousine and negotiate as the rest of the crew, Sans, Lana, and Mallory, get Ron to a hospital. Archer uses an old-timey shotgun to deafen the head of the Yakuza and convinces him to trade what's left of the drugs and a bunch of add-ons in exchange for Pam's life. Meanwhile, Ron makes it to the hospital, where miraculously he turns out fine. It's interesting to realize that so many of the major cast of characters have actually stuck with their old coworkers through the entire cartel deal, especially because their old office, ostensibly the reason they hung out together in the first place, does not exist. Why then would a bunch of drug dealers need an HR representative? The answer is that they don't have a head of HR, they have a coked-up pit fighter. Why do they need a secretary? They don't. They have an heiress allowing the use of her facilities in exchange for country music fame. And why do they need an accountant? Well, everyone who deals with money needs one of those, but in this case it's to launder the money, but though in the earlier examples it's a lot more of a stretch. At least for the logical world and not the new form the show's taken on. But Ron, the newest member of the regular cast, is the one who expresses the most realistic doubts about sticking with the rest of the crew, and also has the greatest claim to being the one who is the worst fit overall. While so many Anisis chose to pursue the life of a cartel, he did not. He chose Mallory, and she chose that life for him. There's always an assumption that the cast in a particular TV show are just actors, and will therefore follow each other anywhere, as a Watsonian aspect of their relationship. And Archer is, more or less, no exception, no matter how self-aware of a show it is. Except for Brett. They didn't need Brett anymore, so he died for real. House Call. Everybody is starting to act concerned over Pam's addiction, largely because it's cutting into their profits, so Krieger reveals his modified microchip that should allow her to overcome the addiction. But Mallory posits that it could also help Carol overcome her stage fright, and that it might better be suited to her brain. This discussion is put on hold when Agent Holly is invited inside by Woodhouse, and everybody worries he might find their drug stash. Worse is that an enraged Pam has kidnapped Cheryl and run off, with the rest of the former agents having to at once track her down while also keeping Holly away. Lana is guarding the pantry where everything is hidden, and Archer joins her, discussing the complications of pregnancy while also saying that if she goes to prison, she won't be able to keep her child, and he does not want it to come to that. Meanwhile, Mallory and Ron have an argument, resulting in Ron walking out. Back in the cellar, Cyril and Krieger find a secret tunnel that flips the stash away, just in time to catch Pam and Carol, knocking them both out in time to hide the evidence, and to prove to Holly that there's nothing hidden in there. In the end, Cyril and Krieger discuss who to use the mind-control chip on, and they agree to give it to Cheryl, now Charlene. As Lana weighs her options regarding the pregnancy, her highest priority is lying with the well-being of her child. Above all else, Lana is okay with betraying the rest of ISIS if it means that she and her kid get immunity from the crimes that have been committed. But then she rationalizes herself out of this idea after realizing that a life on the run from a bunch of trained field agents who want revenge is not a decent life for her kid. Worse, she might lose her ability to support the child financially if all the later dealings don't go well. Before, her greatest personal concern was with trying to work her way up through the ranks of ISIS in order to justify the time she spent there. But that time has corrupted her too much to the point where simply walking away is no longer an option. The best hope for her future is to lean into the life she's stuck with. So Lana is stuck with ISIS as much as the opposite is true. Being there only slightly willingly is why she's able to take a more objective view of what's going on. She's looking for not just realistic ways out, but a moral way out too. Another thing that was stopping Lana from quitting outright was the fact that she really didn't want to betray her friends, and that's what the rest of the cartel has become. So she needs them to stop being so friendly first, then she can quit. But as long as Archer is acting concerned for her kid's future, then she won't have the moral or financial means to walk away. Southbound and Down. Mallory arranges for Charlene to play at Travis County Limits, it's comparable, and Archer is excited to recreate Smokey and the Bandit, having them drive down there in a tour bus with a blocker car. But the long drive is harsh, and after a while Archer wakes up with a dart in his neck and Pam driving, with her using a trucker handle after having made new friends. But these friends of hers are a gang of bikers, after the drugs stashed inside of the tour bus that Pam told them about, and they try to shoot out the tires and run him off the road. Archer's able to fix the flat later, only for the police to show up with the gangsters riding along, and they chase after them further. Eventually, Archer and Pam remember that the drugs were moved to their blocker car, so Archer separates from the rest to lure them away, getting into a chase without his gun as Pam bet it gambling, before finally dumping the drugs on the highway to get their tail off. In the end, Charlene plays her gig, and Archer covers for Pam's many mistakes. So far, the impetus for almost every major problem facing the former agents has come from a single source: Pam. She regularly violates confidentiality and tells other hostile groups about their operations, the reason the Yakuza and biker gangs both went after the stash. She's usually too paralyzed with withdrawal and or hyped up on drugs to act as a competent field agent, not even to offset the initial issues she caused. And of course, she's eating into their supply of drugs without a single sale to their names. But these are all internal issues, things happening within the show. From our perspective, Pam is not a problem character who ruins everything, but a character who's keeping the show interesting by adding new problems while preventing the old ones from getting fixed. Much as the show has been Gilligan's Islanding itself into a loop of failure, Pam is the tool that is keeping them there. As for the character of Pam, we get some insight into why it is she is continuously ruining the plans of everyone else. Not so much an active desire to make things worse, but a desperation to have some sort of affection, whether that's obtained by her cocaine-induced weight loss or blabbing about her status as an agent. Her combination of overt sexual proclivity and constantly compromising any amount of subterfuge they may have been able to accomplish as she tells everybody all about their business is most similar to Archer himself, constantly telling everyone he's a secret agent and focusing more on sleeping with women than doing his job. This is, of course, why the two get along so well. Pam is the female Archer. Baby shower. Krieger sets up an online distribution platform to sell the drugs, giving the rest of the gang enough downtime to finally throw Lana a proper baby shower. While Woodhouse is put in charge of decorations, Archer takes Pam to find Kenny Loggins, who's performing nearby, and get him to play the shower. He acts as though it's field work, getting into the singer's location with Pam's help, then entering the guy's penthouse disguised as room service. But this only results in a shootout that moves to the roofside pool, which, after being shot, threatens to drop K-Log, what he wants to be called, off of the tower. But Archer saves his life, and in exchange for the misunderstanding, K-Log agrees to play at Lana's baby shower. During this shower, she's given several gifts Mallory thought she could afford, only to find out that Krieger's distribution was just a farce to make it look like he was doing work. On top of that, Archer also finds out that Lana had no idea that Danger Zone was a song. In House Call, Lana struggles with whether or not she should stay with ISIS due to the fact that she can't guarantee her child's safety if she betrays her coworkers, nor can she be assured that they'll keep her and her family out of trouble. But here she's moody for the first part of the episode before being pleasantly surprised by the fact that she's not only had a baby shower thrown, but that she's also getting genuine gifts from all the people she was considering throwing under the bus. This action is enough to convince her that they're not just co-workers, but friends, and so she recommits to sticking with their terrible drug-dealing plan for far longer than it would have made sense to do so had they just been acquaintances. Archer's gift most of all manages to reflect on not only his character, but intentions. Woodhouse goes behind his back and gives Lana Archer's old baby crib, which she thinks is an incredibly heartfelt and thoughtful gift. But Archer's intended gift was actually a performance by Kenny Loggins, something that he personally values. And while having K-Log perform there took a lot of effort, and that effort was something Archer put forth for her sake, it ended up not being something that she really wanted or cared about. But what she saw was the crib, meaning that in a roundabout way, Archer's intentions managed to reach Lana without him having to act out of character by being truly thoughtful. Smuggler's Blues. Lana and Mallory are discussing the amount of pressure that she's been putting onto her son as they are sharing their ideas for the future of Lana's child. Archer's whereabouts are then revealed as en route to Colombia, with several kilos of coke that they intend to ship to a drug lord named La Madrina as a sample. Archer doesn't really have a plan as usual other than asking around to see if he can contact someone who knows her, eventually making some connections at a bar, who immediately report him to paramilitary groups. Archer, Cyril, and Ray flee, only to get caught not just by the paramilitary group, but by La Madrina herself, who proceeds to take the captured former agents and their drugs to her mansion. After a night spent with the woman, Archer is then arrested, as she reveals herself to be an undercover member of the Colombian National Police. They're taken to prison for smuggling, though Ray and Cyril point out that, because they know her real identity, they probably won't make it there. Archer's strategic planning around the tropes of the medium borders on the absurd, to the point where it's almost reasonable to assume that he can ride the fourth wall as though he were Bugs Bunny, laughing at the mooks who don't realize they're nameless characters who are doomed to fail, as them winning is not the funniest way to end the episode, and thus implausible. Archer, as much as the audience watching, knows that any plan that is revealed or implied beforehand is doomed to fail. This is true whether it's something the protagonists outline or a villainous scheme explained as exposition. But in real life, villainous schemes aren't revealed as some grand elaborate set piece. Drug lords are simply looking for some long-term profitability instead of some glamorous takeover of the planet. And of course, the good guys aren't planning on a huge bust that single-handedly takes out an empire when they can just get someone behind enemy lines as an infiltrator. But for as much of a half-assed non-planner as Archer has made himself, and by extension the entire organization of ISIS out to be, there are a few things that should be planned out thoroughly, namely raising an unborn child. Lana doesn't want to wing it when it comes to her baby, so her advice received from Mallory is effectively useless as it will only create a mini Archer. This is compounded by the fact that raising a child is realistic and infiltrating the Colombian cartel is not, so the rules of fiction don't apply. You can't Bugs Bunny your way through raising a child. The rules of extraction. As Archer, Ray, and Cyril are being led to a spot to be executed, the drivers run into a cow, swerving off the road before crashing into a series of ditches and landing near the river. Ray's paralyzed once again, so rather than walking to safety, they build a raft and transport all 5 of them, including the unconscious police, downriver. But while rafting along, a group of alligators assaults the raft to eat the injured officers, with Archer shooting at one of the emergency fuel canisters to ward off the gators with the gasoline. When a shooken-up Ray lights a cigarette, the entire raft erupts into flames, and they're forced to swim to shore, where they then have to wander on foot. While complaining about Archer's lack of a plan, they come across an airfield in the middle of the jungle, and fight through a few men before realizing the pilot was killed in the shootout. But Ray, after admonishing Archer for his lack of foresight yet again, hops off Archer's back and reveals that he could walk the whole time. They board the plane that happens to be loaded with several kilos of drugs and take off into the night, once more without a plan on where to legally land. Back at Shirlene's house, the woman decides to give a shooken-up Mallory a spa day to relax after fearing for her son's life. One consistent theme that has stayed a staple of the show since the beginning is the fact that Archer himself is effectively protected by plot armor, while the rest of the cast of characters are not. This is to say that Archer is aware of the fact that the name of the show is his own name, so he can't die or be crippled in a serious way, lest the show lose its namesake and stop being what it is. This was true before Archer Vice, and is still true as of this episode, but this doesn't mean that he is still immune to the effect that his actions have on continuity. Archer can still make costly mistakes, he's just not the one who pays for them. Ray is starting to take after Archer to an extent. This is directly expressed in the way that he learns to relax when it comes to thorough planning the way that other agents do. Just figuring out one step of the plan at a time and then figuring out where to go from there. But indirectly, it's expressed in the way in which Ray uses Archer's weaknesses to buy them some wiggle room. He spends the whole episode pretending to be paralyzed, because that's a believable aspect of his character, and because he knows that it will force Archer to fight more conservatively. By the end, the only thing he hasn't planned for is the fact that they have no pilot, whereas had Ray been able to walk, there would have been some other, less immediately solvable issue to face. On the carpet. The episode begins with Archer, Cyril, and Ray back at headquarters as Mallory interrogates them about their return trip home. It then flashes back to the trio over the Gulf of Mexico with a bunch of cocaine and weapons, specifically too much of those as they're too heavy to make it to the planned landing site in the Florida Everglades. After Cyril throws all the guns overboard, they land on a runway surrounded by ex-military led by a man named Slater. And despite shooting Archer with a beanbag round, he takes the drugs, loads up their plane with weapons, and sends them to San Marcos, a country in Central America in the midst of a communist-backed civil war that Slater was trying to send the weapons to support Calderon, the current president. But Ray instead flew them to Mallory, who's excited about receiving these arms as it might be a chance for the former agents to finally make some money. This comes on the back of news that the remaining drugs were either eaten by Pam, sunk in a submarine by Krieger, or lost by Archer, and that Mallory is getting back together with Ron on the condition that it's an open marriage. The characters of Archer have a way of failing upwards throughout their careers. No matter what absurd mistakes they make or how many times they make them, everybody ends up effectively back where they were at the start. In spite of running in these serialized circles, they still manage to score a series of increasingly elaborate missions as they fumble their way from one plot beat to the next. It's this sort of dynamic that allows the cast to appear relatable while also being interesting. Make them succeed too often, and the audience will find it difficult to relate to the successes. Make their failures have actual consequences, and the audience will find it painful to relate to their failures. I suppose then that it's better to say that they're not failing upwards, but instead failing horizontally. And one of the places they fail towards is Slater's operation in San Marcos. By chance, Archer is able to stumble into a CIA operation that allows them to get back into the swing of things just as they used to. But it's not as though they simply went back to the way things were in a simple way, as the formula of the show still retains that Archer Vice stylization, where serialization is the method of the day. Sure, the earlier episodes still used introductory scenes to establish where they were financially. They bring up the amount of remaining coke once per episode to let the audience know what's going on. But this is not to say that each plot was totally standalone with this little through line, as was the standard in the first 4 seasons. Palace Intrigue, Part 1. The former agents are on their way to San Marcos with a shipment of weapons, intent on selling them for drugs and returning to Slater, to then repeat the cycle for incremental profit. But after landing, they are immediately taken hostage, only let free from a combination of a fascination with Krieger and Shirlene, who Calderon reveals himself as a massive fan of, to the point of having bought 1 million copies of her debut album. The rest of the crew have a less fortunate stay, though. Archer sleeps with who he thinks is a maid, though she turns out to be Calderon's wife. Krieger finds a lab full of clones of himself while looking for towels, and is eventually grabbed while chasing them down. Mallory tries to negotiate with Calderon, who wants tanks but can't pay in cash despite the priceless art and wine collection he owns. And this is topped off by the ground shaking as a mortar strike signals that the communist rebels are closing in on their position. Archer mentions at the start of the episode that he is interested in being the godfather of Lana's baby, and as a result has done a self-proclaimed cleanup of his act. But his actual cleanliness still involves sleeping around with women he presumes to be maids, and of course, getting the rest of ISIS in trouble as he risks ticking off an unhinged autocrat who is protecting them. This is the very reason she was considering separating from the guy and the rest of her old life, as this recklessness is not good for a child. And even though Archer recognizes that he needs to improve himself, his best attempts are still woefully underwhelming. This is no different than what the rest of the show has been about up to this point. Archer's always been this way, it's only the consequences of his actions that have changed. Because before, Archer has only cared about people who appear for 1 or 2 episodes before vanishing, like potential father figures or lovers. But now it is Lana who he is concerned with, someone who cannot so easily be written out of the narrative. So messing things up with her for once has genuine, lasting effects on the guy he has never had to deal with before. Palace Intrigue, Part 2. The rebels are closing in on the palace, though the crew are mostly arguing among themselves as Archer keeps firing his gun to stop people from finding out he slept with the dictator's wife. But as the rebels get closer, they realize they have to leave in spite of not getting their money yet, and Cyril is sent to find a vehicle. Krieger overhears them planning to leave without him and decides to join up with his clone brothers after all. Lana and Archer work together to steal Calderon's priceless blank canvas. Shirlene is mad that all her album sales were from one superfan, though she has mixed feelings when he dumps his wife and marries the 2 of them, making her first lady just in time for the rebels to be at the door. But when Calderon finds out that Archer slept with his old wife, he tries to shoot the guy, only for Pam to take the bullet for him, her Kevlar vest being useless because it had already blocked 1 bullet. In the end, the door is shot down by a tank, and Calderon's forces surrender to the driver, revealed to be Cyril, as he chose that to drive to the airport with. For every failure the cast of Archer suffers, they also suffer a success in equal parts. This is the other end of the other side of the show, where every time they're about to reach a state of success, they wind up falling just short of it. They may not be able to succeed to a large degree without ruining the premise of the show, but they also can't fail to a dramatic degree without running out of lives to lose. Sometimes, when things just can't get any worse, they actually can't. And then from there, things only get better as Shirlene manages to fumble into millions of record sales due to smuggling aboard a plane and winding up in front of a superfan, and then the soldiers ordered to unload those records end up not being able to protect the palace they're inside of, which is a failure state that leads to an escape attempt that leads to soldiers surrendering not to the rebels but to Cyril. Or that Archer's failures to live up to the type of person who Lana would want as her child's godfather only push him to try even harder to clean up his act. Krieger ends up traumatized by the fact that he's found a bunch of clones of himself, but this means he can come around to a family who actually seems to value him as a person, because they are a person. However good of a trait that might actually be. Filibuster. Cyril, now Señor Presidente, is in charge of San Marcos and is leading the army in a competent defense of the mansion perimeter. As dictator/president, he orders the former First Lady to be freed for a wedding and has Shirlene thrown in jail in her place, though she smuggles in a key and liberates Archer and Calderon. They then plan on joining the rebels, stopping along the way for a tiger, though the tiger just eats Calderon, and they give up on that plan. Back at the mansion, Krieger and his clones argue over whether they should fire a nerve gas missile at an unknown target. All of them but one are knocked out, with the remaining Krieger having a concussion and warning Cyril and the others about the missile launch. They rush over to stop the missile but are unable to do anything, so Lana begrudgingly admits that they need Archer, only to learn that he and Shirlene have been captured by the rebels, who, to the surprise of no one, are led by the CIA, including agents Holly and Slater. Before they can discuss the ramifications of this fact, Lana's water breaks. As the 2, or 4, or 7, or 13-part finale of Archer's 5th season wraps up, it's interesting to take a second look at what the showrunners declared in the beginning of the season versus what actually happened. I'm unsure whether this was a matter of boldly declaring plot beats ahead of time and then realizing they didn't make sense in that order and tossing them out, or if it wasn't a simple misdirection for the sake of comedy, to establish future events and then to make something completely different happen. And it's difficult to decide which is more likely, especially considering that this episode draws slight comparisons to the fake Season 5 we got in slightly non-sequitorial means, such as Archer and Shirlene trying to rescue a tiger purely because Archer had one in the preview scene, or Calderon demanding that Shirlene be brought to him, only for their first meeting to be totally unexpected later and through means outside his control. Whether this was an event that happened off-screen, or if these were retconned to be things purely in Archer's imagination, or if that was the plan from the beginning after all, it doesn't really matter in the long term, so long as the climax of the story is satisfying. It might actually work better if so much of this season was as spontaneous as it seemed to be, making the development of the show not too unlike the relaxed mentality that Archer himself takes with him on missions. Arrivals, departures. Slater and Holly are held at gunpoint by Lana and Archer after they once again use the feuding couple ploy to disarm the guards. There, they learn the truth behind the scheme. The CIA was behind putting the drugs in ISIS headquarters at Mallory's behest to sell, raising money for weapons to destabilize San Marcos prior to an invasion. They are led out of the room and to a jet, while Archer walks Lana through childbirth, but this is stopped when the rest arrive. Cyril and the others fled the mansion with as many valuables as they could carry, with Mallory walking them through how to flee a coup until they almost literally run into Krieger and Ray, who gave up on stopping the missile launch and simply removed the nerve gas from inside. Finally, Pam and Mallory help Lana give birth to her daughter, Abby Jean, and then they commandeer a jet to flee the country. On board, Mallory negotiates to have Holly get a promotion within the CIA in exchange for contracting out to the former ISIS agents, while Lana reveals that she broke into the vault where some of Archer's sperm was frozen, and that Abby Jean is his biological daughter. It's revealed that the sole reason for the CIA destabilizing and then invading San Marcos was not because they had a genuine interest in anything in the country. They already had the drugs, they already had a puppet in control, they simply needed to use up the rest of the budget for that year, or they wouldn't get an increase in the following one. It shows that even outside the world of ISIS, the same petty arbitrary squabbles that have caused so many issues still exist and will continue to exist into the next season, as ISIS is formally disbanded to work for the CIA instead. That's the plot of the next season. That is, things are going back to the way they were before, and the tone is going to be the same even if the employer isn't. But the real reveal in this episode is not so much about the next season's setup as it is about Archer's involvement in Abby Jean's life. He's the father, but he's not the father, but he's still the father, all because he made an attempt to earn it. Archer stood by Lana's side while she was giving birth, researched all the things he needed to know if and when he was by her side, and always seemed to understand that Lana's priorities were with her kid. And all of this was back when he had no idea or way of knowing that the child was his own due to an established streak of abstinence, from Lana at least. So while he may be the child's biological father, that actually matters a lot less than the fact that he was willing to be there. The Holdout. Archer wakes up on an island in the Pacific on another one of his post-season benders when he's contacted by Mallory on behalf of the CIA. He's given the mission to recover the CPU on and then destroy a plane that crashed in the jungles of a country in the midst of a war. He gets sent to the drop zone despite not bothering with the dossier, and shortly afterwards runs into Sato, a man who has been living on the island since the middle of World War II. He refuses to leave the island or believe Archer when he says that the war has been over for decades, so Archer is forced to take him captive to avoid being snuck up on while finishing his mission. Sato tricks Archer into injuring his foot, alerting the insurgents on the island to their location, and forcing them not only to work together to escape the incoming attack, but to finish the mission as well. They finally reach the extraction point where Archer is able to track down Sato's family, and then have them reunite before returning home to see that the new headquarters has been rebuilt exactly like the old one, purely to make Mallory upset. At the end of last season, Archer proved that he was willing to be there for Abby Jean through his actions, but once it comes time to actually put forth a bit of effort into being responsible, he runs away and avoids actually doing anything. So Archer goes from a man of action to a man who claims to be a man of action, backpedaling from a task as soon as it becomes a little bit difficult. As he explains his position to Sato, he immediately disproves his words because, if he actually cared, he wouldn't be on the island in the first place. Sato has no personal involvement in the mission until he hears that Archer doesn't really mind that he failed to destroy the plane, and even then, still has no reason to go back other than to avoid being a hypocrite. Because Archer's entire reason for being in the jungle in the first place was because he was trying to avoid his responsibilities with his family, and this was a privilege that Sato himself did not have. If he could leave the jungle honorably, he would go back to his family in an instant, but even then he has no way of knowing whether or not his wife would have him after so many years of presumed MIA status. So Sato, of course, needs to show Archer that saying you'll do something means you'll actually do it. Otherwise, his motivation for being in the jungle for so many years is no different than Archer's, as both men could be considered to be running away if they both lacked conviction. Three to Tango. The CIA assigns Archer and Lana their first real mission, to extract an agent from Buenos Aires after his cover is blown. And that agent is Conway Stern. Archer and Lana head down there as Archer worries about what might happen to AJ in the event that both agents are killed, a conversation Lana does not want to have yet. Upon meeting Conway, Archer and the other guy immediately start fighting, though Lana gets them to make peace long enough to explain the rest of the mission. There's a disc with the names of every South and Central American CIA operative that the Argentinian government is using as leverage against Conway, and he needs to retrieve it before he leaves. Archer throws out Conway's plan to make his own, which ultimately involves fighting his way into the building after messing up his cover story. They manage to retrieve the disc, only for Conway to hold him at gunpoint and reveal that he has betrayed them yet again. Though Lana cuts off his hand a second time and gets the disc back anyway. Slater then reveals that this was a high possibility and that he didn't want to send two untested rookies on a real mission, as Lana tells Archer that if she, and she alone, were incapacitated, the baby would go to her parents and then her sister. Much in the same way A Kiss While Dying took familiar characters in familiar situations placed into the context of a new season and tone in order to better assist the audience in adjusting to that new season, this episode brings back an old character who once betrayed Archer, and then has him betray Archer again before fleeing. At the end of the episode, Slater mentioned that he expected all of this to happen, a mentality no different than that of the audience as they, too, begin to suspect the same pattern of behavior from the cast. Archer even lampshades this by trying to Archerize the mission, something Lana is opposed to, less out of a desire to see him not screw things up, but because she's opposed to the idea of turning his name into a verb. Because once archering something becomes common vernacular, it becomes common behavior as well. Lana, like the audience, knows what to expect from everything that is going on. She calmly makes a pot of tea while Archer and Conway are fighting, and barely reacts to the betrayal, only really getting angry when Conway insinuates that she has put on weight from the baby. She knows the typical way of things around her coworkers is disastrous, but her life has changed since the early seasons due to her baby. So knowing that no one else is going to change, Lana instead opts to leave her baby's well-being in the state of an emergency, with characters we're yet to meet, as they are the least likely to screw things up in a familiar way. The Archer Sanction. Archer, Lana, and Ray are sent to assassinate an assassin on a hiking trip, though because Archer skimmed the dossier instead of reading it, all he knows about the target is that they were an Axis power in World War II, which all three of the other hikers are. Lana and Ray are infatuated by Crash, their Irish guide, which makes Archer jealous as he has to watch the other guy take control over the hike. They end up losing one hiker to a fall and then spend the night hunkered down to protect against a blizzard. But the next morning, Archer finally remembers more details about the target, specifically that it was Crash himself. Crash takes Lana hostage, though Archer simply shoots the guy despite the warnings about what that sort of sound wave might do high up on a mountain. This causes an avalanche that the three agents barely survive, and as they're back on the ground, they agree to simply say that Crash is dead despite not finding the body. Back at HQ, Pam, Cheryl, Krieger, and Cyril break into Mallory's house and they can't find her or AJ. They all get violently ill while searching, only to then discover that Mallory has had her house fumigated and that she was simply elsewhere all along. Archer's entire conviction through this episode that Ireland was an Axis power comes from him misremembering a line from Season 3's Lo Scandalo about their neutrality. This ties into Archer's repeated proclivity to remember trivial details about certain things while missing out on the big picture, useful traits that most people would need, such as Archer knowing who discovered blood types, but not what his own blood type is. In this way, the showrunners are able to produce a character who is at once competent and intelligent without making this competence get in the way of being entertaining. Because in a real spy agency, Archer would have read the dossier, known who the target was from the start, and the episode would have been over with before anything funny or interesting happened. And of course, in a real spy agency, Lana and Ray would have read the dossier as well, rather than leaving it up to the guy with the reputation for never preparing for missions to memorize key details. Again, they need the characters to be good enough at their jobs to continue getting work, but not so good at their jobs that they figure things out in a realistic and boring way. A real agent's show would be 90% doing paperwork in an office setting, and they already had a few seasons about office drama. Edie's wedding. Archer finds Pam sobbing in the break room, who says the reason she is so upset is that her sister Edie is getting married and she's been invited as a bridesmaid. Archer agrees to go to the wedding with her as a date, and quickly learns just how much bad blood there is between the two sisters, with Edie having seduced her crush in the past, as well as dumping calf's blood on her at prom. After an argument that sees Pam storming out of their motel room, Pam then gets kidnapped by Barry, who uses her as bait to lure Archer into a grain elevator for a showdown. Archer has to kidnap Edie away from her rehearsal dinner to get her to cooperate with rescuing her sister, and the two wind up in that showdown, with Edie fighting Barry when he insults her before Pam is able to cut herself down without her sister's help. She fires a shotgun full of explosive rounds at the guy, which actually managed to do a bit of damage, though just to be safe they cover him in grain and light the whole building on fire. In the end, Edie finds out her fiancé cheated on her prior to the rehearsal dinner, and they break up, much to Pam's delight. Meanwhile, Lana is searching for a babysitter for AJ, only to settle on Cyril after every other option is exhausted. Pam's constant behavioral issues through the show have always been attributed to a lack of positive attention, resulting in her seeking out any sort of attention that she can get to cope. And here, we see that this issue is not just a part of her role around the office, but home life as well. She has a sister who treats her with cruelty, so she acts out as even the negative attention she's getting is better than what she would have received had she stayed home. And while so many other shows would usually have some sort of moral message about how she needs to forgive her sister and put the past behind her, the fact that Edie immediately goes back on the offensive when the two women reunite shows that the time for that has long since passed. You can't forgive and forget when the other party refuses to do the same thing. Speaking of other parties with bad blood remaining between them, Archer has to once again deal with Barry, who has not given up on trying to ruin the guy's life just because he was absent from the last season. Much in the same way that Archer has no interest in trying to find some peaceful middle ground with a cyborg trying to kill him slowly and painfully, Pam won't make peace with her sister, who only wants her hurt. And we're not expected to feel anything but schadenfreude when these characters get what's coming to them, because they wanted to do the exact same thing. Vision Quest. The entire staff except Mallory gets stuck in an elevator. This is what is called a bottle episode, the original purpose of which is to keep production costs low by using a single set for shooting and having the actors carry everything, like a low-production stage play that happens to be filmed. But with animation, this becomes slightly less of a cost-saving measure due to the relatively lower cost of making new backgrounds as compared to sets, And so while these episodes are cheaper to make, it's not by enough to justify a bottle episode in any way other than the fact that they're playing on an established trope from the cultural consciousness. But what's also done with an animated bottle episode is not purely making a reference or keeping costs down, but the other major appeal of this sort of story in that reducing the scope of the episode makes the characters stand out more. This episode keeps the entire cast in a single location, with no discernible features for them to react to, making the entire point of the episode to have them play off of one another through personality alone. Every member of the cast makes the current situation worse by their actions at some point, be that Archer firing his gun in close quarters, Lana interrupting people to lecture without actually offering a solution, Cyril making people uncomfortable while doubting all of their escape attempts, Krieger jamming their cell signals, Archer rerouting Mallory's phone to a prank answering machine to stop them from getting help, Ray arguing with the 911 operator instead of explaining the predicament, Pam urinating on the floor after eating all the food, and Cheryl screaming when she remembers she's claustrophobic. Plots like this are able to show that, in spite of the show's trend towards having higher and higher stakes in larger and larger scale shootouts as the seasons progress, the appeal of the show does, and always has, lied in its character interactions. Sitting. Lana is going out for a trip and leaves AJ with Archer alongside a list of the things that she'll need. But just after Lana leaves, Slater and a Pakistani agent named Farouk burst in with tales of an agency transfer gone wrong, and he needs Archer to watch after the guy while he figures out who in the CIA leaked their information. As soon as Archer, Farouk, and AJ are left alone, the other agent pulls a gun and demands that Archer take him to the mainframe back at the office. They enter only to see the rest of the employees hanging around for poker night, and they pick up on the fact that something is going wrong. They see Archer held at gunpoint, and he uses the distraction to turn the tables, with Pam taking AJ to safety as Archer tries to fight Farouk. But this only results in the men being pinned down by his gunfire, so Archer makes a plan to use the nerve gas Krieger placed in the air ducts to gas the guy and the backup he's calling in, but only after he runs around drawing fire from the man and getting shot a few times in the process. Just as Archer reaches the elevator, it opens to reveal Lana, Mallory, Pam, and AJ, judging Archer's performance as a babysitter, as the whole thing was a setup to see if Archer could handle the task. Archer complains during this episode that Lana does not trust him, as she set up an elaborate scheme to test his abilities in watching a child, rather than putting a little bit of faith in him to accomplish it like any other mission. That said, the first thing Archer does after promising not to get drunk while watching the baby is to try to get drunk while watching the baby. He even tries to admonish Lana for believing his lies when he said he'd sober up, something that doesn't really support his claim that there was a trust violation, as he did it first. The shocking part of this episode is that Lana gave Archer a chance in the first place, and even then, this was only because she was secretly nearby the whole time, watching to make sure nothing major went wrong. Or at least it would be shocking if Archer had not correctly guessed the outcome of the episode at the beginning. He assumed that Lana did not trust him because, in a small way, he knows that he hasn't earned that trust. In Archer's own words, his entire life he's been half-assing everything. But when it comes time to dole out justice to a man who threatened his child, he's willing to actually put forth a lot more effort, in his own words, quadruple-assing it. So Lana's test for Archer was less about whether he's capable of raising a child, and more about if he's willing to put forth a regular amount of effort into raising a child, if it's something that he'll take seriously. Nellis. Archer is stranded in Las Vegas with no money, and as he is both on the no-fly list and no-train list, he asks Cheryl to use one of her private jets to get him home. But the rest of the office uses this as an opportunity to take a vacation to Branson, Missouri. As they're flying over Nellis Air Force Base, the rest of the crew peer pressures Ray into flying closer to see the alleged aliens, and they get shot down by the U.S. Air Force. Archer pretends that they're prisoners en route to a black site and uses Slater's CIA clearance to bluff his way into a minibar. Though when Pam and Krieger see little gray men running about, they run off to find them and start a security breach. Archer then fails to bluff his way through another stop and ends up having to fight through a group of men, only to find Krieger and Pam just after they are telepathically spoken to by the aliens. The group then steals a cargo jet off screen and they fly home, with a short stop at Branson first. Back at HQ, Mallory bribes Lana to name her daughter after her, settling on giving her Mallory as a middle name. It's mentioned at one point that Cheryl no longer remembers her entire country music career, as if the various substance abuse issues she faces has blocked out that part of her memory. This is an example of the writers dropping plot beats that have ceased to work for the current season, while maintaining new character additions that have added to the series. She's no longer the #1 country sensation in the world, as there were really only 2 episodes last season that even touched on that aspect. But the part about her being an heiress to a billion-dollar fortune is still around, because that gives the characters the ability to have a non-CIA private jet fly into restricted airspace if the writers need them to. It's not to say as though these traits are completely absent, though, just that they've been shelved until they become relevant again in the future. There's a comedy beat where Krieger and Pam are taught the meaning of life from 2 aliens, only to be left traumatized. We, the audience, can suspect that this is not going to be a permanent mental disfigurement, just the way that Krieger, being one of his own clones, potentially, is not going to be a full season arc, but a side gag reintroduced every so often. First and foremost, Archer is a comedy show, and everything else is incidental, though certainly intentional, building upon that. The Canes. Lana and Archer head out to Berkeley to visit Lana's parents, Lim and Claudette, introducing Archer as the father of AJ and nothing more. Archer fails to leave a good first impression, made worse when he's hot tubbing with Lana's parents, and they ask him to keep a secret which he wrongly assumes was a threesome. But before that awkward moment dissipates, there's a break-in at the house, and all of Lim's research on biofuel is gone. Archer draws his gun and manages to take out one of the men, proceeding into a chase scene as Lim is baffled by the fact that Archer and his own daughter are both carrying guns. This scene mimics the chase scene from Bullet down to the model of the cars, with Lana admitting she's actually a secret agent for the CIA and that her cover story of having been a scientist was her parents' dream and not hers. The chase scene ends in a shootout where it's revealed the men who stole the data were led by Slater, and then he offers a monthly stipend to Lim in exchange for keeping it. Meanwhile, the drones are on their way to a bowling league when Krieger's van breaks down on a hill in Brownsville, and while lightening the load by dropping bowling balls down a hill, they hit the car of one of Pam's former associates, who leave the rest to get drinks together. Lana visits her parents for the first time in the series, revealing that not only are they both accomplished in their own rights academically, but they have no idea about Lana's professional career, despite still being involved in her personal life. And she is correct in hiding these things from them, as her father's reaction to discovering she's contracting for the CIA is to sarcastically ask her how many democratically elected governments she's overthrown. Both of her parents are upper-class liberal elites who are morally opposed to characters like Mallory, Slater, and so on, which it's hard to blame them for. And as such, Lana keeps her secrets because she knows she'll be judged for not living up to the moral ideals of her parents. But it's not as though her parents live up to the same ideals either. Lim ends up being bribed by a monthly stipend to throw away his research despite the good he believes it could have done for the world. His concern for the environment was something that could be paid for, compared to Lana's complacency with her work as a field agent under the same organizations, which she's justified in her mind as a means of getting to the top to fix things. She still retains some of the morally righteous upbringing her parents tried to give her, she's just bad at expressing it. Pocket listing. Slater comes up with an elaborate plan to get the fingerprints of a Durrani prince named Fawad by having him tour the Tunt Manor before knocking him out with a tranquilizer dart. Cheryl poses as a listing agent, while Archer, Lana, and Pam pose as servants, though Archer is infatuated by the Queen and plans to seduce her. Cyril tells Lana about this plan to make her jealous, but only gets the idea into her head to sleep with the prince to make Archer upset. Ray, hiding out in the conservatory, is able to dose the bodyguards with a laxative that leaves the Queen and her son alone, though neither Archer nor Lana are in position as they are trying their respective plans, resulting in Archer knocking out Slater as well as the prince so the two can argue, eventually kissing and then knocking out anyone else who bothers them before Archer finally runs out of ammo for Slater's tranq gun. They then drag the bodies off through one of the manor's secret tunnels as Archer and Lana finish the deed in another room prior to the guards bursting through the door, losing good diplomatic relationships with the Durrani as well as Ray's hand. Archer and Lana by the end of this episode have a good relationship, and it's mentioned to be something that's come around due to an existing part of Archer's personality. Namely, that he uses his promiscuity as a means of trying to replace what it was he had with Lana those years ago. All of the sleeping around Archer has done has been to replace Lana, either by finding someone similar enough to be sufficient, or by winning her over with jealousy. And it's implied that Lana feels the same way. Every partner she's had through the series has been an attempt at proving something to her ex, be it by making him jealous, proving she doesn't need him by dating someone who's his polar opposite, or taking a long stay of abstinence to make herself seem above it all. Archer and Lana have never stopped thinking about one another, nor has either character ever stopped trying to piece together the hole in their hearts where the other person used to be by scavenging various bits from other relationships like a broken glass. A large part of their mutual relationship was the fact that they were able to see their worst parts in one another, and their newest attraction is based on the fact that these negative traits has vanished in the interest of keeping AJ's life happy. Both Archer and Lana have changed to be more like one another, and both for the better. Reignition sequence. The drones are sick of watching Archer and Lana be happily together, and out of a mix of jealousy and disgust, try to hatch a plan to get them to break up. They realize they can't let Mallory know of this plan, as she would do too good of a job, and come around to the idea of finding a woman Archer might love more than Lana, settling on calling Katya into the US. Archer is at his penthouse preparing a stir-fry despite not having the assistance of Woodhouse when Katya comes in and begins to try to seduce Archer. Archer turns down all of her advances despite how much she's showing off to him as the rest of the drones watch the action unfold from Krieger's van. But eventually, Archer is able to convince Katya that he has changed, and he doesn't want to throw away a good friendship or relationship with Lana. She leaves him there as the rest of the drones are trying to stop Lana from entering and seeing the results of their plan. But she goes in anyway and is impressed by the amount of effort Archer has put forth for their date, until she sees a certain detachable part of Katya's in the sink. It's a common trope in any sort of relationship drama for a dramatic misunderstanding to be introduced where two characters proceed to have a major relationship issue purely because they don't set aside more than a few minutes to actually talk over the issue. This entire episode plays with this sort of plotline, where the audience is fully aware of the "it's not what it looks like" line on the horizon, and the entertainment value of the episode comes from how straight the writers are willing to play the trope. Archer deconstructs so many other spy tropes, it's not a stretch to see how the show would then deconstruct a sitcom trope in the same vein. The rest of the drones put this elaborate ploy into motion out of their jealousy of the other two characters, resenting the fact that after 6 seasons of relationship drama, two people would finally find something resembling happiness together, while all of them are single for one reason or another. Whether it's Cyril desperate to get back with Lana, Pam who's been used for her body in the past, Cheryl being too unhinged for a long-term relationship, or Krieger who society can't deal with. And all of their personal issues motivating them to break up Archer and Lana, they know very well that Mallory is even more resentful than they could ever be, and that so much as getting her involved will result in a mutual disaster for everyone. Save the whales. Archer and Lana are en route to a farmhouse in Wales as Archer is trying to have the two of them get away romantically to fix the issues in their relationship. Additionally, they are also intending to assist 2 Welsh terrorists named Lloyd and David to escape from MI5 on behalf of the CIA. Lana is furious about Archer drugging her and then taking her on some work thing, so she forces Archer to hide in the closet while she gives his cover story to Lloyd, making out with him as Archer watches, though before this can convince the agent, Archer bursts out accusing her of overreacting to his alleged infidelity. In the end, they wind up needing to knock the agent unconscious, convincing Lloyd not to kill him and getting into a fight, with the end result of letting the 2 terrorists go free while they bring the unconscious MI5 man back to be Slater's problem. Back at HQ, the rest of the drones perform surgery to give Ray a new robotic hand, which turns out to be Conway Stern's old one. Last episode was all about disassembling sitcom tropes such as the relationship drama caused by a misunderstanding, the type of issue that could be fixed by sitting down and talking for 3 minutes. And good couples should be more than capable of sitting down and talking with each other for 3 minutes. Part of why these plots loop back around from absurdity to working again. Of course they're arguing. They react terribly and never give the benefit of the doubt to their partner. In this instance, what supports Lana's anger with Archer is the fact that in this instance, Archer cheating on her with an ex is exactly the type of thing one would expect him to do. It's why the drones last episode were able to come up with the scheme in the first place. But Archer overreacts to Lana's overreaction, and then Lana overreacts again. She sees Katya's detachment in the sink and assumes the worst, but Archer knocking her unconscious and carrying her away was not the right move to follow up with. Being taken away by Archer is also not quite as bad as immediately making out with a Welsh terrorist to make him jealous, something that makes her into worse than a hypocrite, but a hypocrite with no proof. This fits in with the theme of the show, as Archer points out, however. What person would be more likely to find himself in a compromising situation in the future than a super spy? And who else would react so explosively but another super spy? Jurassic Voyage Part 1. The office is briefed on miniaturization as they are offered a job to be shrunken down to a microscopic size, then placed into the brain of a scientist named Dr. Kovac to destroy a clot with a ship. They are given this mission on the conditions that, if they succeed, each member will receive a one-time bonus, and if they fail, they'll be blacklisted from all spy work in the future. Archer is, as usual, nonchalant about all of this, though Lana's more nervous as the tech is untested and she has a baby to worry about. Cyril and Ray are brought on the mission despite Ray being horrified and a little bit racist about his new hand because they both have piloting experience. Pam and Cheryl are brought along because they usually sneak aboard these things anyway. After the Nereus, their ship, is shrunken down, an enraged Dr. Krieger bursts into the operating room after having been kicked out for not having enough experience, and in his tantrum, he accidentally injects the ship into Kovac's foot, as far away from the intended injection site as possible. It's no secret that Archer is a show that borrows very heavily from various bits of pop culture as it pertains to the tropes established around spies, secret agents, private investigators, and detectives. But there are only so many tropes you can harp on before the show starts to get repetitive and the horizons have to be broadened a bit. This is even eye-rolled away during the episode as Slater begrudgingly briefs some of the office drones on the mission, despite none of them being properly trained agents. They're just sort of hanging around, not unlike many of the early agency tropes that are now required parts of the show. So the steady broadening of horizons that we see in Archer now covers not only super spy tech, but science fiction as well, while the rule, any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic, is directly stated, by Cheryl of all people. We have actually crossed that threshold a while ago, with some of the tech that the CIA uses being more narrative-driven than reality-driven. But then again, that's how the show was plotted from the beginning. Jurassic Voyage Part 2. The crew aboard the Nereus find out they're inside Dr. Kovac's foot, so they need to get to his brain as soon as possible, something they do by entering the bloodstream. Unfortunately, as they are tiny, the blood flow rocks the ship heavily, launching Ray into the back of the ship and crippling him as he was trying to apologize to Lana for his earlier comments. Cyril takes over piloting and, with a bit of guidance, gets them to the blood clot. But the laser aboard the ship is covered by white blood cells, so Archer and Pam have to leave the ship in scuba gear to blast their way free. This is made worse by TV's Michael Gray sneaking aboard the sub and using up some of their limited oxygen supply, but Archer is able to blast the blood clot free and reboards the ship, only to purge the airlock, leaving the ship stranded until the process is done. With a time crunch, they sail their way towards the tear ducts as the medical team drains tears with an eyedropper, hoping to get the ship out. But they do not make it in time, with the ship regrowing inside the operating room, killing everyone outside the ship as Krieger smashes the computer with the remaining technology inside. Mallory and the others are disbarred from ever working in intelligence again, though as they're stranded in the desert with Ray dying of sepsis, Archer gives a rousing speech about how they always come back from this sort of thing. Lana and Archer have had many discussions regarding Archer's immortality through this season, with Lana insisting that Archer take things more seriously because there are more valuable things at risk now than a life that can't be threatened without the audience calling that bluff. As I've mentioned before, Archer rarely faces consequences for his actions, but other characters typically do. In this episode, Ray ends up crippled yet again, though at least this one wasn't directly Archer's fault. Now, AJ is included in that list of other characters, so for Archer to continue his risk-taking lifestyle means that he may end up hurting someone much more important. Sure, Lana has been at risk before, but she is a secret agent. Defying death is part of her job. But while Lana's okay with putting her life in danger, or at least has been okay with that in the past, her daughter did not sign up for that level of risk, so Lana owes it to her to keep her safe from inheriting that danger. Of course, Archer continues taking these risks despite all the warnings because to him, inheriting a life of danger from one's parents is much more normal. We also see this behavior reflected in Mallory herself, who starts fat-shaming an infant while trying to feed her liquor and cigarettes. Proof that Lana's concerns were valid about the effects of the agent's lifestyle being some sort of generational trauma, as much as it is a trope out of fiction. Because Archer is a deconstruction of genre conventions, so of course the characters ought to be aware of them as well. The Figgis Agency. The episode opens with two investigators at the mansion of Veronica Dean, a well-known movie star who they say is under investigation after a waiter is found dead in her pool. After a bit of banter, they walk away, only to pan to the dead waiter, who is Archer. It then flashes back to 6 months earlier, where the former agents have now opened the Figgis Agency, a team of private investigators under Cyril's employ, as he's the only one accredited to open a firm. They lament the costs of opening up a whole agency despite not having a single client, only for Veronica Dean to show up, her face obscured by a large hat and sunglasses. She requests that the agents break into the house of the divorce attorney Alan Shapiro to get back a recently stolen disc of hers. They are offered a large sum of money for this and agree, with everyone excited to get back into the swing of things that they're good at. Cheryl being in charge of research, Pam being muscle, Krieger making their equipment, and Archer, Ray, and Lana being field agents, basically field agents. But while breaking into the mansion, the guard dogs are alerted and Archer gets bit, falling off the edge of the patio and down a large hill. Ray and Lana continue without him, only for Archer's bloody footprints to alert Shapiro himself, who opens fire on the group. They escape using Ray's bionic legs, as well as Archer jumping off the cliff a second time, and make it back to the agency, where they exchange the tape for the money. But before they can celebrate a job well done, the real Veronica Dean enters, asking about a job, as the Figgis Agency realizes that they just gave the disc to an imposter. At the end of last season, we saw the cast of Archer officially get excommunicated from all agency work, no longer being allowed to do secret agent stuff. So in this season, they pivot away from being secret agents and move towards being secret agents. While the branding of this change implies that they're doing more investigative work, to completely toss out the old formula of the show in favor of this change would be unnecessary, chopping off an arm to deal with a hangnail. The characters continue on, the writers write what they're good at, and the overall humor and humanity remains the same. The cast even gets so caught up in breaking into a mansion for a mega celebrity, they don't bother to vet their client. And this is how they end up being taken advantage of. Veronica Dean is not Veronica Dean, there's been a switch made behind their backs, and this episode's plot then has the surprise twist of not actually being a parody of film noir conceptually, but in its plot as well. Strictly speaking, it's close to the movie Chinatown. Archer has always been a show that borrows heavily from pop culture landmarks, and just because they've changed genre doesn't mean they're going to stop doing this. After all, it's for the best that everyone sticks to what they're so good at. The Handoff. Archer's very excited to work with Veronica Dean, despite the fact that in the previous episode, they broke into her attorney's house and stole the Longwater disc for an imposter. They are sent to work with Shapiro, fearing that the agents may be recognized as they were the ones who broke in, though Shapiro doesn't seem to know. He plans on getting the disc back by meeting with a biker gang and making the handoff with $2 million in bearer bonds, and Archer hides in the trunk of the limo in case of an ambush. But when it's revealed that Shapiro didn't actually bring the money, something he later confesses as being the result of not having it, Archer and the limo are stolen, with Lana and the lawyer held captive. When the rest of the Figgis Agency calls Archer's phone expecting a voicemail prank, the gang is alerted, and we proceed to hear but not see a fight scene. Archer enters the room where Lana is being held and confesses to Shapiro the truth behind their break-in, though he was under the impression the big secret was that they were former spies. In the end, a genuinely concerned Mallory is able to burst in and save the day before the rest are executed, and the episode ends with everybody wondering how they're going to split the money. There's an assumed dynamic shift with this season, considering that Cyril is now the one in charge. The agency is named after him, and his name's on all the paperwork. But as soon as Mallory enters a room, everyone defers to her authority instead of his. We've seen Cyril before struggling to get any respect, and often making it everyone else's problem, so having this dynamic continue onward is not a surprise. Nor is it a surprise when Cyril, actively trying to press his authority, winds up with his subordinates reacting similarly. Lana's offended that her boss would tell her to work for her paycheck after years of not taking anything from the guy. So, at Archer's pressing, she decides not to check in with headquarters before going on Shapiro's exchange with the biker gang, resulting in the two getting captured. Part of the reason for this sudden shift in behavior, though, could be attributed to the fact that it's a different person ordering her around. Lana gives significantly more pushback to Cyril than she ever did to Mallory, but also the fact that it's an additional person who's trying to exert authority over her. As always, Lana is incredibly career-minded, so the setback of going from a top field agent working under Mallory to a top field agent working under Cyril working under Mallory seems like a demotion. Not so much a demotion in terms of her actual job title, as this is far from relevant, but a demotion spiritually. It's not enough to be at the top, so to speak, but to have the respect that that position demands. Deadly Prep. Lana is trying to get Abby Jean into a pre-preschool, only for Archer to meet a member of the board, his former prep school bully, Ivy. Ivy taunts Archer a bit about the swirlies they used to give him before hiring him for a job, one that Lana forces him to take for the benefit of their child. But Archer arrives to learn that his former's tormentor request is to kill him and make it appear as a break-and-turn homicide so that he can get a life insurance payout and not die slowly of cancer. Archer giddily accepts this in exchange for $100,000, but Cyril's hesitant to believe Archer when he gives him a lowball amount later and tails him. Archer learns that the assassination attempt was actually against Ivy's business partner, Whitney, for embezzlement and having an affair with his wife. But when Archer turns the assassination into extortion, Whitney is suddenly killed, revealing Ivy on the hill with a rifle, prepared to shoot them all. Archer escapes, having Cyril retrieve the cash from the safe, where he discovers the Longwater disc along with a bunch of other evidence, and the two flee the mansion just before the gas main ignites, blowing up the house and evidence. They then get into a car chase, where Archer manages to jump vehicles and beat up Ivy, with the guy crashing his car off a cliff so as not to face justice. Meanwhile, Lana tries to suck up to the preschool's headmaster, only to get arrested for stalking. Cyril posits in this episode that one of the reasons Archer was so eager to take the job and not to investigate motivations or if Ivy even had cancer was because he was secretly fostering a revenge fantasy in his head since childhood. His desire to get even outweighed common sense and made him act irrationally. This in spite of the irony in Cyril himself also wanting revenge against his bully, Archer, as he criticizes the guy for simply continuing this cycle of revenge by being the exact type of person that he hates. Archer gets bullied and then becomes a bully. If Cyril had the means to do so, he would be a bully too. It's a tonal disconnect of resenting a man for abusing a position of power, in this case being physically stronger than somebody, only to then justify your desire to do the exact same thing should you find yourself able to. This worldview is one where the morality of an action is dependent on who's performing it. To Cyril, it's a bad thing that Archer is a bully, but a pretty neutral one that he himself has been bullied as it doesn't affect Cyril himself. But for Cyril to daydream about turning the tables is fine, as it's viewed as a form of justice. People can lash out at the world so long as it's done from a position of weakness. You shoot a man and then justify it by saying, "Look what he made me do. I, the murderer, and the real victim." It's the sort of justification criminals of all shades tend to use, that they actually have a very good reason for their actions, but no one else could ever justify a similar cruelty. Of course, the characters of Archer are never viewed by the narrative as being especially good people, so seeing them act hypocritical ideally portrays how this line of thinking only leads to more negativity. Motherless Child. While returning drunk from a night out, Archer is kidnapped by a taxi driver who reveals himself as Barry, asking Archer, the PI, to track down his birth mother as he grew up in an orphanage that burnt down. Archer laughs at this request, so the next day he arrives at work to see everyone held hostage by the indestructible cyborg, who shows them a feed of Mallory Archer chained to a chair in an undisclosed location. Everyone starts working to hack into the state's records to manually compare births around the same time to those records as Archer tries to work with Krieger to kill Barry via electrocution. But this plan fails, with Barry especially infuriated by it, as he realizes that Archer was willing to let the man who knew the location of his mother die, instead of letting him reunite with his. But before he can shoot them, Pam finds an exact match, and they send him on his way, only to realize that he can't show up at his birth mother's house as a cyborg. So Krieger offers a solution, to simply wear a synthetic skin designed to look exactly like any of the office's employees, something he refuses to elaborate on why he has it. Despite being hit by a bus and looking like he was hit by a bus, Barry is okay and he leaves, just as Mallory manages to escape her predicament with a bit of ingenuity involving her hair tie. There is, by this point in the show, a running joke about the fact that Archer repeatedly looks characters in the eye, and in doing so the audience, and announces after the most upfront, subtle as a brick moralizing occurs that he has learned absolutely nothing. And why would he? Archer won in this episode and the previous one, and therefore, whatever strategy he's been using up to this point is a strategy that does not need to be amended or updated in any way. Sure, he has no contingency plan for how to rescue his mother should his plan to have electrocuted Barry have worked, but because he wound up not needing one, this was a lesson not taught, as there were no consequences for failing to internalize it. If you only ever fail once, then that failure can be attributed to some random chance or factor outside your control. It's only by confirming this failure that anything can be internalized. After all, it's not science if you don't recreate your results. But this is a confirmation that never happens. Because what fun would it be to the audience if they watched a character do the same thing again, and then learn from it? Having the same failures repeatedly occur is the backbone of a good series, as we learn about the characters at first, and on a second and on go around. We use these character flaws as a base upon which to build later plots. But should characters make the mistake twice and then never again, the show changes, but only after being a little bit boring. It's the exact cutoff where plot isn't entertaining enough to justify the inclusion, despite this being the point that's most realistic for development. Bel Pronto, Part 1. The Figgis agency is hired by Shapiro, as he can't find anyone else to work last minute, to guard Veronica Dean at a fundraiser. Specifically to guard a priceless emerald necklace she is wearing to the event to show off to her producer ex-husband, Ellis Crane. The staff are sent undercover as waiters or attendees, thus Shapiro repeatedly chides them for failing to blend in. This is in part due to the fact that Lana catches Archer flirting with a woman who believes him to be a producer, so she flirts with Crane as he suggests that she work as a consultant on his upcoming neo-noir film, Deadly Velvet, to which Archer responds by trying to flirt with the Dean herself. But as he approaches her, the party is crashed by men in clown masks, robbing the partygoers of their valuables, and he hides with her in a secret bookshelf room. But Archer plans on infiltrating the group of robbers, luring one of the men to him and snapping his neck to take his place. Back at the party, Shapiro is knocked out by one of the clowns, waking up hours later to see all the hostages but the main group and musicians having been released as the police surrounded the building. Carol decides she has Stockholm Syndrome, and Archer, as the pink clown, slips in with the rest. Once again, the cast finds themselves in the position of being hired to presumably fail at a task, with Shapiro hiring one group to steal a priceless necklace for an insurance payout, while hiring another group to protect the item he wants stolen. By his own admission, the only reason he's hiring the Figgis agency is the fact that they were the only ones available on short notice, no doubt a contributing factor to why he assumed they'd fail. Once more, they do end up failing in this because of factors unrelated to competence, which is the thing Shapiro assumes they're lacking, but rather, failing from character. In fact, it's actually an abundance of aptitude that nearly makes them mess up, between Archer and Lana flirting with whoever's nearby, setting up the season's finale, and everyone underestimating just how many of them were capable of taking out individual clowns. Everybody ends up suffering from their own success, or rather, suffering from the presumed lack of success of others, Shapiro included. Bel Pronto, Part 2. The episode begins with a recap of the hostage situation from last time, with the police being incompetent with their negotiations with the clowns as the hours drag on. But during a bathroom run, the agents start to discuss the fact that Archer and Veronica are missing, and despite Lana assuming this means they're making out somewhere, the others assume that he has managed to infiltrate the clowns in some way. They guess which one he is based on his treatment of Cyril, only to guess wrong, although Lana and Pam both manage to get away long enough to take a disguise, as well as Archer's presumed plan. Archer, meanwhile, has taken the Serena necklace for safekeeping as he plans on acting on the hostage takers, only to be accosted by Lana and Pam in their clown masks. After hearing Pam say something only Pam would say, they realize who each other person is and realize they should probably do something about the hostages. Unbeknownst to them, the clowns have decided to cut their losses, swapping clothes with the hostages and walking out as though they were escaping. The police are then relieved of their responsibilities as SWAT takes over, tear-gassing and beanbagging the members of the Figgis agency. In the end, Archer deduces that Shapiro was the one to hire the clowns to steal the necklace for an insurance payout, as Veronica Dean is broke, and he offers his services to protect Dean against a future visit from the clowns should they want revenge in the future. Archer's strategy to break up the hostage situation is to borrow from a Star Wars movie and disguise himself as one of the men taking the hostages. Realistically, this wouldn't work due to the fact that hostage takers typically do a bit more planning than to simply barge in, and he'd be caught as soon as the others failed to recognize one of their own. And yet, for all the pop culture viability of Archer's plan, it ends up working in part because everyone else assumes he's going to try to do a thing he saw in a movie once, or it works because they have enough people on board in the first place. In fact, it's barely a surprise that by the end of the episode, the entire named cast winds up wearing clown masks and/or face paint, as that was the illogical choice for the whole situation to turn to. And this silly strategy winds up clashing with the much more serious strategy of simply tear-gassing everyone and using non-lethal rounds to save the day. That is to say, the one strategy that could be assumed to have worked out from the beginning, as that's what would happen in real life instead of a movie. Archer, as a show, plays so heavily with pop culture versions of spies and extrajudicial force that it ought not to come as a surprise when the realistic approach has a realistic outcome, and yet it still creates a subversion of the audience's expectations again and again. Double indecency. Carol leaves a vague note of Zissner Office 10 that the Figgis agency struggles to parse, with half of them going to Donald Zissner's office downtown, while the other half wait around for Miss Barbie Zissner to come to them. But both Zissners have the same request, to catch the other one cheating in the act. So each group, one consisting of the men and the other of the woman, tries to pick out who it will be to seduce their respective target, and both of these discussions come down to a bet. Archer bets Ray that Krieger can seduce Barbie before Cyril can, while Lana bets Mallory that Pam can seduce Donald before Cheryl. They head downtown for their respective makeovers, with Mallory and Ray both attempting to go double or nothing on their cut of the profits, only to arrive at the hotel where they're meant to make the arrangement and get caught. Cyril deduces that the entire scheme was simply a cuckold fetish setup, to which Donald grows angry and a bar fight breaks out, stopped when the Zissners flee and the LAPD arrive to arrest the whole group. This episode is the classical setup for a battle of the sexes sort of story, with the added caveat that neither group is fully aware that they're battling. They attempt to keep their mission a secret from the other half of the office to keep more of the money for themselves, and in doing so, they reveal the other big twist on the episode's structure, namely that the battle of the sexes winds up not contrasting two different groups, but instead showing far more similarities before the ending. Usually you can expect the two groups to play to their differences at first, and then put the whole ordeal behind them when they learn that they aren't so different after all. But here, the fact that they're not so different is exactly what brings them to the point of contention in the first place. So it's a battle where no one knows they're battling, and it's the gender war where no one really makes their sign look good. All we really have as a through line for the episode is a plot structure that has been overplayed, which the show Archer loves using as a source of deconstruction. But then rather than deconstructing the typical boys versus girls plot, they deconstruct the audience's expectations of why we wanted these sides pitted against each other at all. In the end, no one walks away feeling anything other than shame, and a small amount of communication would have actually gotten them that foot in the door for the lucrative celebrity divorce business. Liquid Lunch. Slater visits the Figgis agency with a request to help him track down a former CIA asset, Ken Hinkins, before he can assassinate a Soviet dignitary to trigger World War III. Archer and Lana agree, if only because Lana had to make a generous donation to get AJ into preschool following the events of Deadly Prep. On the way there, they discuss the CIA's involvement in MKUltra, arguing that it's a moral line they wouldn't cross before the conversation switches subjects to Archer's subconscious attraction to Veronica Dean, representing his Oedipus complex. Archer denies this, but after seeing another asset, Eckhard, give up the location of Hinkins due to the threat of waterboarding, he insists that it isn't real torture, only to test this theory and then confirm Lana's. Eventually, Slater, Lana, and Archer arrive at the location of their target, barging in and chasing Hinkins up to the roof. They're at a standoff for a second before Archer scares him and he falls off the roof to his death. And although this does prevent World War III, Slater still says he's not going to pay them. Back at the office, everybody has a bet with Krieger over whether they're vulnerable to hypnosis, with Ray in on the scheme. He drugs them all, except for Mallory, who's resistant to that sort of thing, so he simply uses one of his robotic replicas to fake as though he succeeded. The big change at the end of this episode is that Archer and Lana are going on a break from their relationship, not as though this really changes much other than the context for a few future actions. Because despite effectively getting back together last season, the underlying reasons for why they broke up before the show began have resurfaced, and by now they can't stand each other once again. So when Lana says that she and Archer are on a break, this is just a phrase rather than an actual condition. Of course, the real big thing this episode is the fact that the first half is all discussion on the moral and ethical concerns of giving mental patients LSD as a part of MKUltra, and the fact that that was not even the worst of it, merely the stuff released to distract from more concerning matters. That this conversation takes a backseat to a discussion on whether Archer and Lana are still together is the core of what the show is and really has always been about. Because we don't really relate to underground CIA operations, we relate to people. And even if these people happen to be secret agents, private detectives, or at the middle of a series of grand conspiracies about whatever Longwater is, we do keep watching for the who rather than the what. The group breaks into Eckhard's apartment and discovers a vast network of conspiracy theories, but the conversation is more about Archer skipping a day of training instead. And of course, for all the appalling nature of the experimentation revealed by the cast, we then turn around to watch Krieger do the exact same thing that was being denounced, except now it's quirky because we know the people involved. Deadly Velvet, Part 1. Ellis Crane hires the Figgis agency to serve as bodyguards/private investigators on the set of the movie Deadly Velvet, as he's convinced that a series of accidents on set are an attempt to sabotage the production. Each person goes undercover in various roles, with Archer being assigned as Veronica Dean's personal bodyguard, where he's able to save her from a runaway forklift accident. Afterwards, she takes him to her dressing room where the two have sex, and after she repeatedly mentions that it's almost 3 o'clock, leaves. Archer's then met by Lana, and the two briefly scuffle before hearing a scream. Meanwhile, Shapiro admits to Pam and Cheryl that he has a crush on Veronica, and that he wants to sabotage the relationship between her and Archer before she falls for him, culminating in the two barging in on Archer and Lana mid-fight. Cyril and Mallory wind up investigating the paper trail left by the production's insurance policy, learning that a series of shell corporations have been set up under Crane's name in such a way that the movie pays out more if it's abandoned than completed, and that he might be the one sabotaging production. But before they can confront him about this, they discover his dead body, with Cyril being the scream heard before. The cast is then held on set as the investigative team from the first episode's opener informs them they're all people of interest in the case. The approach to storytelling of the 7th season thus far has been a mixture of directly relevant plot developments and miscellaneous contract work to serve as standalone stories. These standalone stories might drop a few smaller developments or hint at the overarching plot, giving the entire season a sense of scale where everything is larger than the sum of its parts, without coming across as overwhelming due to the sheer number of things for not only the writers but the audience to juggle. The more plot hooks you have, the more obvious these solutions tend to be, as there are only so many ways to tie them together. At least, that's just what they want you to think. All season, we've seen a bunch of evidence for a character swap, between the first episode consisting of a fake Veronica Dean to the Krieger clones playing a background role. The mystery at the start of the season regarding how Archer came to be dead in Veronica Dean's pool is all but simple to solve for anyone paying attention. Of course, when a mystery is easy, that's the best time to subvert expectations. Deadly Velvet, Part 2. The episode picks up where the last one left off, with everybody being told not to wash their hands before the LAPD can test them for gunshot residue, except for Veronica Dean, who will be tested separately as she is a celebrity who gets a greater degree of privacy. They then admit Lana is the prime suspect, as Archer jokingly says he won't testify to her alibi. But later, when realizing he shouldn't mess around with this sort of thing, Archer mentions wanting to go back to testify in Lana's favor, only for Veronica to imply she has rigged the entire investigation against her, including planting her fingerprints on the gun by seducing Shapiro, similarly to the way in which she is seducing Archer. He tries to confront Mallory about Veronica fleeing to Mexico, only to be interrupted by a series of shootings of Krieger's clones/robots, which gives Archer the idea to return to the office, unlock his own clones from Krieger's storage, and use a recording to gather incriminating evidence of Veronica's involvement. The two Archers confront her, with one Archer being shot before the other one gets her to confess, and when the police arrive to investigate, recreating the scene from the start of the season, one of the Archers assuages their concerns about the dead him floating in the pool, before admitting his feelings to Lana. This Archer then malfunctions, revealing that the man in the pool was not a robot, but the real guy. Veronica's especially specific insistence on establishing her alibi, as well as the fact that she and Shapiro convinced the LAPD to effectively allow her time to erase evidence and flee the country, makes it all but obvious that Veronica was the ultimate culprit behind nearly everything. Collapsing backwards from the death of Ellis Crane, a direct response to the forklift incident last episode, which was an attempt on her life. The entire Longwater plotline is revealed as an insurance ruse, shorting a company that's set to go bankrupt should production fall through, with each person involved trying to take out the others to get a greater share of the overall earnings. The Figgis agency finds itself involved in the middle of this all, and an uninvolved party that each person at some point tries to use to take out the others. It's not until these gambits pile up that things get revealed, all in time for Veronica to succeed in fleeing the scene a few times, presumably with the bulk of the money and a dead Archer floating in her pool. And the audience is so caught up in the fact that Archer is revealed to have died at the start of the season that there's not as much attention paid to why, or even if he died, as these answers are assumed answered earlier on. It's a classic misdirection, and one that gets to be dragged out as the following seasons don't precisely answer any questions moving forward. We're going into what are called the coma seasons of the show, where Archer hallucinates a series of fantastic settings that are decidedly non-canon, before an eventual return to form. Season 8, Archer Dreamland. No Good Deed. The episode cold opens with a funeral, specifically one for Woodhouse, who was found dead of an overdose. Afterwards, Mallory visits Archer in the hospital, speaking with Lana of the 3-month coma he's in, while wondering what he might be dreaming about. In Archer's dream, he's a detective who recently discovered his dead partner, Woodhouse, and begins to seek revenge, fighting with Cyril and Poovy about who gets the case before investigating the dealer Krieger, only to get knocked out by a hulking man named Zerk, who has no real-world counterpart. He awakens inside the Dreamland Theater, talking to Mother about a job she has for him that could get him closer to the revenge he's seeking. She wants him to investigate Lynn Trexler, a crime boss whose henchman Dutch Dillon is notorious for dissolving people in acid. Archer wants to decline this at first, but goes along with it after meeting the singer Lana Kane and getting shot down by her. While on a stakeout, he discovers that Lynn Trexler has been trafficking humans, and when Poovy, who is in on the deal but unaware of its nature, discovers this as well, the two briefly team up to take down the car transporting the woman, crippling Dillon in the process. But Mother is furious with Archer for messing up a stakeout mission, and she demands to see him in her office the next morning. But this is not before he discovers that his office has been ransacked, on top of Charlotte Vandertunt requesting that he assassinate her. Bernice. Charlotte Vandertunt clarifies her request, that she wants Archer to help her get away from her family by faking her own death. She already has a corpse, a maid named Bernice, and they simply need to get her into some of Charlotte's clothing before staging a car crash. This winds up being overcomplicated by Charlotte insisting on dragging the body through the lobby, and results in the two sleeping together twice, though after the second time, she tells Archer that he can probably find out who ransacked his office by deducing who knew he'd be out at the time, namely Mother. Meanwhile, after arranging to have Krieger produce some robotic limbs for Dillon's crushed legs, Lynn Trexler is yelling at Cyril and Poovy for losing the woman in the previous episode, threatening them to find them despite Pam being the one to know where they're kept. Cyril confronts Mother, assuming she profited from the venture, and encounters Archer while there, following him and Charlotte and eventually confronting them just as they're preparing to dump Bernice's body. Jane Doe. Cyril and Poovy arrest Archer and Charlotte for abuse of a corpse, though Cyril's real motivation is to arrest Charlotte as a Jane Doe and hold her in solitary confinement in order to ransom her as a kidnapper. Archer is thrown into a different cell, eventually joined by Ray and the rest of Lana's backup band. So he comes up with a plot to escape by making Ray vomit and having a guard come over to steal the keys from. But before donning the uniform and donning a fake prisoner transport scheme, they first break Charlotte out of her cell, only to be stopped by Poovy on the way back up. They barely manage to overpower them before Charlotte pulls the fire alarm, creating the distraction they need to pull their fingerprint records. Meanwhile, Cyril tries to show off to Lynn Trexler that he's managed to kidnap Charlotte, but Lynn wants her there in person. He rushes back to the police station only to find Poovy handcuffed to the wall, making a plan to get the girl back. But this girl is currently at Dreamland, where Lana has bombed a stand-up routine and is having her pay garnished to pay for the refunds by Mother, only for Mother to then realize who Archer brought her, deciding to ransom the girl herself. Ladyfingers. Archer is sent to the Vandertunt Manor as a go-between for Cecil and Mother, arranging the conditions of the transfer. But he arrives at the same time that Cyril has called, claiming that he, too, has the girl due to the fact that he's deduced no one actually knows her location, or at least the Vandertunts don't. Because of this, Cecil demands a finger or some other proof of both potential kidnappers. So Archer heads to the morgue, meeting Poovy along the way as she was recently caught trying to break into Dreamland. They're there at the same time as Cyril, who has just taken the finger off of a corpse only for a disguised Archer to distract him while Poovy knocks him out. They then lock him in a cooler before returning to the Vandertunts with the evidence, finally having Archer go back to Dreamland to await further instructions. Meanwhile, Krieger finishes up the robotic operation on Dutch, flashing back to his time with the Germans during World War II, where he sabotaged a robotic super soldier program to waste money after having to create a fake identity due to his Jewish heritage. Afterwards, he leaves to get some sleep, and a cyborg Dylan Dutch wakes up, cackling like a maniac. Sleeper's Wake. Dutch awakens in Krieger's laboratory, prepared to kill him before learning of the regular injections he'll need to stay alive, merely knocking the scientist out before he leaves. Dutch arrives at a biker bar where he steals some clothes and a bike, claiming that he's going to hunt down Lynn Trexler, something that Krieger warns the crime boss about. What this crime boss has also been warned about is the fact that Cyril lost the girl. But when he returns to LAPD HQ, Poovy tells him that he doesn't need the girl and that he can simply pretend to be police support for the exchange. Cecil drops off this cash in a garden, and Archer stakes it out, aware that he has a backup, but unaware that he's being followed by Lana as well, who overheard bits of the plan. Nor is he aware that they had a smoke grenade and are ready to steal the money undercover. A car chase ensues, with Lana's car getting hit as collateral damage, while Archer is eventually run off the road. He wakes up back at Dreamland, aware that things are about to get much worse. Waxing Gibbous. Mother holds Archer for information, where he eventually manages to tell her that it was dirty cops who stole the money. Specifically, Figgis and Poovy, who are presumably en route to Lynn Trexler's mansion. He loads up on drugs to stay awake as he heads out there, only to find the front door propped open. Figgis and Poovy also arrive at the manor, with Cyril wanting to pay the man back, while Poovy has insisted that they simply take the money and run. But once they arrive, they find the door propped open as well. Lana and Trinette are stranded on the road, with Trinette trying to pretend she's a cop to commandeer Lana's car, only for her to reveal herself as an undercover IRS agent on the trail. They get picked up by Cecil, who just wants his bag back, and they head to Lynn Trexler's only to find the door propped open. The six of them wander the house, wondering where the henchmen are before finding their corpses displayed in a tableau of the Last Supper, with Lynn in the middle, alive but crying like a werewolf. As they take in the sight, Dutch comes out of the shadows. Gramercy Halberd. Dutch recognizes Archer as the man who ran his legs over before, throwing him over the table before threatening the rest. They try to shoot him, but his robotic limbs deflect the bullet, right into Cecil's arms and leg. When he realizes that Lynn and Archer have run off, Dutch chases them down as the rest try to escape by blocking off the dining room with a halberd. The group flees to the cars, with Trinette taking Cecil away to a hospital that he owns, while Lana tries and fails to arrest Poovy and Figgis. But when Archer and Lynn flee the house, they stop what they're doing to get away from the mad cyborg, who Archer simply backs over with the car. Lana tries to arrest everyone again, but being outnumbered, nobody really cares, until Dutch comes back on a motorcycle. Archer loses him with a bit of creative driving after everyone convinces him not to jump the car, and he runs over Dutch again, and again, and again. After venting about how he just wanted to find out who killed Woodhouse, Lynn realizes that he knows the name and reveals it was Mother, currently back at Dreamland, requesting that Zerk close up any loose ends should things make a turn for the worse. Auflösung. Archer takes the survivors of Dutch's attack back to Dreamland to demand answers, gagging them as he's tired of hearing so many questions. Upon arriving, he holds Mother at gunpoint and keeps them in place for questioning, only for Dutch to arrive anyway, seeking his next injection. He beats up Archer for a bit as the others free themselves, with Krieger pleading to have the man stop being so evil. But it turns out it's far too late for that, as Mother points out that the real killer of Woodhouse was Dylan Dutch, homicidal maniac before the operation, and that he killed Woodhouse for no real reason other than being cut off in traffic. When Krieger realizes he won't be able to talk down Dutch, he sicks his robotic hounds on the guy, and he gets torn to shreds. Zerk then saves Charlotte from the dogs, only to get rejected as she says there's no way they can end up together. Lana is then revealed as a treasury agent ready to arrest the others, only for Mother and then Poovy to accidentally shoot her repeatedly. Archer holds her body for a while, then says his goodbyes, not only to Lana but to Woodhouse as he visits the man's grave with a few offerings and half of his money, the other half of which went to Poovy to give to her Chinese sister wives, only for them to have left her. Characters. The characters of Archer Dreamland and the characters of Archer are similar and yet different. When somebody gets introduced, the audience is able to get right on board with whatever it is that character is about. Their motivations and interests are somewhat obvious, as we've already seen them before. All that's required then is to explain the differences between the old and Dream versions, and several seasons of development are added on to that. The best metaphor I can think of for this phenomenon is that the cast of Archer are actors playing a role within Archer's dream, and these are actors who happen to be frequently typecast, meaning that as soon as you see their outfit and face, you know what they're about. This is played straight more frequently than it is subverted, allowing this shortcut for character writing to give a huge benefit for the pacing of the season, which feels packed despite only being 8 episodes. Archer is Archer. A retired military man who served well and left a distinguished career as a private, due to a dislike of working under others. These military days are often flashed back to during action scenes, showing how a humble detective is able to fight like he has 7 seasons of super spy training, but also giving a sort of internal darkness to what would otherwise be callous killing. He started up a detective agency with his partner Woodhouse, only for that man to wind up dead, his murder being the thing that springs the entire season into action. Archer is a good man, or at least he tries to be. When he learns that Lynn Trexler is trafficking women, he jeopardizes a recon mission to try to save them, putting himself at risk when the real Archer never would have concerned himself with such a thing. But due to the aforementioned PTSD from his army career, he often finds himself going a bit too far, his missions taking several detours as his heart of gold and fists of steel dig himself deeper and deeper into these messes. Of course, this isn't just the character within Dreamland, but the real guy coming out. Archer regularly got into these sorts of scuffles in the real world, so in some small part, the elevation of this season's stakes are simply a reflection of the stakes Archer has internalized his whole life in, mixed with a bit of regret about never being able to serve his country or getting to know the people around him better. Dreamland Archer is a good person relative to the people around him, because Archer himself sees himself that way. Mallory is Mother. She's the head of an international syndicate involved in kidnapping, extortion, underground human experimentation, and basically anything else you can imagine the real-world Mallory to have done. By casting her in this role, the audience is immediately informed of the nature of her criminal enterprises, as well as creating a moral equivalency to the gangs led by Lynn Trexler. Despite the fact that we only really see Mallory doing a small number of questionable acts, we don't consider her the good guy compared to Lynn's gang by comparison, due to who's playing the role. And so it doesn't come as a shock towards the end when we learn that Mother was the one who had Woodhouse killed, and it actually works as a twist that she was innocent. But this isn't just a narrative device so much as it is an Archer device. Archer himself is fully aware of the extent to which his mother is willing to go for money or even pettier reasons, but rarely voices complaints so long as he can get something out of it himself. And this relationship persists through Dreamland, where Archer continues to look the other way and even participates in a crime boss's dealings, in the interest of finding out who killed Woodhouse, something he doesn't question because the audience doesn't raise the point either. Lana is Lana. But not the same Lana as before, having received a notable decline in the amount of action she does. She spends the first half of the season totally undercover, fading into the background as a love interest and little more. In fact, this season's episode Ladyfingers is the first episode of the entire show in which Lana does not appear at all. After having the twist of her character revealed that she is an IRS agent sent to investigate whatever it is that Mother was up to, she still doesn't do much in terms of action set-piece stunts. She plays things much more by the book, even naively trying to arrest multiple people at once with no means of transporting them. Lana is a good cop archetype in this series, one of the only characters who's unquestionably morally righteous this season. And again, this is just how Archer sees her. We know that in the series proper, Archer is just as likely to have to get bailed out by Lana than as vice versa, always trying to be morally upstanding while being effectively helpless when it comes to actually getting things done. Archer will let his morals slip in the interest of progressing a case, but Lana would sooner risk her own life than to let a suspect get away, even pulling a gun on Archer after the Dutch chase scene to show that she's willing to go this far. Cheryl is Charlotte Vandertunt. Still the heiress to a massive family fortune with a weird psychosexual streak, but here is explained as a direct result of the environment in which she was raised. Cecil's proclivity for anything taboo, regardless of whether or not it's enjoyable, is but one of the many things she grew up around, and as a result, she is seeking an escape from that life, getting mixed up with Archer and Mother instead. It's interesting to note, however, that despite this being Archer's dreamland, he still fails to sexually satisfy both Charlotte and Lana when he gets the chance to. That even in his own head, he has failures resulting from particular hang-ups, only remedied by a later sense of danger or a risk of conflict. Pam is Poovy. An ambiguously gendered muscular officer who's working alongside Cyril through his streak of corruption. But Poovy was unaware of the extent to which her co-conspirators had gone and the actions that they were ignoring. So like Archer, they also shift towards the morally good side of the law and turn against dirty cops. Poovy is similar to Pam and yet very different, shifting to a more action-oriented persona as that's the kind of woman that Archer remembers. Although woman might be a mislabel as Archer's attachment to his co-worker is one that transcends his usual gendered perception of the world. Archer tends to view men as competition and women as objects to be conquered. Because he views Pam as neither of these things, he creates the identity of Poovy as non-gender conforming. At once, wearing the same makeup and voice as Pam, but dreaming of owning 100 Chinese sister wives while being noticeably more male-performing down the line. Cyril is Figgis. In the real world, Cyril was largely a mild-mannered accountant whose involvement in plots was secondary at best. He never really got too deeply into the world of super spies, despite trying several times. And yet in Archer's head, he pictures the guy as a frequent antagonist. His hatred is explained about once an episode as being a result of being cuckolded by the protagonist in the past, and yet, as an audience, we know that Cyril resents Archer for much more than that. It's simply that these flaws aren't things that Archer's self-aware enough of to internalize, so he puts so much focus on the sexual aspects of their mutual hatred, and as such, his character is reduced to very little. Lynn Trexler is Lynn Trexler. formerly the head of Odin and then reduced to a rabbit-obsessed lettuce head, or maybe a lettuce-obsessed rabbit head. His role in the show was limited to the early seasons, and his interactions with the rest of the cast were always at affable pragmatism. If he betrayed someone, it was just business. If he worked with someone, he was polite as he could be expected to be. In this adaptation, he gets his villainy upgraded extensively, because it's not about who he was, but who Archer thought he was, a potential suitor to his mother. Strangely, the narrative depicts him as being much more morally reprehensible than Mother, in spite of the fact that he's doing very little different than Mother herself. It's just that Archer goes out of his way to better find out what he's involved in. As if subconsciously, Archer knows that the head of any sort of spy organization is a bad person, and simply gives his mother a pass. Barry Dillon is Dylan Dutch, a random underling to Lynn Trexler who, like in the real world, gets crippled as a result of Archer's actions. In the real world, he's initially crippled and brought back as a cyborg because Archer doesn't care, more concerned with his coat or his boots than with the other guy's safety. But in Dreamland, Archer intentionally cripples the guy for being complacent in the trafficking of humans, as the image of the man he maintains is one in which Barry has been hunting him down for revenge for several seasons. It's an instance where a person's reaction to a misdeed is viewed as justification for the misdeed in the first place. Ray is Ray, a random trumpet player of Dreamland whose role is basically just to get mad at this season's version of phrasing, which is a rimshot in the background, rimshot itself being a running joke from Season 7. Archer's never viewed Ray as being especially useful on missions in the past, so he gets a tiny role in this season. At least he can feel comfortable in knowing that he wasn't crippled this time. Two non-present characters are AJ and Woodhouse. From a Watsonian perspective, Woodhouse is gone as Archer hadn't seen his butler in the real world for a long time, but from a Doyleist lens, we know that this entire season's plot is effectively a eulogy for George Coe, Woodhouse's voice actor who passed away shortly before the episodes aired. Archer, in his hospital bed, has overheard Lana and Mallory discussing the funeral, which is why his partner died. AJ, too, is missing from this season, although she doesn't really get any sort of justification as to why. Far from a disappearance, AJ simply has never existed, an extension of Archer himself doing very little to directly support his own daughter. Miscellaneous. Archer's Dreamland saga takes the semi-fantastical setting of the previous show and merely flips it to a different, more defined year. Archer itself was never a show that cared a lot for realism, borrowing more from the pop culture identities it was parodying rather than the real incidents these pop culture ideas spawned from. So for this season, rather than adopting a vagueness inherent in such a broad swath of movies and old novels, Archer Dreamland instead chooses a more specific era of the thriller genre to pull from, and wants to filter audience expectations, while also removing potential limitations incurred by having far too many logical options to pick from. Like the way in which every character has a cell phone, so Archer has to use a series of elaborate voicemail pranks to avoid the plot hole left by the fact that characters could simply call one another to clear up misunderstandings and relay information conveniently. And in creating this film noir pastiche, Archer Dreamland has managed to tonally change the show to something far further from its comedic roots, without coming across as worse off for doing so, nor does it appear as a jarring change. The cold open of the episode 1 has no jokes, visual or otherwise, and the tone itself is far darker, or at least takes itself more seriously when portraying dark subject matter. Things like human trafficking are not dismissed with a quip, and there's much more genuine emotion in the early sections that doesn't result in a gag. And because the tone of the show has changed intentionally, the changes are not viewed in a negative light, as the intent is crystal clear. Archer, the show, has made changes before, such as during Archer Vice, when the cast shifted from dealing justice to dealing drugs. When that change was made, the characters needed to stay persistent to keep the show on rails, and that was why this sudden shift was met well. But in Dreamland, the characters are able to become new people, merely keeping a few of the traits they had previously. This is the sort of thing that would normally be lambasted as Flanderization at best, and character assassination at worst, but winds up being acceptable, again, because so much else has changed, and with the coma framing implying that all of this will be temporary. And in making such a temporary non-canon interpretation of so much of the cast, the writers get to flex these characters a little bit, seeing what roles they can play and potentially opening up new avenues to explore without fully committing to something should it not work out. So these character tropes wind up being the things developed rather than the characters themselves. Sure, Archer has always abused alcohol, but why not give him some more drugs to abuse without worrying about long-term effects or believability? Or make Cyril openly homicidal towards Archer without making things awkward in the future, as audiences wonder why they can forgive each other so quickly. Or bring back an old antagonist under a new perspective to explore a different type of recurring villain. And all of this is over a new setting, meaning that the advantages can be picked out selectively while disposing of things that ought to be present but aren't due to the time of the setting. For example, some of the prejudices that would be present in the immediate aftermath of World War II can exist in this setting without going so far as to make them an immutable law. Things modern audiences might find a step too far, even if it is realistic or at least authentic. There is a series of jokes made about T-men being slang for treasury man, while characters use the phrase, or however you self-identify. On top of Archer having a mix of 1940s perceptions of race mixed in with more modern sensibilities. These swap between being punchlines and plot points as often as they need to be, as does everything else in the season Archer Dreamland. It is as much a manifestation of Archer's inner mind as it is a manifestation of the inner workings of modern pop culture and its perspective of the past as told through the lens of another character. Despite going through with all these varying lenses, we still end up with something more relatable as an audience, not mattering that it's a writer writing a character based on an idea, who can then write ideas based on characters, or something like that. Season 9. Archer, Danger Island. Strange Pilot. The episode opens with Archer being awoken by Pam regarding a damaged fuel pump on his plane, interrupted by everybody screaming. Pam, because Archer isn't wearing his eye patch, and Charlotte screaming as she's woken up to the fact that she cheated during her honeymoon. Also, there is a talking parrot named Crackers. Archer heads downstairs at his mother's behest, getting chewed out for the gunshots earlier, as well as making a client of their island resort storm away, with Charlotte's husband taking her passport in the process, leaving her stranded. But this meeting is interrupted by Captain Renaud, announcing Princess Lana Luakalani and Siegbert Fuchs, with the two requesting a plane. Archer agrees to fly them as he is smitten with the princess, though they're appalled by the poor condition of this plane, a Grumman goose, actually pretty modern for the time period. It turns out Fuchs is planning on opening a plantation on the island, but he reconsiders when Archer warns him of the dangers below, including cannibals. But when the aforementioned fuel pump starts to act up, Archer realizes that everyone will have to bail, and with there only being 3 parachutes and Fuchs lowering the damaged landing gear, Archer leaves himself with no other option but to crash. After Pam, Fuchs, and Lana jump out, Archer realizes that the plane actually has enough fuel left not to crash into the ocean after all. Disheartening solution. Archer manages to get control over his plane, but with limited fuel and no landing gear, he is still limited in his options for a landing. So he turns around and attempts to land outside the resort, overestimating the amount of leeway he has and tearing up the street. Meanwhile, Mallory has paid the bail for the vagrancy charge against Charlotte, trying to convince her to work as a courtesan at the resort, only for Archer's crash to interrupt them. But when they see that Archer doesn't have any of the others with him, he and Renaud rush to the jungle to find them. In that jungle, Pam has managed to make a semi-successful landing, though she wound up crippling Fuchs when he was nearly eaten by a snake while suspended high above the ground. They traveled through the jungle a while, only for their noise to attract a mob of Komodo dragons, without much of a means to fight their way away, as Fuchs complains that this is not worth an idol. But Archer and Renaud arrive just in time to rescue them, and they drive back to safety, with Archer regaling the tale of his crash landing to Pam, who punches him for not simply fixing the fuel pump in the first place. Different modes of preparing the fruit. As they no longer have a plane to work with, Archer and Pam have to push the broken craft to the beach, where they then brainstorm ideas on how to make money. They need money to fix the plane, but they need the plane to make money. But when Pam mentions that Fox was speaking about an idol, Archer gets the idea to simply break into his rented bungalow to try to find some more information on how to solve their money troubles. The plan is to hire Charlotte to seduce him and then keep him distracted while they search his house. But as Charlotte is far too drunk to go through with anything, he winds up getting kicked out early by Mallory, only to find his bungalow raided, something Archer leaves crackers behind to explain. Fox, meanwhile, has spent his morning speaking with Lana Luakalani about the French occupation of her home island, offering to sell the idol to the German government in exchange for a large sum of cash and their assistance in driving out the French. Warrior in costume. Archer is brought to the pier to see that Pam has replaced his seaplane using bamboo and bed sheets, but more importantly, his old arch-rival Ziegler, the World War I pilot who shot him down on 5 occasions and took his eye, has shown up with several German pilots in tow. These pilots head to the hotel to party around, with Charlotte sent by Mallory to seduce them, but she really just gets them drunk and has them spend the night with a jar of coconut oil. The Germans reveal that they're there to occupy the island and kick out the French, who consist of basically 2 guys without reinforcements. It also results in all of them being desperately in love with Charlotte, who decides she is no longer going to pay Mallory as she is effectively in control of the island. Meanwhile, Archer plots his revenge against Ziegler for shooting him down all those times, and makes plans on shooting him, talked down by Pam, who is then roped into burning the planes and making a fair dogfight. Archer has his landing gear shot out, but Pam is able to hit the Germans' fuel tank, blowing up the plane before they make an emergency landing, surrounded by sharks. Strange doings in the taboo groves. Archer and Pam are back in the plane, the old one, after using the emergency flare to call for help. This time they're headed to find the idol, with Pam accidentally mentioning what they're searching for to Mallory over the radio, which Archer shoots out. They then use Pam's crude map to head deeper into the jungle, where the lack of direction has Archer fall down a chasm and into some quicksand. Pam tries to pull him out, but the branch she used as leverage snaps, leaving them both inside the quicksand to be assaulted by monkeys. Meanwhile, Mallory gets the idea to search for this treasure herself, recruiting the help of Renaud and being forced to drag along Charlotte when she threatens to burn the hotel down. But Fox also overhears their plan, and expedites his scheme to take his German allies deep into the jungle to retrieve the idol first, with their movements scaring away the monkeys that had surrounded Archer and Pam. Archer curses out Pam, saying that his life continuously gets worse due to her involvement. She breaks down in tears, only for Archer to apologize and hypothetically propose to her. She laughs this off, and eventually prepares to walk out as her feet touch the bottom of the pit, only for the two to be surrounded by the tribal people there. Some remarks on cannibalism. Lana's father notices that the map to the Kahlua idol is missing and deduces that Lana must have given it to the Germans to raise enough money to flee the island. Despite denying this, she does realize that Fox is likely to leave without paying once he has what he wants, so she rushes out to stop him only to literally run into Mallory's group with her car. As they're preparing to head out again, Crackers flies over and warns Mallory her son is dying in quicksand. But when they return to the pit, it's empty. Charlotte deduces from the nearby footprints that they may have been taken away, confirmed in a cutaway where Archer and Pam are being led to the village of the Muamua. There, they learn that they're about to be eaten from Noah, an anthropologist studying the people. But when Archer escapes and tells him about a map to the idol, he offers to go with them, as he knows his way around the various traps that guard it. But the Muamua hear of a tribe of warriors in their territory and prepare for war, chasing Archer and Pam into the jungle, only to later ambush a heavily armed German they're stopped by. For saving their lives, Archer and Pam, and even Noah, are invited to the feast, but only after they kill the rest of the people on their land. Comparative wickedness of civilized and unenlightened peoples. After finding the first of their dead comrades, Fox calls in support from a nearby German assault team, namely stormtroopers, and when the Muamua people hear of the incoming reinforcements, they make a plan to booby-trap the village and lure the Germans into a trap. This is all set up off-screen, including a log full of spikes that Archer tries to call the Widowmaker. Soon, Mallory and the others arrive, with Charlotte revealing that they're after the idol and getting praised as Kahlua, their goddess. Eventually, the German assault begins, with all the soldiers being on amphetamines, especially Fox, who steadily goes madder and madder as the Muamua succeed in driving the others back. After a fake retreat successfully wipes out the assault, Fox discovers a crate with a giant mech inside, though he's pushed back by the Widowmaker, presumed dead. But no one bothers to check as they are busy praising Charlotte during the feast. A discovery. The party is making their way to the Kahlua, discussing plans on who is splitting the cash with whom before entering an active volcano through a door. Upon taking a step inside, they find various traps laid out across the floor, some of which blind them, some of which light up hallways, but as they're working their way through the dungeon, they're being followed by Fux, still alive and out for vengeance. Eventually they make their way to the final chamber, and they see a glowing green idol on a pedestal. It takes everybody's distributed weight to open the way to the Kahlua, only for Noah to point out that, based on the earlier inscription, it will curse anybody who comes near. The source of this curse is revealed to be the fact that the Kahlua is made out of solid uranium, and the Germans wanted it to start up a nuclear program. Fux opens fire, with the chaos of the fight opening a rift in the ground that fills with lava. Pam is pushed aside, but Archer tackles the mech in after her, and soon all three are dangling from a cliff over the deadly lava soup. Archer, being the only thing between Pam's survival and Fux's death, chooses to let go, falling into the lava along with Fux and the uranium. The scene then cuts to a spaceship full of cryogenically frozen people, where Archer wakes up to his mother, a ball of energy, alerting him about something. Characters. Archer is Archer. Except, like, a more different, better version of Archer. One who served his country honorably, and who successfully participates in his mother's business instead of being a liability who needs to be bailed out every so often. But even through the more self-congratulatory lens that Archer's Danger Island persona has, a few of the character faults that still concern him manage to shine through. Sure, Archer was a proud member of the armed forces, but he still had a losing record to specific pilots. And while he might be the prime moneymaker for a private piloting business, he does crash pretty often. It is interesting that within the first 2 episodes of this fantasy, we see a plane crash sort of directly caused by his inaction. And of course, just because he gets away with much more through the season, this doesn't mean that his actions aren't hurting others anyway. Charlotte repeatedly mentions how cheating with her is what caused her husband to abandon her without a passport, and that this fact has ruined her life, and yet nobody really cares, least of all Archer, who even points out that Charlotte has forgotten all about the entire incident around the same time she started to be worshipped as a goddess. He winds up devastating several businesses and gets less than a slap on the wrist for doing so, as if all the property damage is simply forgotten about when Archer stops thinking about it. This same forgetfulness is at the core of a few other plot beats too. How did the tribal people carve a statue out of uranium? How did Fux get into the chamber without making any noise? How can a bunch of random old folks and chubby kids beat up an elite group of infantrymen? The answer is that it makes for good TV, so that's about how things play out. The same sort of don't think about it too hard logic winds up being the law of this universe, something any writer would love to include if only the pesky audience wasn't demanding realism, something that tends to be ignored in a coma dream. Pam is Pam. Albeit a much larger, more muscular version of Pam, reminiscent of some of the exaggerated shots of her from the later Vice episodes. Like with everything in a coma season, it's not so much the real person as it is the version of the person that Archer thinks about, who appears in the series. Archer and Pam are old buddies, having worked together in an at times hostile relationship and an at times mutually beneficial one, and notably one where the prospect of romance or sexuality is considered a laughing matter. When Archer proposes to Pam in the quicksand, she views it as a joke, as if their relationship were so mundane as to be summarized in such a sappy way. It's actually a bit heartwarming to see how Archer perceives his friend here, in a purely platonic kind of buddy way. Considering how asocial Archer always was growing up, being the victim of bullying and remaining alone and isolated even from his own family, the fact that he seems to have found a bond as close as siblings in Pam is actually a sign that he's healing from the emotional detachment he's felt for so many decades. Of course, these feelings are tucked deeply into the recesses of a coma dream, so their actual value is diminished by the emotions not really being expressed. Krieger is Crackers. the ever-affable talking parrot who follows Archer around, serving as comic relief and the butt of a joke until such a time that he has to be useful. This is no different than the way Archer has viewed his relationship with Krieger up to this point. Some guy who hangs around until such a time that he needs a neat gun or a gadget, or he needs his Russian double-agent girlfriend to be brought back to life as a cyborg. But really, this is just a way to include a mad scientist German character in a setting where the bad guys are Germans, without having him be one of the twist villains down the line, plus probably an excuse to give Lucky Yates a role that sounds really fun to play. Mallory is Mallory. And as usual, she's the one in charge of everything, even if there's not really much of a reason for her to be. She's the owner of the business at the start of the series, and she gets to boss Charlotte around a bit, but by the end she's just along for the ride, ordering people around as if she's any closer to knowing about what's going on than the others are. Ultimately, Mallory is the boss in Archer's head, so in his coma dream, she's the boss again. The boss of what exactly is something more ambiguous. Her personality is more or less unchanged, her concerns through the series being mostly financial and beverage-based. She's either trying to make money or get drunk, the way Archer views his mother. Cheryl is Charlotte. To Archer, she's effectively a non-character, useful for a bit of fan service and little else. And yet for some inexplicable reason, more so Doyleist than Watsonian, she continuously gets brought back again and again. Archer can't figure out why one of his co-workers always gets allowed along on missions, so Charlotte winds up being worshipped by the locals because, of course she does. Her insanity this time around is markedly less pronounced, though she still is very much crazy. She at least has some justification for her demands as being a mixture of grief, upper-class insulation, and totally unchecked power with a group of people sycophantic enough to support it. Lana is Lana Luakalani. Her primary concern in this series is at first about liberating her people from the oppression of the French government, only to turn around and reveal that she truly just wants to leave it all behind, fleeing back to New York City to open an art gallery or something. She's at odds with her own upbringing, wanting to leave the island but still having some attachments to the people and culture there. Not so much that she's willing to stay, obviously, but enough that she feels guilty for pursuing her dreams. And of course, this is the takeaway Archer would have from his limited interactions with Lana's mother and father. They do not approve of her career choices, nor do they approve of Archer himself. And so her split between her old and ideal life is expressed here by the way in which she is mixed up between two worlds, seeing the worst of both, and not being sure which side she prefers. While she is still somewhat competent this time around, at least better off than Cyril, she's far from the action girl character trope she is in the real world, as Archer still views her as a, quote, princess. Cyril is Fuchs. Once again, Cyril is the bad guy in Archer's coma dream, and once again he is more evil than he is competent. It takes the mooks he commands to really be a threat compared to last season, where it was the position he had that made his demands be taken seriously at all. Archer really does not like Cyril, so much so that he resorted to turning him into a literal historical bad guy to justify the hatred. His relationship with Lana is viewed as something Lana only went along with because she wanted something out of him, rather than as a genuine attraction, once more Archer rationalizing why a woman would reject him for a man that he personally views as lesser. Ray is Renaud. He's really just there to represent the French occupation of Danger Island at the outset of the episode. The rest of the time, he's just marching around and getting talked over by other characters. When it's time for any action, he's present, but rarely does anything substantial enough to justify his existence. By the finale, his role is mostly just to question other people's actions before literally running away from the plot, something that was teased to be the final actions of crackers of all people. Well, parrots. Well, macaws. This is likely how Archer sees his fellow operative, as someone who's in the way if they're not just there. He doesn't pay attention too closely to Ray in a lot of situations, but this is understandable as the plot doesn't really pay much attention to him either. Danger Island or Dreamland or otherwise, and yet when Renaud does wind up trashed out of the plot, it's to everybody's detriment, as this marks the moment where the Germans have invaded, and it's all downhill. Ziegler is not Barry. Interestingly, when coming up with an antagonist to square off against for a historical grudge, the very obvious blonde-haired villain character winds up not actually being Barry, but a new guy introduced just to explain Archer's personal grudge. But this makes sense when you realize that, to Archer, Barry's antagonism is totally unwarranted. He's a crazy cyborg who wants to kill him for a minor infraction in the past. So the fact that Ziegler can repeatedly one-up Archer in such a way that it's Archer seeking revenge would be a total inversion of their relationship, one which makes Barry a decidedly unfitting character to play the role despite so much else lining up. Miscellaneous. Archer Danger Island starts off with an immediate callback to the opening of Season 3, with the episode taking place on a remote island, and beginning with Archer breaking up a couple on their honeymoon. Considering that later on this season Archer will imagine himself getting shot down when proposing to Pam, this shows how the consequences of actions that normally don't affect him are starting to weigh on his conscience. He didn't care about the marriages he broke up before, be they Barry's fiancée or random unnamed woman. But now that he's got a child and is more committed to the people in his life, he's starting to get a platform for the empathetic feelings that he has for others. It would suck if his romantic life was as terrible as the way he leaves other people's romantic lives, and Archer gets that now. The rest of the season is a mix and match from other experiences and regrets that Archer might have had. We've already seen him as a military veteran before, and now he's a former fighter pilot, albeit not a great one. His memories of such things aren't personal experiences, but an amalgamation of various pop culture references and old movies about war heroes, not unlike the show itself, which is a bunch of pop culture references mashed together. As opposed to before, where it was a bunch of pop culture references mashed together, but like a different kind of mashed together, with a bit less cohesion in favor of entertainment value. And what do old manly magazine stories love more than a few unambiguously good guys fighting against the real-life equivalent of a supervillain, in that they're an acceptable target to hate, regardless of the fact that they are attempting the exact same thing as the heroes? The Germans and Archer are basically everyone else are after the idol, and we learn that nobody really has a good reason for taking it. Even the most noble pursuit here is just basic greed. And when all of this is written in such a way as to never bring up whether the Muamua themselves deserve to keep the idol, it's assumed that it will be misused by not being sold or spent as fuel, that the savages in the jungle aren't deserving of culture of any kind, or rather they're simply not brought into the conversation by any of the existing parties. These people are viewed as an obstacle rather than a distinct group. And then, just as every single jungle adventure trope gets expanded and the story has nowhere to go but downhill as so many disparate plots all need to wrap up, the season ends with Archer jumping into a volcano. By this point, the suspension of disbelief had already been shattered a bit. Sure, the entire thing was clearly a coma dream from the beginning, and yet it's not as though that gives the showrunners a free pass to have Archer tackle a giant robot so hard he knocks it into a pit of lava, or the fact that Pam can easily support her own weight, Archer's, and fucks Mech's suit without her angles being crushed. It's as if Archer himself realized the story stopped making sense, and so he woke up. Season 10. Archer 1999. Bort the Garge. Aboard the MV Seamus, Mallory wakes up Archer due to a distress beacon they picked up from a destroyed ship nearby. They plan not to tell any of the others about this beacon as they raid the damaged ship for any remaining supplies, but when they nearly collide with it, the emergency beacon wakes everyone up anyway. They argue a bit on what to do when a green slimy xenomorph slurps through the wall, running deeper into the ship. The Seamus is soon shot inside by advancing Dren pirates, so they simply de-dock from the other ship and flee, with one crew going deeper inside to investigate the first alien. This alien is harmless, though, introducing himself as Bort the Garge of the Garge royal family, and that there will be a large reward for his return to his home planet. Archer ignores Lana's concerns about recent damage to their hull to chase after the reward money instead, jumping through hyperspace and arriving at a moon of Garge. But before they can land, they get assaulted by pirates who followed them through the jump, with each person manning a battle station, though it's mostly Cheryl's efforts that destroy the pirates. They make their landing, only to see Barry 6, a robotic being, waiting for them with even more pirates, stating that Bort the Garge owed him a favor, and he intends to remove all of Archer's bones while selling the rest as slaves. Happy Birthday. Barry is holding Archer captive, demanding the thing Archer stole from him back. Archer says he has it stored in a safe aboard his ship, with a security device likely to kill anyone making an attempt to break in. So he simply decides to torture Archer for the information, or rather to have Funbeak, a robotic chicken, do the torture. The rest of the crew is sent to fight to the death as gladiators for the entertainment of Bort, whose birthday it is. They pair up except for Mallory, who simply turns back into her energy form as she seeks out Archer and first a bar. She eventually finds him mid-session and takes over Funbeak, letting him free and plotting to leave the rest of the crew behind. But when security is too tight, they instead have to free the others, which they do by having Archer don the armor of another gladiator to enter the fray. Despite knowing it's Archer in disguise, they continue to attack him before realizing that his plan to simply rush the exit is the only one they have. They charge the gates as Barry 6 realizes what's going on, shooting at them from behind but failing to stop the crew, except for Funbeak, who merely falls over dead as Mallory exits the bird's body. Once aboard the ship again, they stare each other down, with Mallory blaming Archer's theft for getting them all in the situation to begin with. The Leftovers. After a brief moment where Pam fails to do her duties, the crew is arguing in the break room when a creature that was formerly a sandwich bursts out of the pantry and into the air ducts, laying eggs the entire time. Pam takes over and demands that they split up to keep the situation under control, where they eventually find this creature as Archer names it Benedict. As it turns out, Benedict has eaten all of their food and they don't have enough to make it to the nearest port to resupply, though Krieger runs a few experiments on the eggs to see if they're safe to eat. Before he can finish the experiments, though, the rest of the crew starts to eat them anyway, in spite of the unknown effects. Ray starts writing a rock opera about the Teapot Dome scandal. Pam starts pretending she's the captain, Cyril stops doing anything, and Archer and Lana reignite their sex lives. Around the same time that Krieger's experiments wrap up, everyone else deduces that the eggs are addictive, but also that they remove inhibitions from the person who ate them. Krieger suggests they consume a regenerating space goo he's produced, and the rest of the crew fights over whether to eat that or continue with Benedict's eggs, until Cheryl simply throws them all out the port and into space. Once the eggs are gone, they realize they've been followed for some time, only for the mysterious ship to be revealed as flown by Brett, at least until the adrift eggs hit his ship and blow it up. Dining with the Zarglorp. The episode opens on the ship being eaten by a massive space creature while Cheryl shoots at it from her runabout. Despite their efforts, the Seamus winds up eaten whole, and they're trapped inside to be slowly digested. While failing to burst out, Archer and Lana get approached by another person who's also trapped inside, introducing herself as the humanitarian Captain Glenda Price. Price talks about how her ship has been trapped for years as her crew slowly went mad from isolation, and wound up dead by their own hand. As the Seamus is out of power due to Krieger's cloning lab, Archer, Lana, and Pam head to Price's ship to retrieve the explosive charges, ideally creating enough of a blast to force the creature to vomit. But this plan does not work, and they only succeed in waking up a bunch of parasites. They're chased back to the ship to see that Price is trying to convince Cyril to commit a murder-suicide with Ray, and when confronted, Price admits that she's gone mad and killed her own crew. They were never out of rations. But Krieger comes up with another plan to use the power cells from the other ship to overcharge their own engines, creating the force needed to leave. But once there, they realize that someone will have to stay behind to power it up. Archer convinces Price to be the sacrifice by promising to record her selfless act and cover up all her cannibalism. But once they leave, he admits he never actually planned on recording anything. Mr. Deadly goes to town. The MV Seamus is pulled out of warp by a mysterious force near an evil-looking space station. As they're investigating, they find several dead bodies, as well as the message, "Turn back, end of life," in multiple ancient languages, and a sentient doomsday device named Mr. Deadly who demands to travel with them. He explains that he was created for a war that ended before he could be detonated, something he can only do if someone says, "Please detonate," near him. But rather than allowing billions to die, Lana instead wants to have him experience some of the joys of life to hopefully change his mind about his death wish. They take him to a nearby space station for ice cream and flower gardens, while Mallory tries to sell some of Krieger's experimental weapons to some mercenaries. But these mercs are uninterested in anything but the supposed doomsday device, Mr. Deadly, and so Mallory fights with Lana over who will keep the guy. But as they're arguing, Cheryl breaks out of her imprisonment, as she wanted to detonate Mr. Deadly immediately, and tracks down the guy to sleep with him first. But the mercenaries find him too, and the rest of the crew tries to hunt him down, fighting their way through a hangar as Lana plans to put him into a cargo railgun where she will launch him into space, far enough away from anyone alive to detonate there. Mr. Deadly is happy about this plan, and wants to go willingly, until the mercenaries from before, realizing they've lost their guy, shoots at him, with Lana diving in front of Mr. Deadly to save his life. Having seen human capacity for selflessness, he resolves to live, until the mercenaries simply say please detonate and he begins to glow. At the last minute, Archer chucks a tiny teleporting black hole that Krieger failed to sell before, and Mr. Deadly is warped to a random location where he hopefully didn't kill anyone. Road trip. While Lana is attempting to land on an uncharted planet, Archer spills his drink on the console, shorting their fuel cells and causing the ship to crash, taking out the comm systems. Everybody blames Archer for this, but he insists that his blind luck will save the day. But then they hear roaring getting closer. The crew follows the beacon they were tracking to a crashed ship, hoping for some of its fuel to survive so they can leave, as Cyril attempts to take inventory of the damage for an insurance claim, as Archer and Lana fight over their relative levels of anger. But then the crew comes across their own dead bodies, with the dead Archer sporting a bald hairdo, which they attribute to a multiverse theory. They find a distress log recorded before the crash where the bald Archer laments that he couldn't keep his crew safe while apologizing to his wife, Lana. But the surviving Archer is annoyed by the fact that he now looks bad, so he sets out to find the fuel cell and escape with everyone, only to be chased back into the ship by the dinosaur monster they heard before. After a scuffle, they're chased to a cave where they find the multiverse Krieger who deduces that his crew is all dead before he gets eaten by the monster. They flee, with Archer and Lana getting separated from the rest of the crew, with Archer wanting to fly out of there as Lana wants to go back and save them. She finds them hiding in a cave, but gets trapped as well before the ship flies in, roasting the beast to death with the engines, as Archer tries unsuccessfully to convince them he's not so selfish after all. In the end, Mallory announces that the mission was a success, as Cyril's reports wrote off the loss of the multiverse crew, actually clones made without their permission, in its entirety. Space Pirates. Lana is talking about her desire to settle down somewhere on Earth and that she wishes to give up on her life of danger, to which Archer responds by warping them to a random spot. This happens to be directly in front of a space pirate ship, too close for their long-range scanners to pick up. Realizing they could reduce pirate activity in the sector significantly, Lana vows to take out the pirates, and realizing that there's a large bounty for taking out the pirates, Archer agrees. Their plan is to go inside and don disguises they steal from the pirates, though an eager-to-help Krieger offers gadgets including space thermite and voice changers. They split up, with Cheryl and Cyril taking out the mainframe despite being unprepared for what they actually have to do, which they blame bad captaining for. Meanwhile, Archer and Lana fight over whether it's wise to give up the life of a space explorer for something mundane, when they come across a bunch of caged space ocelots, with both fighting over who the animals like more despite it clearly being Archer. When their infighting winds up triggering the countdown on the explosives, they have to rush out of there before the Death Star, lowercase d, lowercase s, blows up, getting herded into what Archer assumes is an air vent but is actually the trash chute. Just when the crew gets cornered, the space ocelots arrive behind the pirates and eviscerate them with mind powers. The rest of the crew then rushes to a runabout just in time, with Archer ultimately deciding to keep all the ocelots in spite of Pam's complaints. Cubert. Archer and Cyril are investigating a mysterious cube they found floating in space, though Lana complains that this investigation is just another distraction on their way back to Earth. They bring the cube aboard as Krieger scans it, determining that it's not immediately dangerous in any way before Pam bursts into the room, violating its quarantine. But when Cheryl gets her head trapped inside of the cube, they determine it responds to aggression, and it takes her a while to get out, having died and resuscitated in the process. But later, this cube vanishes, and everybody rushes out to track where it may have wound up, with Mallory claiming that the finder gets to keep whatever reward they get for selling it. Archer looks around the ship, encountering Lana dressed in her agent getup and Pam as not an alien, before also seeing TV's Michael Gray from the Season 6 finale and freaking out. They're all called back to the ship where Archer demands to know where the cube is, pointing a gun at the others that requires Krieger to dart him unconscious. Archer is kept in medbay with Lana looking after him, but he wakes up and starts trying to choke her with a magazine before the rest of the agents, including regular Pam, knock him out. Archer's then put into the brig, where he shouts for a while before reuniting with Woodhouse, the thing that makes him realize something is wrong. Robert De Niro. The episode begins on a court session overseen by Ray as the crew tries to go through Archer's actions from the past episode. Archer assumes he's being represented by TV's Michael Gray, but no one else can see him, which does not help Archer's case that he isn't insane. After a bit of arguing where Archer keeps seeing people in their Season 1 outfits, there's a crashing noise and an alert that the hull has been damaged. Krieger checks the source of this as the entire crew is in the courtroom, and it's revealed that Barry Sixth and his Drin pirates have boarded, cutting through the hull to fight their way into the ship. Archer gets freed from his captivity as he's able to talk everyone out of escaping, with the plan to lure them into the holodeck, lowercase h, for an old-timey Western shootout, where they fall back to the escape pods for a better chance at fighting back. Despite the panic, this plan goes off without a hitch, with Cyril actually doing his suppressing fire bit successfully, and managing to take out every space pirate other than Barry himself. Barry then hacks the self-destruct system to destroy the ship, but Archer tells everyone to go, as it's just the two of them left. In spite of Mallory's pleas, Archer and Barry have their showdown. Barry, not Barry Six, and it's revealed the whole fight was over Frambois from the first season back in Odin. The countdown reaches 0 just after the escape pod launches, though Barry questions whether they really managed to get to safety as the Seamus explodes. Archer wakes up in a hospital bed, cursing Barry's name while a shocked Mallory tries to help him up, revealing that she has spent the last 3 years living in his hospital room just for the moment he wakes up. Archer is Archer. Except, like, in space. This isn't just a way of referring to the character, but the season as a whole. Archer 1999 takes place in a different location, with a few of the roles the characters play being tweaked a bit, but ultimately, there is very little difference between the version of Archer we see here and the version of Archer before, except it's in space. The last few episodes have even directly called upon this fact, decrying so many of the running jokes and references as being overly derivative and not worth making. It's far from just sticking space in front of phrasing. The entire season did little to properly justify the 3-season-long diversion from regular Archer, but more on that later. The takeaway from this section should be that, for all the visual differences this season has, the only thing that has changed about Archer is his outfit. Lana is Lana. Archer's ex-wife and co-owner of the MV Seamus, meaning that despite the bad blood in the past between the two, they're still linked together and thus need to decide on things together. And yet, in spite of this presumed dynamic, Lana herself never really gets to initiate any plotlines. This is a season about Archer making demands and decisions. We hear pushback from Lana, but we never really see it. This is because her existence in this season is as an anti-Archer, the kind of woman who holds him back from his crazy adventures with her common sense and sanity. She's the wet blanket to his excitement and bemoans any development or interest. This is put into contrast with her appearances in the other 2 Coma seasons. First, in Archer Dreamland, she is a love interest who works for Mallory, a representation of a life of danger and intrigue, and the thing that pulls Archer deeper and deeper into the world of organized crime, as he's motivated in part by wanting to get closer to her. In Danger Island, she is more passive to his wishes, serving as a tertiary interest and only really being alluded to as a beautiful woman with little interest. In that season, she was thought as a neutral party to what Archer wanted, and while he still thought about her, his motives were never affected by her existence. It's here in 1999 where Archer runs through his head about what his future might be like were he to marry her, with the result being disastrous and ruining any good blood they may have had together, made worse by the latent feelings still present. Because the bald, Seamus II Archer and the brief resurgence of their sex lives after eating the alien eggs show that there are still some good parts to the relationship, the exact worst-case scenario. If Archer and Lana were simply co-workers with purely platonic feelings, then everything would be fine, but they aren't so lucky. Pam is Pam. Except, like, Space Pam. You can put space in front of something to make it sound different, but the actual change is still very minor. In the earlier characters section, I spoke about how Archer and Lana would be better off if they never felt anything for each other, and Pam's is the relationship that more closely reflects Archer's ideal. Sure, there are some sexually charged moments between the two, but these are pure lust. No deeper feelings are involved that could potentially muddy things up down the line. It's just a bit of fun before they move on. Archer's relationship to and/or with Pam is very similar from Dreamland to Danger Island to 1999, with her going from antagonist willing to go against her boss to do the right thing, to a full-blown partner with a long and storied relationship, all the way to the point in which she's just another crew member who, despite being weird and alien in her behavior, is still a decent, hard-working individual at heart. That she can be essentially genderless in 2 of her 3 appearances is a representation of the way in which Archer views her as a person instead of potential sexual conquest. Mallory. The final episode of the season shows Archer waking up to discover that his mother never left his side. The previous 24 episodes depicted Mallory in some position of power that gave her a presence in the plot, even if it didn't make perfect sense for her to be there. By the time of Archer 1999, she is an energy being capable of traveling through walls and appearing literally anywhere. Of course, the most ever-present character of the season would be the one who was by Archer's side the longest. He constantly heard her voice, and therefore, she was constantly in his coma dreams. It didn't really make sense for Mallory to try to claim the idol back in Danger Island, or for anyone else to acknowledge that she had any claim to it. After all, she was just sitting there drinking and watching. But in the real world, Mallory was sitting there drinking and watching, so she is overrepresented in the coma dreams. Krieger. Krieger is a milk robot, the ship's scientist who is constantly seeking some sort of attention or acknowledgement for his contributions. In the real world, Krieger has been relegated to the background pretty often, and sure, this gives him plenty of time to work with his personal experiments, but on the other hand, he does get overlooked when these experiments conclude with no real fanfare. Even reversing death was something he barely got a thank you for, and by the time of the end of Season 6, he was lashing out at the other real doctors during the miniaturization and surgery. So in 1999, Krieger has not only the same role as in the show itself, but the same anxieties and eagerness to disprove them. Cyril. Cyril is the ship's navigator. Well, he's actually just Cyril, as always. Equal parts pathetic and vindictive, usually making things worse when he has an impact on the story at all. This time around he isn't actively antagonistic, however, and in fact his role within the season is sort of a reversal of the trend. This keeps him more in line with his real-world counterpart, though by the end of the season when he succeeds in taking out all the space pirates with suppressing fire, there's a hint that something is wrong, as well as a hint of the type of agent he is becoming without Archer on the scene. Carol is Cheryl, or Cristal, or whoever, the ace pilot of the crew, more than capable of dealing destruction similar to the fetishization of violence she has always exhibited in the past. There might be some comparison to her earlier aspects, where she's always been viewed as a very sexual person up to this point, only to now be barely fetishized at all, at least for the show. This is then brought into direct comparison with her action girl capabilities. Cheryl is more than capable with a gun or ship or laser cannon, or some variant of the above with the space prefix, all things that before would have excited her. In Archer 1999, Carol is the culmination of her sexual proclivities, interestingly very bored with her work despite being extremely good at it, as one can imagine her to have lost interest due to the lack of danger inherent to being one of the more skilled people with the weapon. Ray is Ray, a foppish, flamboyant courtesan, well, allegedly, as we never see him doing any actual work, simply meandering around the ship doing stereotypically gay things. This being Archer's Dreamland version of the guy, it's clear that his demotion from jazz musician who's disliked by his own band, to a French officer stuffed in a trash can, to space prostitute, just shows how inconsequential of a guy he is, despite being a semi-robotic superhuman agent in the real world. Archer rarely sees the good in other people. In fact, he rarely sees anything in anybody except himself. And the only time he ever spins around others that might involve knowing them more is when he is trying to seduce a woman or steal her from another man. Because Ray is gay, he's not considered a threat to Archer's sexual conquests, and as he sees men mostly as threats, this excludes Ray from consideration as anything at all, basically background dressing in the Archerverse. Barry is Barry 6. And Barry 6 is Barry. The realization of all of Archer's fears of robotics stemming from the unfortunate incident with the vacuum cleaner as a child. Barry's presence in the miniseries turns the bizarre dream sequences into bizarre nightmare sequences, all because he was one of those things that Archer believes himself to have never resolved. Next season, we ultimately see what became of Barry insofar as his relationship to Archer is concerned, but for now the audience is left with exactly the same amount of closure that Archer himself has. That is to say, the lingering nightmare of a problem that can't be solved by punching or shooting it is still around. Miscellaneous. The term Flanderization is derived from Ned Flanders of The Simpsons, specifically the shift in his character from being a foil to Homer who made his neighbor look bad by comparison, to a religious zealot who is arguably a worse parent than Homer was. The term is now used to describe when a character steadily becomes a parody of themselves over the course of a show's runtime, to the point where a single trait of theirs is now all they're known for. Flanderization for the show Archer means that Cyril is a pathetic man-child, Archer is a successful man-child, Lana nags constantly, Mallory bosses people around, Pam is gross, Cheryl's horny, Krieger's crazy, and Ray is also in the episode. Throw in a celebrity guest star and a bunch of jokes that are references to things they've done in their career, and a bunch of self-referential humor, and you have a show in late season decline. Archer then does all of this, but on purpose. The framing device of the coma seasons implies that the entire ordeal is imaginary, and thus, they can mess up characterization as much as they want to, and not be worse off for it. It's not canon, so who cares if the showrunners have a little bit of fun with it. And if you don't like it, there are a few fanservice-y explosions, some fight scenes, a few shootouts, and callbacks for the people who wanted things to remain exactly like they were. It is so excessive in what it's trying to accomplish that it loops back around to being completely intentional. Archer is now a parody of itself, so why bother acting like it's not? And then once people are finally sick of it, they'll be begging the show to return to its roots, instead of complaining that the writers have been retreading the same few plot beats again and again, all the while adding in a 3-year time skip so the characters can develop outside the internal universe of Archer's mind, so that when things do go back to normal, it's a relative statement. But for things to remain exactly as they were would make the show stagnate, and to shake things up could alienate the existing fanbase. It's a tightrope that needs to be walked carefully without going too far to either side, but in the case of this show, the writers have opted to simply go around. Err on both sides of the extreme so that no one can really say that you failed, because nobody really knows what you're trying to do until it's done. Archer 1999 has a far less serialized structure than the earlier seasons, and even these were sort of loose with the idea. The first 2 episodes set up Bort the Garge and Barry 6's relationship and scheme to get back at Archer, that's then dropped for a bunch of space adventures, and then picked up haphazardly at the end of the season. Barry holds Archer hostage in the second episode with the claim that Archer took something from him, something Archer says he has aboard his ship inside a safe. And while it looks like Barry believes this at first, we later learn that the thing Archer took from him was not a treasure, but his relationship to his fiancée Framboise, not really a tangible thing that can be put in a safe. It's a plot hole, but a plot hole that Archer himself wrote into the universe he created, and therefore not something it's really fair to blame the writers for. In fact, they've shown a significant degree of self-awareness up to this point that implies that so many of the supposed mistakes of the season were intentional, or at the very least a known issue they're working around. The final episode teases a potential 4th coma season where Archer's in an old-timey saloon having a shootout over a girl with his arch-rival. The fact that Barry 6 was still a robot when he entered and not a mysterious cowboy in a black hat is actually a bit of a surprise, that the writers weren't going for a 4th potential genre of old fiction magazine archetypes. They did cops and robbers, they did explorers and natives, they did space pirates, so why not a cowboys and Indian stories where they poke fun at all the antiquated tropes that used to be thrown around, giving the genre the same treatment that Archer proper gave to the spy thriller? The answer is, of course, that everyone was just tired of non-canon seasons that didn't pretend they mattered. Archer could make a heroic sacrifice at the end of an imaginary 11th season, I proposed, and it wouldn't have an effect on the audience. He's not really dead, he's just gonna jump to another coma season. This was another thing teased by the showrunners. Multiverses and alternate selves and parallel timelines and all sorts of other sci-fi stuff that's used when a team of writers, or, let's be honest, the producers funding the thing, cannot decide on a singular course of action. You can't develop the story yet. The one we've got right now is profitable enough. These last 3 seasons of Archer were an experiment that is now over, much to everyone's collective relief. Whether it was a success or not is the type of thing that can't really be answered, though it's not that that was ever the intention. The Orpheus Gambit. The episode opens on the crew of the spy agency stealing a sculpture called the Weeping Orpheus, and then rushing away on motorcycles, only to discover after a job well done that Archer woke up. The next morning, Archer wakes up in his bed, 3 months after his coma ended, as he laments the loss of Woodhouse. But Mallory calls him into work, telling him he can no longer use his coma as an excuse. When he arrives, he finds a less than warm welcome as everyone's too busy discussing their plans to take out an art thief known as Peregrine, who stole the sculpture at the beginning of the episode. Cyril's briefing of Peregrine's psychological profile indicates the thief is likely to strike again if they redisplay the Weeping Orpheus. Archer's given a cane that reads his brainwaves from Krieger to allow him to take the floor with everyone else, including an Interpol agent named Brookstein, who provides them with a photo of the thief. But this quickly devolves into bickering, especially when Archer learns that Lana got married to a man named Robert, a billionaire who owns a wing of the museum. While they're arguing, Peregrine manages to steal the Weeping Orpheus, but Archer thinks quickly enough to have his brainwaves scanned by Krieger to determine that the alleged thief was nowhere near the statue, then deduces it was Brookstein all along. With some teamwork and the aquarium gravel he wanted to make Woodhouse eat, they're able to stop Peregrine before she can get away. Archer is back. Not just the show, but the guy. His 3-year coma gave everyone plenty of time to move on, and it's revealed in this episode just how much moving on they were able to do. Without Archer around, Cyril has become stronger and more confident, drinking protein shakes every day and working out to the point where he's now a competent field agent and even their tactical lead, a title Archer has never wanted right up until he hears someone else have it. With no bully to constantly tell him he cannot do great things, the mental block is all but gone. Cheryl has branded herself as the new, better Cheryl, and has seemingly gone to therapy considering the number of self-affirming words she has incorporated into her vocabulary, and how little else. Without Archer around to lower the bar, her behavior now stands out as unusual enough to warrant scrutiny. But the biggest change is Lana's new husband, Robert. Likely the reason that the episode Road Trip included a bald version of Archer who's open with his feelings, as Ray tries to compare Archer to the guy, though Archer refuses to hear out these complaints. At least until he has a man-to-man with Pam, where he's thankful to finally have some frame of reference for his outsider status, at which point he tries to integrate him back into the swing of things to, most surprising of all, a successful mission accomplished. Blood Sploosh. Archer arrives late to a morning meeting and misses out on the plan to infiltrate a karate island and arrest the arms dealer in charge of the place. They enter Cyril in the tournament, something Archer's upset about as he thinks the guy is still a dweeb and Cyril has been using his old parking space. Cheryl messes up her part of the plan to disguise as a cocktail waitress and drug their target because her new self doesn't drug strangers, so Mallory has to take over to seduce and then drug the man herself. Archer messes up Lana's plan to get past the guards, as well as stealing her earpiece and preventing her from signaling Pam to stop the beatdown of Cyril, eventually resulting in a drunken Pam thanks to Archer's flask, tagging herself in and violating Karate Island rules and having to fight the reigning champion, Conway Stern. Archer then breaks into the surveillance room and shoots the guards, violating the non-lethal takedown rule that the agency has been trying to enforce, then getting Archer and Lana arrested while watching Pam fight Conway and Mallory getting her finger sucked by their target. They break out of jail by pretending to fight and then rush to the roof, where Archer breaks the glass on the ceiling, severing Conway's foot and serving as the distraction needed to knock everyone out. In the end, Archer passive-aggressively leaves Cyril on the island, as the mission is sort of a success. Archer missed the mission briefing and then went along on the mission anyway, simply remaining ignorant of what was going on, who the target was, or why they were doing what they were doing, as well as not hearing the total plan itself. The audience is likewise left in the dark about this information, not only putting us in Archer's shoes in the episode, but also being the changed dynamic thus far. We've seen mention of Cyril being much tougher, but when he actually gets into the ring with a competitor, he only gets past the first round before being overwhelmed. In the original mission, there's an implication that they would get out of there before there were consequences. Cyril's strong, but not that strong, but the plans are made with the limitations of the guy in mind. But what limitations were not in mind during the briefing were the limitations of Archer's attention span, insofar as his demands were never met. He needs a cane to get around, but refuses to accept he's handicapped, and could get a much better parking spot. He wants his old parking spot, even if it's not really the best fit for his current lifestyle. He wants the old dynamic between everyone back instead of the new, more functional one. And at the end of the mission, we see that the mission has been Archerized thoroughly enough that he managed to get his way anyway, burning buildings and destroying things with glass. Helping Hands. Cyril and Lana are infiltrating the house of the inventor, Hands, as Pam and Krieger sit in the van and guide them through the various traps in the house, much to the pleasure of Krieger, who's a huge fan of the inventor. But as they get deeper into the house's vaults, they find Archer, furious about the fact that they went on another mission without a role for him. His lack of tact winds up getting the three of them trapped inside a vault with a collection of random objects that are meant to be a puzzle. As they argue over whose fault it is they're stuck, Archer realizes that a lunch date with his mother he stood up was actually a distraction so he wouldn't get jealous, and he starts to pout that everyone's trying to keep him away out of danger. He winds up falling through a trap door, leaving Lana and Cyril in a room with noxious gas as Juno, a rival spy agency, starts to converge on their location, also seeking the power suit they're searching for. They need to be bailed out by Krieger and Pam, who follow the trail left by the other agents to eventually extract them, though they wind up surrounded and cowering behind a counter. Meanwhile, Archer is speaking with Hands herself, who sympathizes with his disability and shows off the strength suit, allowing her to walk. But she says that he cannot keep it as it could fall into the wrong hands and be used as a weapon, something Archer proves as he rescues the other agents, in spite of Hands' explanations that his friends abandoned him because he was disabled. The previous 3 coma seasons have all represented the inner workings of Archer's mind, with a few hints of the outside world that persist as running gags, such as Krieger's new catchphrase sounding like something a talking macaw might say, making him into a bird during Danger Island. But these were the exceptions, and the main narrative was all inside of Archer's head. So after 3 seasons of Archer the show, starring Archer the guy, we're thrust back into 3 seasons of Archer without Archer, and it's not as though the guy is going to smoothly transition back to being a central character just because he wants to. So by forcing himself into an existing dynamic, Archer starts to clash with the others, jeopardizing the success of their missions, which is the exact end result that he usually accomplished pre-coma. He simply goes about it in a different way, trying to prove something to people instead of sabotaging things less actively. He's not as wanted as he used to be, and the fact that so many people have to conspire to keep him away from harm is, well, again, the exact same thing that happened before. It's just that now Mallory isn't trying to bail Archer out after he messes things up, but rather trying to prevent him from messing things up in the first place. And when that rejection is up front, it comes across as unfair no matter how justified it is. Robot Factory. After firing yet another valet, Archer shows up late to a meeting only to find the whole office standing around, talking with Barry. They explain that he's on their side now, having gotten over his grudge after they helped to reunite him with his mother, as well as the fact that Barry apparently visited Archer in the hospital several times. But Archer doesn't believe he's changed and insists that Barry will double-cross them at some point in the upcoming mission to sabotage a KGB factory that's producing more and more Barry bots. Archer continuously watches Barry's back on the mission, at least when he's not belittling Cyril by undermining his authority, then offering him candy. But after chopping off his hand and repeatedly insulting him, Barry does not flinch in his mission to stop the Barry bots, and when the virus Lana uploads triggers a failsafe that results in them being swarmed, Archer and Barry fight together to survive. In the end, Cyril winds up overreacting again as a reaction to having to kill a guard he failed to tie up, Lana inadvertently admits she's unhappy in her marriage, and Archer and Barry finally forgive each other, just in time for a massive robot to burst down the wall and open fire. Lana plans on activating an EMP to destroy all the robots, Barry included, but Archer refuses to let him go out that way. But then Barry self-destructs to finish the job anyway. It's revealed that he uploaded his consciousness to a nearby Barry bot and survived, but he now holds a grudge against Lana. In the B-plot, the rest of the spy agency tries to find a replacement valet for Archer's with a series of increasingly bizarre tests, before finally settling on a man named Alistair. While it's true that personal affirmations can help a person with actualizing whatever it is they want out of life, having to constantly reaffirm these things to other people can often have the opposite desired effect. Last episode, we saw Cyril constantly working out more and more intensely whenever he felt stressed or like things were not under his control. And here, that same desire to work out is replaced with binge eating, something Archer actively encourages just to mess with Cyril for making his coping mechanism everyone else's problem. And of course, when Lana is pressed for details on her relationship with Robert, she has to constantly and repeatedly reaffirm she is in fact happy with him, something she could have left self-evident if it were true. What does not wind up being jinxed, though, is the inevitability of Barry betraying the rest of the team. Archer repeatedly insists that the cyborg is going to go rogue and kill them all as soon as he lets his guard down. But rather than trying to affirm that he's a good guy, Barry lets his actions speak for him. And in the end, this is what actually works. Archer's not convinced by words, the only thing he's getting from Cyril and Lana, but he is convinced by a person's behavior in the face of doubt, and this is ultimately why Lana's attempted EMP makes her look bad, while Barry's sacrifice makes him look good. Best friends. Archer meets his new valet, Alistair, and although he's at first skeptical about whether the guy can possibly replace Woodhouse, he is soon won over by the guy's various talents. So won over, in fact, he repeatedly ignores distress calls from Ray to gloat about his new closet and his new office. But Lana and Krieger decide to follow up on Ray anyway, leaving Cyril behind to do paperwork as his arm was broken during a previous mission. Lana and Krieger soon realize that Ray was faking his distressed calls and that he's actually just in Fiji, and when Pam and Cheryl sneak aboard the jet, the whole group decides to go on vacation away from Archer. Back at HQ, Archer and Cyril are nearly killed by a damaged elevator shaft, as well as a precariously placed chair. And when a truck crashes into a store they're in, Archer's finally convinced Alistair's trying to kill him. He returns to his apartment to confront the guy acting suspiciously, and they wind up fighting, with Alistair getting the better of Archer and then tying him to a chair, as he reveals that he's merely holding Archer as bait for the real greatest secret agent, Cyril. Archer's furious and tries to assault Cyril at the office so that he can be the assassination target instead, and the two wind up in the same elevator shaft. Ultimately, Cyril concedes that Archer is the better spy, as he doesn't actually want to do secret agent things anymore, and so satisfied, Archer begins to fight Alistair seriously for besmirching Woodhouse's name, coming out on top in spite of his mixed feelings. Meanwhile, the rest of the office is ready to kick back and relax, only to find that Mallory was a step ahead of them. Alistair tells Archer near the end of the episode that he kept the guy alive as bait to lure Cyril into a trap, assuming Cyril would come because the two of them are best friends, just as the episode's title entails, though viewers likely would have at first assumed this was Archer and Alistair. It's easy to assume why he might think this way, though. Archer has strange ways of showing affection. He really liked Woodhouse and extends this feeling to Alistair, culminating in forcing the guy to eat potting soil and rub aquarium gravel in his eyes. So by comparison, Archer really does like Cyril the most out of all his friends, since all he's doing to the guy is associating failure with binge eating to trick him into putting on weight. It's not as though Archer really likes the people he associates with. In fact, he hates the idea of having his actions reinterpreted by another person, made worse when he presents supporting evidence. This gets tiring, though, especially after a few years of not having to deal with the guy, so the rest of the office all leave on a mission that they find is a front for a vacation, and rather than being upset about the deception, they understand it. Mallory included. The Double Date. The episode opens on Archer, Lana, Robert, and Archer's date, Gabrielle, sitting awkwardly at a restaurant. Gabrielle is a younger woman with 2 PhDs that Archer repeatedly tries to show off to Lana to make her jealous, while he denigrates her strained relationship with her husband. Though when Mallory and Cyril arrive, they try to tell the agents the actual reason they're there, to track a notorious hacker that Cyril has been investigating in order to later apprehend him. When Cyril manages to take out the bodyguard in the bathroom, he returns to find the table empty, as everyone else has left for a high-speed chase down the streets of New York. Except traffic is too bad to go anywhere, and they wind up stuck in Archer's car, while Robert brings up the last few divorces he's been through. Eventually, they see their suspect leaving the cab, and they follow him to Central Park, arguing the whole way before getting into another low-speed chase on horse-drawn carriage. Archer, Gabrielle, and Lana wind up in one carriage, where it becomes clear that Archer was only dating Gabriella to make Lana jealous, as he still has feelings for her, while Robert, who has been flirting with every woman he sees that day, winds up with Mallory, bonding over the insults they shout at the driver. Back at the restaurant, Cyril is left with all the food and the bill, so he calls over the office drone to bail him out when Cheryl says a waiter assaulted her. Afterwards, Pam takes him to Coney Island to de-stress as he vents about the fact that, with Archer around, nobody cares about his accomplishments anymore. In the end, the hacker they were tailing is pushed in front of a subway by his girlfriend out of nowhere, and Gabrielle tells off Archer for using her, while Lana returns home to find Mallory and Robert hanging out. Archer makes another attempt at sabotaging the relationships he's jealous of in this episode, although this attempt is far more active than what he's done before. But in doing so, he's made the mistake of being too obvious. Archer wants to make Lana jealous and very nearly says as much. He wants her to start fights and goads her into doing so. And so by having his plan so plainly laid out, it becomes clear why he's trying to make Lana jealous, to the point that even Gabriella, who's new here, figures it out pretty quickly. If he has to try so hard to sabotage something, then that something is a thing that needs a lot of effort to sabotage. If their relationships really were so fragile, then Archer wouldn't need to try to break them up, time would do that eventually. But maybe that was obvious from the beginning. It's not as though Archer doesn't understand the more subtle arts of deception. After all, he's forcing Cyril to associate failure with food again, getting Pam and Carol back on alcohol and other, respectively, and his plan does wind up working to an extent, forcing Robert and Lana to have a real conversation about their past as it gets brought up by the nature of Archer doing so. So his scheme was partially about showing his own desperation as it was about putting other people into a position where they questioned why he might be acting that way in the first place, and thus the above conversations all collapse onto one another. Caught napping. Archer wakes up on a plane, briefly panicking before being told by Robert that AJ has been kidnapped, and that he's brought Archer and a few of his coworkers along, but not Lana. They try to analyze where the calls are coming from within Switzerland, and thanks to Cheryl coming along, as everyone told the rest of the office, find a hotel with a ski event that each person is assigned a task in. Ray infiltrates the other skiers using his Olympic credentials and finds that one of his former rivals might be involved in the kidnapping. Archer and Lana simply go around threatening loan sharks and criminals at random before they eventually work their way up Rampage style to their child's location to meet the kidnapper, Peregrine. She says that she's still resentful of her plans earlier this season being thwarted and makes up her mind to raise AJ as a spy, brainwashing her into getting revenge by killing her own parents. But Lana gets mad, getting into a shootout where Peregrine runs off with the kid and the money. But Krieger's produced a super sleigh and Ray has acquired a horse, with the rest of the agents fighting down a hill in a high-speed chase, before eventually Pam serves as a human airbag to rescue AJ just before Peregrine's sleigh crashes. Lana then unloads multiple weapons worth of ammo into the woman before they reunite at the hotel, where AJ recognizes her father as Robert rather than Archer. Archer tells the rest of the spy agency to become the most competent versions of themselves in this episode, a tacit knowledge that up to that point no one's ever really tried very hard. A few seasons back, AJ was also presumed kidnapped, and Archer then responded by implying he's been half-assing his whole life. So from these changes to behavior and the acknowledgement of the change, we can assume that Archer believes everyone acts like he does. They're all merely one rampage away from being their real selves, and everything prior is a sort of non-committal coasting through life. He even admits to Lana later that he refuses to do any personal introspection if it's not immediately necessary, reinforcing the idea. Lana's plot in this episode is a roller coaster of regrets, for having sent her daughter away to having compromised on that idea. Because all Lana really wants to do is work her way up to the super spy corporate ladder, going on increasingly dangerous missions and trying to achieve greatness in this way. But a part of her still feels the need to be the best mother she can be, something impossible when she puts her life on the line so often. And she believes that she's being selfish in wanting to spend time away from her daughter, as if she can only choose one option or be a bad person. But that's what relationships are for, that she can pursue her goals while a person with more domestic interests keeps her grounded. Like Lana herself says, it's a yin-yang situation instead of yang-yang. Cold fusion. Sandra, an Antarctic researcher, is asking the spy agency to investigate a series of murders at their research station, but it's the station's chief investor, Trip, who convinces them to go. Despite the entire crew arriving via submarine, Mallory and Carol stay behind to try to find some liquor aboard the dry sub, leaving the rest to start investigating the research team, only to wind up with very little information to go off of regarding the murder. That is, until a second murder happens and Lana finds the journal of one of the men, implicating his involvement. Upon interrogation, they learn that this man only committed the murder to protect the station from a conspiracy to sabotage the whole operation, and that he was non-cooperative at first because he thought the spy agency was in on it. Back on the sub, Mallory and Cheryl overhear Trip discussing his plans to bomb a weak spot on the ice sheet that the researchers had found to sell more of his floating city schematics, and the whole deal is pieced together. They rush to this location to stop Trip from blowing up the South Pole, engaging in a gunfight that sees Archer hallucinating all his coma dream versions of the cast. Eventually, Archer dives into the Arctic water to place a moonshine bomb on the propeller of the sub, destroying it but falling unconscious in the process. Trip tries to escape via helicopter, but the large vehicle crashes through the ice and he presumably perishes in the fall. In the end, the rest of the crew chides Archer for being selfish, though he points out their hypocrisy in saying that to a man who's verily different from them, and also a man who just saved the planet. This season has been a partial experiment in removing Archer from the picture only to reintroduce him and see what happens. After all, the best way to see the effect a person has on a group dynamic is to see what it's like without them, and then to see how permanent the changes are. We saw that the rest of the cast was able to get their acts together without Archer around, but this was as flimsy as the guy's presence in the show once more. He spent the first half of the season hobbling around on a cane trying to figure out why he wasn't being invited to things, then proceeding to mess up missions before fixing his own mistakes. And yet this alone was enough to completely break everyone down to the worst versions of themselves. Sure, Archer's a bad person, but we've had 11 seasons to accept and even enjoy this fact about the guy. At this point, the faults of the rest of the cast cannot be attributed to him being around, considering that 3 years of personal growth were undone so quickly, as if they were just waiting for an excuse. Sometimes, your problems really are personal, and if there's no one to blame but yourself, you have to accept that they're your responsibility to fix as well. Identity Crisis. The episode opens on the spy agency being rewarded for their efforts in saving the world at the end of the last season, only for this to be revealed as a promotional clip for a marketing agency that wants to improve the agency's image. Mallory rejects their offer in spite of the agency's poor financial state, putting Pam and Cheryl on the job of reinventing their image, while the rest of the agents are sent to recover some sort of MacGuffin from Moldova before a rival agency called the International Intelligence Agency can do so. After a bit of taunting from the IIA's leader Fabian regarding the fact that Archer is the former most dangerous secret agent in the world, they set out on a low-budget takeover and sabotage operation to retrieve the scientist and his MacGuffin. After commandeering a helicopter and an armored jeep, they race to the truck where the goods are being held, with Ray and Lana feeling very impressed by the difference in tech between the two organizations, as Archer manages to crash the copter and take over the truck with Cyril's help. But once inside the truck, he gets accosted by Fabian, who takes out Archer by destroying his cane first, then flying away with the device after disabling the truck's brakes. Cyril crashes the truck into a border checkpoint, and the episode cuts to the crew gathered around a coma patient, who is the scientist and only person who knows how to operate the stolen device. Mallory mentions having a new benefactor, and is able to negotiate the exchange of the scientist for more cash, giving the agency, a name Carol came up with on the spot, the ability to continue on. The agency in this episode are repeatedly one-upped by a rival group led by Fabian, which is especially personal for Archer when he believes the taunts about the man no longer looking up to him. He views this as a title that he has to regain. In the previous season, he was even willing to kill Cyril to have the title of World's Most Dangerous Spy back from the guy, despite knowing it would get him killed. It's probably worth mentioning that the best spy in the world would probably not want that fact about him known, but Archer knows that. After all, the title he's introduced with in the first season is not the world's greatest spy, or the world's most effective spy, but rather the world's most dangerous spy. He's not just great at his job, he is dangerous. The episode's title is Identity Crisis, not just reflecting the fact that the spy agency has been without a name for what's basically 7 seasons by now, but that Archer's identity as a spy is starting to slip away as he still hasn't quite recovered from the coma, both physically and through reputation. But that he doesn't have the immediate boost from his coworkers being able to cover for his mistakes as he had last season. And sure, before, when Archer needed to be bailed out, the rescue operation wasn't done in a super clean way, but that's never really stopped Archer before, so why should it now? LoJacked. With the agency's new benefactor being Robert, Lana worries that her home life and work life will no longer be separated, and she is not looking forward to a team-building exercise to Paris, no matter how nice the plane is. But before this plane can get off the ground, it's hijacked by a group of eco-terrorists who don't seem especially competent or sure what they're doing. Archer remains calm and even gives a few tips on how to be more effective at what they're doing, partially because he wants to see the effect the hijackers will have on Lana and Robert's relationship. Krieger, Pam, and Cheryl barricade the top floor of the aircraft and proceed to party like the situation down below won't affect them, while Mallory, Robert, and Lana argue inside the plane's sauna about the fact that the married couple are not communicating, resulting in Lana simply giving Robert to the terrorist group when Cyril learns they're after him. He makes a transfer at 3D printed recyclable gunpoint, as Archer is using him as a distraction to seduce a stewardess and then sneak aboard the undercarriage. But once he gets his cane back, and Robert is able to make an attempt to be more open with Lana, Archer is able to rile the passengers up to a frenzy of fighting back against the hostage takers, with the plane getting evacuated as the eco-terrorists get taken out. In the end, Robert reveals that he made a transfer of money to a charity in the agency's name, and that should help their rebranding as Spies with Soul. Archer is the first person to speak up in favor of Robert's changes, a sign that he's eager to embrace a new approach considering their old way of saving the world and getting nothing for it was not realistically working out. Lana gives him pushback on this idea, but only because Archer embraced it initially as a means of driving a wedge between the couple he is jealous of. But before, Lana would have pushed back on this for a different reason, that saving the world is supposed to be its own reward. She's lost a lot of the moral fiber that defined her back in episodes like Season 2's Pipeline Fever. This is even something pointed out in last season's finale, where she dismisses and laughs at her old colleagues for the audacity to care about the grant funding that she lost them. Lana was always a career-minded person, but this is not a thing that can be reconciled with the other lifestyle she wants to lead. She wants to raise a daughter with a man that she's in love with, but can't stand giving up on the progress she has made in other fields to obtain this. She wants to care more about the planet, but she can't be a mom and a spy too. That's the primary conflict of the episode, the fact that the spy agency is totally out of money in spite of doing the right thing, with capital letters and everything. And this is directly contrasted to the eco-terrorist group that LoJacks the plane, having high ambitions but no real plan to achieve them, further contrasted with the upper decks of the plane, who just want to enjoy their last few moments before everything inevitably goes to hell. London time. The agency has a bit of positive publicity as per last season's marketing agency word, but they need a splash to get the attention of the rest of the world. When Cyril realizes they have an open contract payment for a bug they placed on the British Prime Minister. In spite of the potential diplomatic incident, Mallory feels a sense of nostalgia for that mission, and she sends the agency out to replace the bug's battery for the interest the account has accrued. But a random bypasser missed by Cyril overrides the jam on the security system, before tossing a rock into the window and alerting the British to the agency's presence. So the rest of the crew is sent to retrieve the stolen briefcase with the code to the account, as Cyril is escorted by Mallory to her old contact, but he's now far from active, saying that he lost his business to the IIA and Mallory should consider doing the same. But she refuses to give in to his idea and joins in on the chase scene, as Archer and Lana argue over whether Lana is fun in the London sewers. The chase leads them to the London Eye, with Archer climbing up the rafters with his magnetic cane to catch up to their suspect before losing the guy as he's taunted by Fabian in his earpiece. But Archer winds up overcoming this and retrieves the briefcase, which Mallory says she intends to keep just in case she has to take down the Prime Minister in the future. At the end of the episode, Archer acts surprised when he finds out that Mallory was willing to potentially pass on selling valuable information regarding their bug, in order to maintain a level of control over the rich and powerful. It's a sort of conviction to do the right thing that hasn't really been present in her character up to this point, and it's something that she herself has probably forgotten about until her meeting with her British contact, Cornelius. and it's seeing his defeatist attitude towards the changing times and the rise of the IIA that makes her recall why it was she got into the intelligence business in the first place. It wasn't always about the money and the lifestyle. She was actually once a very convicted person with a strong sense of morality, just as Lana used to be. The ongoing argument that Archer and Lana have in this episode is whether or not Lana is still considered fun as she used to be, with Lana conceding that the last time she was spontaneous during a stakeout was 15 years ago. This discussion is contrasted with Mallory's attempt to wear a catsuit to the airport as she seduces Cornelius back into a life of danger and excitement. Both women are similar in this regard, and there's a setup here that doesn't pay off until later about the fact that from a career perspective, Mallory and Lana are the same person, just a few decades apart. Photo op. The agency is in the jungles of Africa on a humanitarian mission to deliver a baby gorilla from poachers, but mostly to record a commercial for their services that plays into the whole spies with soul idea. The UN liaison is Sandra, Lana's old environmental science classmate, who resents that she's put in charge of holding the camera and that Archer tried to come to the mission armed to the teeth. But this concern is brushed away when a group of poachers assaults their position after they cross the river, with Archer using his cane to take out a few of the group and then steal their weapons. The humanitarians split up afterwards, with one group serving as a distraction, as the others take the gorilla, who Archer has named Poco, to safety. But Archer winds up pinned down by the leader of the group, who says he was hired by a mining company to remove the endangered species from the area to remove the obstacles to their operations. But Sandra returns as a distraction for the rest of the group to converge on the location, with Poco getting returned to her family, as Lana has a talk with Sandra about how she might want a liaison between her spy work and personal ambitions. Back at the office, Krieger has installed an AI assistant to control the office to better comply with environmental regulations, though predictably, it goes rogue as it turns religious, before eventually being destroyed by Cheryl's hired intern. Lana's conversation with her old classmate Sandra has her bringing up the conflicting ideals going through her head in this season. She's invested so much of herself into her career that it would be a betrayal to throw it away, but then she owes it to her daughter and her family to ensure that they have the right kind of upbringing and attention. But while these things all seem to be completely opposed to one another, there is a bit of a silver lining to the way this episode presents its plot, namely the sardonic mentions of the way in which people with African heritage tend to see the unspoiled jungle and suddenly feel the urge to reconnect with that. Lana does not do this. In fact, when she sees the unspoiled jungle, her reaction is similar to Archer's in that she prefers her old environment of coffee shops and universities. It's not as though she is tempted by the call of the wild or whatever. So there are some aspects of her personality that do not conflict with the nature of wanting a thing she doesn't have simply because she doesn't have it. This is why her existing convictions, though contrary, are valid. It's not as though the solution isn't deeply personal, but instead just a failure to find the perfect balance. Shots. After a depressing debriefing following a mission that blew up a warehouse, the agents are starting to worry that they're losing their edge and becoming boring. So Sandra convinces them to go out drinking, only for this work outing to wind up quiet and boring. Archer asks around and realizes that everyone being boring is partially his own fault for ruining Cyril, and then causing a chain reaction. So he takes Cyril out to see what that guy does for fun and maybe convince him to man up. This includes seeing a planetarium and playing tabletop games with teenagers. Though when Archer sees how happy Cyril is with these small hobbies, he's about to press the guy into quitting field work for his mental health, but this thought is cut short by a call from the others. They went on a Pam page, where Pam took them to a rave and to see male strippers, eventually winding up with Fawad noticing them and inviting them to his princely penthouse for the rest of the night. They end up calling Archer when the guy overdoses on something, and they need his help to dispose of the body. They do this by putting him in a monster truck Pam borrowed and rolling it into the harbor, only for the guy to wake up mid-roll, forcing them to stop it. But as this is happening, a group of the guards from the warehouse they blew up before comes back for revenge with a canister of nerve gas, which Cyril kicks away mid-air to save them all as the truck hits the harbor and then kills a bunch of fish. Fun isn't really a relative thing. It's hard to be considered fun but only relative to another person. If you bring down the whole group's vibe, you're bringing your own down as well. As Archer values himself based on his self-proclaimed funness, finding out that he might be indirectly responsible for the group dynamic of the agency getting knocked down a peg makes him realize that maybe he isn't as fun as he thinks he is. Of course, this is after a season and a half of everyone steadily returning to the people they used to be. So to say that Archer's not fun is to imply that he never was, and that it merely took a long time for people to realize what a downer he was. Or alternatively, one can consider that Archer was never fun is a lie, and that it was a temporarily different outlook on life. That Archer was simply comparing his current self to the immediate post-coma self and as a result had a poor impression. At the end of the episode, Archer and Cyril come across an unconscious foreign prince in a runaway monster truck that results in the accountant karate-kicking a nerve gas canister. The group dynamic was never boring, they just thought they were because everyone had grown used to the way things were. It takes some lowered expectations to remember the good things you already have. Dingo, baby, etc. Archer is shocked about a recent mission dossier to go to Japan and take out the assassin known only as Dingo. His shock is explained by the fact that this is linked to the first mission he ever had as a field agent, where his partner McGinley is trying to teach the straight-laced, by-the-books Archer how to loosen up and trust his instincts on a mission to protect the head of the Yakuza. While relaxed, he is able to be himself and winds up seducing a hotel worker named Raiko, though he's not super mature about it as he keeps bragging to McGinley. After rescuing the boss from an assassination attempt, he tells Raiko about it, only for her to express doubts regarding whether McGinley was setting things up to earn the Yakuza boss's trust. Back in the present, Archer repeatedly warns Lana about catching feelings for targets as they work on a mission to catch Dingo in the act of assassinating a fixer. Lana seduces the fixer and lures him out to a public location, but she has second thoughts about letting a bystander die, to which Archer scolds her for jeopardizing the mission. Back in the flashback, Archer is dismissed by McGinley to perform a sweep, but when he sees Raiko again, she puts the idea in his head to worry about leaving the two alone. Archer rushes back only for Raiko to have assassinated the target and Archer's partner McGinley. In the present, Raiko, or Dingo, ambushes the group only for it to have been a ruse set up with Krieger's help. Archer chases his former love interest to the roof, where she tries to convince him to run away together, but stabs him while he shoots her with his cane. Lana is able to help him to safety after confirming that the woman is dead. This episode's flashbacks depict a young, eager Archer ready to get into the world of super spies as he learns the rope from a much more experienced agent. McGinley is set up through the episode to be the source of Archer's trauma, as well as the identity of Dingo, between the positive interactions the two have and the potentially negative ones. Of course, McGinley is only the former of the two labels, with the latter belonging to a temporary love interest. We see McGinley as a sort of proto-Archer, having all the traits that the guy has in the present, as Archer looks up not only to the agent he is, but the man he is as well. This episode even brings up the fact that he was raised without a father. So while he may not be a bad guy, he still is sort of a bad person. But being a bad person is precisely the thing that makes Archer a good agent. He scolds Lana for her attachment to a civilian and unwillingness to allow someone else to get hurt. The agency is overall very nonchalant about civilian injuries and even deaths caused by property damage, because if they do start to care too much, then those people get in the way. Raiko getting close to Archer is what allowed her to get information on the target and ultimately assassinate not only the head of the Yakuza, but to get to McGinley as well. It was the fact that Archer used to care about people that made him a poor agent, and his callousness towards emotional intimacy is what enables him to be a good agent, but still a bad person. Colt Express. The episode opens on Krieger doing some sort of mad science experiment on the scientist they obtained in the first episode of this season, hoping to have Archer extract his memories so they can use the device the IIA stole. But instead of the intended effect, it simply wakes the guy up from his coma. He decides his name is Colt, and starts to go through his returning memories, tracking the location of the device, which he says could either be an energy source or a bomb depending on how it's used. The spy agency arranges a trip to Singapore, much to the annoyance of Robert, who Cyril and Archer find out is still unaware of Lana cheating last episode. They attempt to infiltrate the IIA, only to walk right past security as everyone assumes they are defecting, as so many others are, including Ray, who they find behind the scenes working as a temp. Ray joins them as they move through the warehouses beneath the IIA before eventually tracking down the device, but the explosives they plan to use to disable it are hit in the crossfire, and they need to improvise. Something Cyril points out is very Archer-esque of Lana to do. There's then a car chase, joined in by Colt and the other drones as they look for a place to drop off the payload, with Archer trying to heroically jump away at the last second, only to wind up stranded and surrounded by IIA. Fabian captures Archer, offering him membership in the organization and saying that he intended to use the device for its actual purpose, as a power source. But after saying that he'd also blackmail the fossil fuel industry to gain more control, Archer rejects the offer, before Barry, or rather other Barry, returns. Cyril repeatedly tells Lana that she is slowly becoming more and more like Archer as the series goes on, partially a natural slip from her coma self as she returns more and more to who she was all along, but also weirdly a bit of development for her character in a more positive way. In this episode, more Archer-like means more confident, willing to take risks, and better as a field agent, all by doing the very thing she frequently scolded Archer for. Lana once believed that she had become a happier, more well-adjusted person as a result of Archer being in a coma, but now that she knows better, she's rejecting her earlier rejection, though not quite openly embracing the man's ideas yet. The International Intelligence Agency is a different organization than the fictional spy agencies we've encountered so far. Prior to this season, it's all been about larger-than-life depictions of organizations pulled out of the realm of fantasy and pop culture. Their wants and desires were familiar to us only through the lens of a person who watches a lot of movies and TV, giving a sense of insulation from their deeds and desires. But the IIA is different than that. Namely, the goals of Fabian are so much more human than what we're used to seeing. He has ambitions of ruling the world, and he goes about this in a much more cold, corporate, pragmatic way. It's not the fantastic versions of evil we see on television that the agency was fighting in this episode, but the kind of evil you might see in the news, by people with tangible ability to harm you. Mission difficult. Fabian is holding Archer hostage in exchange for the flash drive with the data on it to recreate the device from before, having other Barry assaulting Archer hourly until his demands are met. The rest of the agency pretends to comply with his demands while secretly planning to bust Archer out, much to the annoyance of Sandra and Robert, who deem giving up the devices not worth one man's life. With everybody's help, they storm the IIA headquarters again, taking advantage of the office's harsh internal policies to sabotage guards and get to where Archer's being held. But unbeknownst to everybody, he's already broken out, as well as the fact that Mallory has her own rescue mission, and these plans come to a head when Cheryl burns down the building and drugs all the employees. So Archer rushes back in, meeting the others and confronting other Barry with the plan to use the device from the start of last episode to enter his mind and save him. But this fails as his skull is shielded, and he prepares to fight them again. But between Mallory making a distraction and Colt sacrificing himself to electrocute Barry, they're able to force reboot him as the building collapses. Archer fights Fabian to prevent him from escaping, but he winds up choosing to pull Barry's body out of the wreckage instead of chasing the guy. In the end, the agents return home, trying to think of what to do with the flash drive as Lana deals with Robert cheating on her with Sandra, turning to Archer for comfort. In the end, it's revealed that Robert pulled investment out, and Mallory sold the spy agency to the IIA, retiring in secret with her husband Ron, and leaving the future of Archer in dubious hands. Of course, it wasn't just Mallory who left the show, but Jessica Walter, who passed away shortly after recording her lines for the season, with her final episode dialogue being pieced together from earlier general recording sessions. These were mixed with the lines from her real husband, Rob Liebman, and then combined into a proper send-off as they could muster given the circumstances. In Mallory's note to Archer, she mentions that it's not everybody who gets to choose the ideal time to leave, but that it's still important to make as graceful an exit as you can, rather than simply festering in the same role forever. This is a mentality the show's always leaned into, whether it's turning a cast of secret agents into drug dealers, old-school detectives, or putting them into space. But even when the cast was given more sensible, era-consistent roles to play, they still wound up developing these. Mallory was at first depicted as money-hungry and amoral, and yet during this season, when confronted by a more sinister evil from the International Intelligence Agency, she remembered what it was that got her into the industry to begin with, and began to double down not so much on her ideals, but rather to throw away the pragmatism that got her to those ideals in the first place. To take power from the powerful and put it back in the hands of those who would use it well, as they know what it's like to have very little. The story of the agency this time around was a story of underdogs fighting against a much larger oppressive force, and trying to rediscover an identity in the process. And now that they've found this identity, they can join the IIA in practice, but they'll never be members in spirit. Their hearts will always belong to ISIS. The Big Con. The agency is at a convention, Clandesticon, handing out brochures for the IIA while resenting the new role they have at the office. But Fabian informs them that things might potentially get worse, as the board wanted to break up their group and distribute them among the rest of the company, but he pushed to keep them together. All of this is happening while Archer and Lana are entered in a spy games to show off their skills. Archer enters as he wants to be king of the train, and Lana enters as she wants to blow off steam in her divorce proceedings with Robert. But while they're competing, Pam searches for a party only to find a bunch of heavily armed men, with the bug Krieger placed on Fabian overhearing a kidnapping of the guy. So they've set out to rescue their boss in spite of their personal hatred of the man, if only to keep their jobs, while Archer and Lana fight through a simulated train battle so as not to alert the kidnappers. They burst into the room, taking out several of the men, but not succeeding in locating him, as the kidnappers are planning on an execution during Fabian's keynote, to make an example of the agency. But Archer manages to derail the fake train, rolling it through the convention hall in time to stop the kidnapping. Fabian reveals the kidnapping was faked as a means of getting the agents to work together. Upon learning that Robert is threatening to have AJ taken away due to Lana's career choice, as well as the revelation that his wealth will make it easy for him to outspend her on the case, Lana turns to binge drinking with Archer at the convention's bar to better cope with the situation, although there's a bit more to it. As we've seen Lana taking more and more after Archer over the last few seasons, this might be something done more consciously than she lets on, as the drinking doesn't really affect her competency as an agent, aside from a bit of sickness during the middle rounds. Archer always seems to have things turn out his way, in spite of overwhelming odds, so maybe channeling her inner Archer will help Lana to retain a bit of control over her daughter's life, something valuable enough to her that she's willing to take this risk. And this is a risk that seems to be paying off, as Archer offers her a bit of advice on how to better communicate with AJ. By his own admission, something he knows to do as a result of the total lack of affection he received growing up. He knows what an adolescent who has been shipped off to a boarding school wants out of life, so he can help Lana to deliver on that. Interestingly, in trying to be more like Archer, Archer winds up filling the opposite extreme by taking a more active role in the life of his biological daughter. Operation Fang. The agency is in the middle of a terrible mission led by Ray, who got control over the group last episode for a dossier he made behind everyone's back, and they're stranded in the jungle as he fails to take charge. Archer goes his own way and befriends a tapir, while the rest of the agency argues with Fabian over whether they can get an extraction without alerting the crime boss they're supposed to be recovering stolen medical supplies from. Ray is bit by a snake, severing his already tenuous hold on his leadership abilities, so Archer, Pam, Cyril, and Lana head out to try and find the compound anyway, with the hopes that, should they finish the mission, Fabian will finally send that extraction. In their fight, Pam is captured, with Archer not wanting to return for her until Lana accuses Archer of only becoming a spy to impress his mom. By the time they've turned around to retrieve her, she's already learned that the rebels are the good guys, and that they killed the warlord months ago, redistributing the medical supplies to the local community themselves. But as Lana, Cyril, and the now armed with a helicopter Ray don't know this, they open fire on the compound, a 2/3 replica of the Taj Mahal, resulting in a fight. Fabian's extraction team shows up at last, though they simply take the briefcase and run, leaving the agency at the mercy of the rebels. This episode shows the condition of the agency with no leader. Well, without a competent leader at least, as Ray's tenure as technical leader isn't respected enough by anyone to be considered legitimate. And what we see from them is more or less the same as what we've seen out of them before, personality-wise, but they're much less efficient as a group for the simple reason that Ray is in charge instead of Mallory. Not so much that he's incompetent, he is, but that's incidental, as Mallory herself barely did much but waste the agency's money and occasionally kill foreign leaders, but because the person who's in charge of them is alongside the others, and he's, so to speak, mortal. What I mean by this is the fact that Mallory was beyond consequences for her actions. They could insult her as much as they felt like, but at the end of the day, what Mallory said would happen is what would happen. It was her agency, and she ruled it with an iron fist, however well she did. It wasn't until the person ordering them around was one of their own that everyone suddenly felt as though they were better than their leader, due to having been on the same level before. Whether it was Ray or Archer or Lana or even Pam in charge, everyone would have ganged up on them and fought against every command that was issued. So the agency really needs a leader, and preferably one untouchable. Saturday. Lana and Archer are both called by Fabian to protect a retiring negotiator from multiple mob groups who want him dead, and they're upset that the call came on a Saturday, where Archer planned on sleeping in, while Lana wanted to spend the day with AJ. So Lana has Pam pick up her daughter to watch her for a bit while she handles the pickup for the negotiator. But as Fabian himself is not answering his phone on a Saturday to give them a code word, the negotiator repeatedly tries to run away, as he assumes Archer and Lana are yet another hit squad. They chase him through New York, annoying Lana as she's missing out on time with AJ that she instead is spending sparring with Cyril, investigating Krieger's lab, and playing with the Babu at the shooting range. All activities she's competent at due to the various forms of training Lana has signed her up for to build confidence. Archer is eventually able to catch the negotiator, only to learn from Pam and the others that the various gangs have arrived at agency headquarters after Archer blabbed about his association to the organization, and they intend to kidnap AJ to hold her hostage in exchange for the man they want dead. Archer and Lana arrive, prepared for a firefight, though AJ herself is able to disarm and avoid many of the men. In the end, they succeed in protecting the negotiator in time for Fabian to arrive, as AJ states that she thoroughly enjoyed her time with the rest of the agents. Lana is questioned about why she is so paranoid about missing a single weekend with her daughter, only to get the response that it's not about this Saturday, but every other Saturday in the future. Because there's always going to be something that comes up in the future, whether it's work-related or personal, and so missing out on quality time with her child due to an inconvenience sets a precedent for all the other inconveniences that will happen down the line. Especially with a current child custody case in her life, there's an idea that the more frequently she's able to find an excuse not to spend time with her kid, the less of an excuse she's going to need moving forward. There will always be something that justifies not going out with her daughter, and eventually she does have to figure out a way to balance work and her home life, even if work is more pressing. And all of this is put into comparison with two other people. Fabian, who is so busy taking care of himself that he makes things worse for the people who call in to work, and the negotiator, who says that he's able to get people to connect by genuinely caring about what they do. That sort of openness lets others open up and in exchange causes them to let their guard down, something he repeatedly does to make a distraction as he sprints away from whichever group is trying to catch him. But this also serves to explain the dynamic that the cast has to Fabian. He doesn't care about them, so they constantly have their guard up around the guy, distracting them from working on missions. Laws of Attraction. Fabian informs the agency of an important mission to disarm a magnetic bomb Krieger made that he stole that was then stolen by a Swiss agency known as the Invisible Hand. At first, he puts Cyril in charge of the mission, that mission being to go to an oil rig to capture and interrogates the agent there, with the intention of finding out the bomb's location, as well as to protect the backups of their financial files. But they arrive too late due to Archer's detours on the way, and only find an empty rig that's set to explode, as the Invisible Hand tells them not to follow. But Fabian has them follow the group anyway, out to the Cayman Islands, where they intend to set off the bomb, destroying trillions of dollars stored digitally, so the world is forced to use Swiss banking instead. Krieger's sad about his precious bomb being destroyed, while Pam's excited to take charge of a mission herself. Krieger dons a flight suit to steal the device mid-air, but only succeeds in knocking it into a junkyard. Both crews race there as the magnetic device starts to pulse, blasting scrap metal in random directions at random intervals. Archer passes out from drinking too much, as Pam flirts with a rival agent, before Lana's finally able to destroy it with a bit of timing. In the end, Pam learns that it was Fabian who sold the bomb to the Swiss, as Lana laments that she's run out of energy to focus on all the moral implications. Once again, the leadership position within the agency has shifted, and once again, the leader is ignored, talked over, and disrespected as though they were just another employee working alongside Archer and Lana, both far more concerned with their own lives than doing dirty deeds for the morally ambiguous man in charge of the IIA. And as these dynamics cease to change, it becomes more and more clear that whoever's placed in charge of the mission was never really intended to be in charge of anything but the name. When the job is serious, Fabian himself takes over. The temporary leader is just a scapegoat for anything that should go wrong, while serving as a distraction to prevent people from looking at who it is that's telling them what to do. And the reason Fabian has to resort to these sorts of control tactics is not just the fact that he's in the business of spy work, but the fact that he's aware of the important position that Mallory played in the agency. This is a season that has to adjust to a major member of the cast passing away and her character being gone for the existing dynamic. And the way it tries to accomplish this is by spreading her role among the rest of the crew to distract from the fact that, at the end of the day, they traded one character for another. And sure, Fabian being an amoral bad boss is nothing the characters haven't dealt with before. The only real vacuum is the charisma that Jessica Walter brought to the role. Out of network. The spy agency shows up at Archer's penthouse while he's hungover, bringing snacks for what they call an intervention. But Archer tells them off, saying that he doesn't have a drinking/competency problem, or rather, he's aware of one, and is currently seeing a therapist about it. Everybody is shocked that Archer is actually taking control of his emotions. More shocked when Fabian announces that he plans on assassinating Archer's therapist, Dr. Lasagna, as she is out of network, and costs the IIA too much to risk her knowing secrets of one of their agents. So the agency sets out to save the life of Archer's therapist, with Lana, Archer, and Pam going to her office as Krieger, Cyril, and Ray stay behind to monitor IIA body cams. But the guys at the office wind up having guy talk to go through their emotions instead of focusing on the task, and the field agents get ambushed, hiding at first at Pam's place before everyone winds up at Archer's. As the IIA knows where they are, they need to get Dr. Lasagna to a safe place, having her escape via train. Cyril creates multiple copies of Mallory's signature outfit, as it's the only non-stained woman's outfit Archer owns, and they plan to use the massive decoys to sneak her through the terminal in plain sight. But before the doctor leaves, she asks Archer to walk away from the life that's stressing him out so much, and to run away with her, though he declines. Archer was given the choice between moving on from his mother's absence by fleeing the country with his therapist, or to stay behind to maintain her legacy even at the cost of his own mental health. He chooses to stay behind, not solely because he cares about keeping the work his mom did alive, but because he already has responsibilities and obligations towards the people in his old life. Most importantly of all, Archer has a child with Lana, and to flee the country and go off-grid while abandoning her would be the wrong thing to do. There are some things in life more important than an individual's mental health, or rather, that are worth making small sacrifices for in that regard for the greater good. Sure, if Archer was damaging himself enough, then there would be a good argument that he should take a more hands-off approach, but so long as he's able to cope with both at once, then the actual problem's mitigated. And this is something that he is improving at through his time with Dr. Lasagna, named for Jacques Lassagne, the French psychologist who tried to revive Freud's Oedipus theory after it was becoming discredited. Because Archer doesn't just have Mallory's legacy and AJ's childhood to stay and deal with, but an entire network of friends in the agency worth staying behind for. Despite the episode playing with the concept a bit, Krieger, Cyril, and Ray staying at the office and venting as totally not therapy is shown to result in the men being a lot more open with their feelings, to the point that Cyril openly suggests the decoy idea to the others without feeling self-conscious that Archer might make fun of him. Even the smallest efforts towards self-improvement are a great deal better than refusing to confront the problems in the first place. Bank run at Mr. Banks's bank. Fabian asks the agency to rob a bank, though he doesn't want to use those exact words, and promises to return control over the agency should they succeed. Archer is put in charge, and the episode immediately cuts to Krieger trapped inside a laser security grid in an air duct, Pam trapped in the ceiling, Cyril and Lana stuck inside the vault itself, which cut off a call Lana was having with her lawyer, Ray stuck in a closet in the break room, and Archer about to get a hangover from his sobriety. So he searches for a drink that will make him aware enough to let the others escape. An alarm Krieger sets off gives Ray the chance to run out of the door, where he meets an elderly security guard who he pulls the first day sting on. She shows him around, encountering Archer, who pretends to be the bank's owner, Mr. Bank, and eventually convinces her he is cool enough to get away with robbing it, something she knew they were up to from the start. Cheryl arrives at the request of Pam and Archer to serve as a distraction, posing as a wealthy aristocrat, despite actually being one, and then setting off a series of bombs to provide cover after Ray has given the security override codes to the rest of the team. Pam's date Alessia, the Swiss agent from Laws of Attraction, is able to bail them out as they run from SWAT when they arrive due to Archer's error, much to Pam's relief as she was worried about committing to their relationship. In the end, the agency hands over the contents they stole, which wind up being blackmail papers to destabilize the country they were in back in Operation Fang. And worse, the contract returning the agency to their own hands was backdated, meaning the IIA does not hold responsibility for the break-in. This episode sets up the finale by also re-establishing the group dynamics, both exposing the worst traits of every character in the agency, while also allowing them to succeed by exemplifying their best. Krieger spends most of the episode stuck in a vent while trying to disable the security system, eventually numbing his body to better hold the position and winding up paralyzed from the neck down. He takes a few blows for Pam during the escape, but even his failures wind up helping them to escape when he sets off the wrong alarm, to the same result. Lana spends the episode too busy focusing on her family issues, trying to negotiate with the lawyer instead of putting her energy into the heist they're in the middle of. One can even imagine her getting distracted by the phone call, resulting in the mission taking long enough that the door released in the first place. Cyril then has a panic attack, rocking back and forwards as he fears losing oxygen, which makes him lose oxygen faster. But once things are under control again, he does finally manage to succeed in getting the blackmail photos out of the welded-shut vault. It just took someone else to believe in him first. Archer is drunk through the entire episode, though his search for something to drink is what ends up not only introducing him, but endearing him to the employee who helps them towards the end. The same luck he's always had. And Ray spends the episode in a literal closet, too concerned with placing blame to figure out an extraction for himself. But he does manage to talk his way out of the situation when he finally gets an assist. Each character has some major fault that makes things worse in this episode, and their positive traits don't reveal themselves until someone else prompts them to. Distraction Action. Lana is having a hearing to determine custody of her daughter, but as the agency is on the FBI's most wanted list due to the crimes Fabian's pinned on them, they have to work together to figure out a way to get Lana incognito into the hearing while running distractions around the city to keep the police after them busy. This results in a team effort, where each agency member takes turns showing off their various skills, including Pam getting a care package of explosives from Alessia, while Archer visits Trinette, who's now running a brothel his support payments paid for, to get blackmail on Robert. But when he delivers this blackmail to Lana, she declines it, saying she doesn't want to stoop to the man's level, and requesting that AJ herself choose between them. AJ chooses Lana, wondering why Robert bothered to show up at all, and he reveals the entire thing was a setup to prove a test of loyalty, though the others decline to appreciate this as they're busy figuring out a way to flee the police. This results in a very low-speed chase on Krieger's van-turned-watercraft before they ultimately choose to simply hijack a yacht Trinette was on. After more chasing, they're able to outgun the agents after them, with surprising ease, before getting aboard one of Carol's planes, where they discover Slater. He says that the blackmail and destabilizing actions the agency has done up to that point have enabled Fabian to flee to Mantina alongside Ray. Season 13 was a transitional season for Archer, being the first one without a major cast member who kept the ensemble together. And while many of the episodes thus far have intentionally focused on the gap left in the character list and ensuing vacuum, this is an episode that brings Archer back to its roots. It's not really a show about secret agents doing super spy stuff, it's a show about people doing human things. The major goal through this episode is to defend the name of the agency and to maintain the legacy left by their founder while still remaining truthful to themselves, and yet all of this has to be put on hold for a child custody court hearing for Lana. It would be jarring if we didn't expect it by now. As for Robert's actions, he tries to play off this scheme of funding Lana's lifestyle and then threatening to take away her child as a secret test of character. The sort of antics one would expect out of a romantic comedy or, a cartoon. And once again, keeping in the stylings of Archer, this sort of grand gesture is not viewed as romantic, but creepy. In the real world, trying to recreate something you saw in a romance movie will more often than not come across less as a grand gesture and more like gaslighting, something the average person doesn't view kindly. Doe, Ray, and Me. The episode opens on the agency working undercover at a bakery as they await Slater's plan to get even with Fabian, who's been using the leverage the agency gave him on the president of Mantina to run it like a dictator. They have a plan to take out Fabian despite Ray being his personal bodyguard, but Lana refuses to take the shot, leaving Archer to corner the two of them. But Fabian betrays Ray and reveals that the CIA mole inside the IIA's inner circle was Ray all along, and now they need to go to a backup plan. This plan involves the agency, but only in a supporting role, but realizing the odds of having their names cleared will be reduced dramatically, they decide to make their own plan to break into the palace and kidnap the president and Fabian together. A few explosive charges later, they're able to break out with her while Fabian is their hostage, but their escape route gets cut off by a protesting mob, and they need to coordinate with Ray to get out of there with Fabian alive, so he can confess to the setups over the last season. They wind up jumping a motorcycle off a bridge and landing on a barge, with Ray proving he was trustworthy all along as they're able to get their former boss into Interpol custody, giving them the freedom to finally return home as they learn that Fabian really did wire the money over, and they're now financially free enough to restart the agency. And when it's time to choose a person to take over Mallory's legacy, they agree to pick Lana. Fabian was a bad boss for the agency, constantly calling the rest of the cast into dangerous and unnecessary situations, all for his own personal gain. The reason that he is so vilified by the narrative while Mallory got a pass has to do with Mallory having done all of these things sooner. She was an integral member of the cast, and the show was built around her. After leaving, there was a vacuum that needed to be filled, but to simply bring in another character and have them suddenly act so antagonistic towards the agency would not only be disrespectful of Mallory's memory, but would never be tolerated in the first place. A similar dynamic appeared when Slater was the one calling the shots a few seasons ago, where a morally corrupt person was put in charge, and we saw the same result. It's not a surprise he was brought back for this season's finale considering this, where a guy they all hated is now viewed as a preferable alternative to continuing to work under Fabian and the IIA. But both of these options still pale in comparison to the real solution to their woes, an internal promotion. Over the last few seasons, we've seen Lana fail to separate her work life and her home life and her romantic life. Anytime she tries to do more than one of these things, she ends up hurting in some fashion. So after seeing her working through the struggles and making the failures, we, the audience, start to see a very familiar story play out from the other side, that of Mallory becoming the head of the International Secret Intelligence Service. All her neglect of Archer, her various historical escapades, and her eventual rise to power now have the context of seeing the entire story play out through Lana's eyes. The Anglerfish Stratagem. The episode opens on Lana making several changes throughout the office for the sake of transparency. She then informs the agents about a group known as Vanguard, an organization of jewel thieves who have been striking locations around the world, and she tasks Archer, Ray, and Pam with tracking them down by meeting with an Interpol contact in Paris. This contact is Zara Khan, who immediately introduces herself by taking them to the house of an old man and threatening to kill his dog for the location of a jewel. Archer is distrustful of Zara and presumes she's going to double-cross him, so he investigates her independently, only to find her having dinner with Pam and Ray, who tell her that Archer is simply on edge because someone posing as an Interpol agent once kidnapped his daughter. He continues to be suspicious of her through her next mission to steal from a wedding reception, though Zara insists it's the best way to get the attention of Vanguard to infiltrate them from the inside. Meanwhile, Lana's office renovations have uncovered a corpse inside the walls that a few of their new employees are freaking out about. She tries to get people to calm down with an open house discussion, but when that doesn't work, simply resorts to threatening anyone who squeals and bribing anyone who doesn't. With the corpse business out of the way, Cyril has time to inform Archer that Zara's not really with Interpol, and then she admits she's going behind the agency's back to work with more interesting people. Archer and Zara flee the police and wind up at a warehouse, where they're meeting with a representative of Vanguard, who simply darts them unconscious as the episode ends. If the 13th season was about the agency trying to adapt without the guidance of Mallory, the 14th season answers the earlier questions by proposing a solution, to add a new character in her place. This character is Zara Khan, who, unlike Fabian, serves as a sort of anti-Mallory. She's a thrill-seeker who doesn't care about danger and is supremely competent at her job, much to the annoyance of everyone else, who then has to step up their game a bit to compensate. So rather than adding a new character to take Mallory's spot, this season promotes Lana to Mallory's job, then has everyone else move up a rank in the existing hierarchy. Now it's Archer in Lana's old role of trying to wrangle the loose cannon of Zara, who serves the role that Archer once had. There's even a parallel about the fact that Archer is repeatedly frustrated over Zara actually succeeding at what she claims she's going to do, much in the same way that the rest of the cast rolled their eyes when Archer eventually accomplished his own goals. And it isn't just Zara shaking things up from one end, but Lana keeping everything the same on the other. She talks about grand changes to the status quo, like being more open with the office drones, who are back for the first time since Season 4, only to realize that a lot of the formula would have to change to accommodate this. So unless she completely overhauls the idea of intelligence, some things will have to stay the same, as well as the large web of what's connected. "30 for 30. The episode opens on the agents and Zara hanging upside down in a Vanguard hideout. The man from before says that Vanguard is interested in hiring one of them, and leaves him to die, though Zara breaks out herself, Ray, and Pam, leaving Archer behind because he claims he doesn't need the help. Archer uses a phone hidden in his shoe to call for help from Krieger, so Lana, Carol, Cyril, and Krieger head out for a rescue, but they have to fly coach to get there due to budget limitations. When Archer does manage an escape, he meets with the others as they're learning that Vanguard has no leadership, and the employees there have similar roles. So Archer and Zara start a competition to see who can knock out the most guards, as they fight their way through Vanguard HQ before being stopped by the leader, who says the no leader line is to protect him. He ties them to chairs for a villain lecture, only for Zara to shoot him with a shoe gun, though his death is connected to a self-destruct system, and the whole base is about to be destroyed. Lana and the others arrive just in time to see the explosion, as well as the agents scooting away from the fireball. In the end, Zara admits she's been guiding Archer's ego by giving him a contest to better direct him towards completing the mission, and Lana is impressed enough to hire her on the spot. Archer has always responded better to threats against his ego than threats against his person, so encountering an entire person who threatens his ego is a good step towards becoming more actualized. He spends the episode concerned that Zara is going to prove herself a better agent than he is, much in the same way that he spent a few seasons ago panicking that Cyril was the better agent. So he sets out to try and prove Zara wrong with his usual techniques. At first, he tries verbal abuse, making fun of her cliches and doubting her abilities, though this doesn't work, so he then tries to ignore her outright, going on part of the mission alone, only for her to remain a step ahead. He finally resorts to outright competition, and this winds up being a part of Zara's plan to force him to work towards the same goals as her, instead of continuing on his own. Of course, this doesn't work perfectly. There's a point in time where Archer starts to fight her near the end, and as a result the four wind up getting captured by the head of Vanguard. But up to that point, Zara's strategies worked perfectly, because you can imagine all of it happening to Archer himself. If someone doubted the success of Archer's strategies, he doubles down on proving them wrong. If someone ignores him, he inserts himself into their plan anyway. And if someone competes with Archer directly, he then views them as a threat, though in this instance, friendly fire is still just as likely. Plaque removal. The agency is tasked with protecting a plaque during transit, as the museum that owns it is worried about a string of robberies of their trucks. Lana herself goes on the mission, and wants to suck up to the museum curator, as she is part stakeholder in a private school, and because Pam needs to stay behind and actually be head of HR. They meet with Clarissa, who warns them of the alleged curse on the artifact, which makes Zara nervous on top of already disliking the woman. But Archer insists things will be fine as they drive the truck to the next stop, until it's broken into by Ebadon Peters and his sidekick Half Pint, though Archer is able to get the artifact to safety by stashing it in his pants. This starts to make him worry about the curse when he and Clarissa go upstairs together, only for him to fail to perform, but as he's worrying, the artifact breaks, revealing it as a fake. The agents deduce that Ebadon swapped the plaques out during the fight, and they head to a port to stop him before he gets away, only to discuss it with the guy and learn that the British were the ones who stole it, and he was planning on returning it to its country of origin. Realizing she cannot run the agency as cleanly as she wants to, Lana agrees to stage a fight where Ebadon gets away with the plaque, with another fake being brought to the museum to make it look like they succeeded. Back at the office, Pam struggles to actually do her job and attempts to pass the work on to the other employees. A concern that Lana has had since Archer woke up from his coma, and for some time before then, was the fact that she struggled to separate her work self from real self as her morals and ideals were separate. It's not as though this is a concept exclusive to her, though. Most of the morals that people believe in are simply siding with what's legal rather than what's right. The idea that robbing a museum is bad is taken for granted in this episode, with no regard for whether the museum has a right to the artifacts in the first place. So when Lana sets out to make the agency into the good guys during this mission, she's only making the agency into the good guys in the sense that they won. That the rule of finders keepers only applies until the point where the people you stole from are able to fight back, and then possession is suddenly locked into place. And so this is where Lana's morality really needs to start being called into question. On one hand, she needs the company to make money, or a lot of people are going to lose their jobs. On the other, many of the good things she wants to do are only relatively good. If the purpose of a spy agency is to either break international law secretly or uphold international law, then it's possible she may end up doing the wrong thing no matter what. Refusing to enforce the law makes her bad at her job, but enforcing an unjust law makes her a bad person. If your employers are bad people, then you're complicit in that by continuing to work there. True, whether it's the agency working for a foreign museum or an employee working with Lana. Chill Barry. The office receives a package that they plan on blowing up until the cargo, a refrigerator, reveals it's actually Barry. He uploaded his consciousness into a smart fridge just before the IIA headquarters was destroyed. He warns the agency that other Barry is somewhere out there, drawing a ton of power from the Hoover Dam for a nefarious purpose. They split up, with Ray, Lana, and Zara heading to a party with the intention of cutting off power on the surface, while Archer, Krieger, and Pam and Cyril take Barry underground to destroy the facility other Barry is using during the outage. But Lana and Zara get held up when they try to sneak into the back room at the party, with two armed men getting into a shootout. Lana finds out these men are not with Barry, but rather are debt collectors who have come for Zara, revealing a bit about her past. Back underground, the agents are all making fun of Cyril, who winds up separated from the group while carrying the Barry fridge, then getting caught by other Barry and injected with nanobots. This is part of his plan, to put more nanobots into the grotto supply of the US and make an army of robotic servants, similar to what he did to Cyril. But Barry and Archer are able to team up to fight other Barry, just as Lana's finally able to cause the power surge, resulting in other Barry being pushed into a vat of radioactive fluid, as Archer is able to just barely rescue the CPU with Barry's mind on it. He warns them that, despite dying several times, something keeps bringing the two of them back. Zara started off the season as a supposedly perfect agent in the field, working alongside Archer in such a way as to guide him according to her wishes, and coming across as an archetype usually referred to as a Mary Sue. The Mary Sue archetype refers to a character in a parody Star Trek fanfiction designed to satirize the self-inserts that many substandard authors included. Fawned over by the cast for doing the bare minimum, and serving as a sort of charisma vacuum, making everyone else look worse so she can look better, without the difficulty the author has in making them genuinely intelligent or clever. So in the show, Archer includes a Mary Sue character. They do so in the most authentic way possible, by making her a satirization of the genre conventions they're making fun of. Zara is perfect, but only at an immediate first glance. Once more of her personality comes out, the audience gets to see the insecurities that cause someone to write such a character in the first place. The need to fill a gap they see in the cast, whether there's something there or not. And these are insecurities that Archer himself has already exhibited and then moved beyond in the last few seasons, as he grows past them not only because of the Watsonian excuse of trying to move on from his mother leaving, but from the Doylist perspective of the writers not wanting to write the same thing over and over again. The show Archer has always been built on the idea of deconstructing these sorts of tropes, so the fact that they have continued to do so with their new characters makes them that much greater than the archetypes that make up their surface-level personalities. Keys open doors. Zara leaves for a vacation, leaving Lana to assist the rest of the field agents on a mission to Ibiza, to take out a drug-packing facility that's been ravaging the town. Lana's furious about the fact that she always has to clean up messes made by the others, made worse by Pam being too drunk to co-pilot, Cyril crashing the helicopter, and Archer losing the detonator to the explosives they planted. With no way to get back home, everyone decides to blend in with the locals by adopting new personalities, with Lana eventually giving in and posing as the owner of a club looking to purchase drugs, a lie that gets her into the factory to search further. But after sampling some of the merchandise, the owner of the plant reveals that he knew she was a spy all along and opens fire, though Lana's able to escape and reconnect with the others. They're soon surrounded by the locals they've come to know, as it's revealed basically everyone in town was in on it from the beginning. So Archer gives up his supposed self-care routine of role-playing as a fisherman to get into a shootout that's ultimately won by Lana's coke-induced rage. Back at the office, Krieger and Cheryl try to mess with the office drones by doing nothing. But this backfires and they realize they might lose their jobs, so they resort to being weird enough to put the drones at ease. There's an ongoing discussion during the episode about self-care and the importance of putting aside time for yourself instead of continuously being at the service of others. From a personal perspective, this seems like solid advice, as no one should have to stress that much about other people's business. You do need to take care of yourself after all. The problem arises when a person takes care of themselves exclusively under the guise of self-care. It's fine to help yourself first and then move on to other people, but not so much when you have no intention of passing it forward. It's like putting on your own oxygen mask on a plane before helping the person next to you with theirs, except instead of helping out your neighbor when you're done, you continuously adjust your mask to get it just right while they struggle. Lana correctly points out that Archer is simply using the phrase self-care as an excuse to be as selfish as he usually is. And Archer agrees with her on this, simply playing up the faux therapy speak to get on her nerves. As the rest of the field agents start to mess around with their cover identities, she gets left to take care of everything as the sole responsible person, and this results in a coke-induced neurotic breakdown. This, combined with the other agents realizing that their role-playing as happy people isn't all it's cracked up to be, is what finally has them realize that self-care at the expense of others isn't worth it when you're benefiting far less than the suffering for it. Face Off. The agents are sent to a plastic surgery resort to capture a drug kingpin named El Cambiante before he can change his face again, though most of them are more concerned with getting surgery themselves. Zara wants to get the next in a series of Botox injections, Cyril gets calf extensions that move up to his thighs, Pam just gets drunk, Krieger convinces one of the surgeons to start getting experimental, and Archer discovers his body is too fragile to perform surgery on after his years of fieldwork. They're too busy with these issues to really search for El Cambiante, but another hit squad looking for the guy eventually identifies him and a chase occurs. The target gets away when Archer falls off a zipline, but the fact that he survived the fall convinces him that he's immortal and he cheers up a bit. But because the other hit squad is still after the guy and they need to take their target alive, the agency winds up needing to run off with the post-surgery body. Archer realizes later that they have the wrong person after they're cornered. Eventually, El Cambiante is able to take out the other hit squad when they fall for his ruse, and he's prepared to kill the agents. But after Krieger's experiment gets loose and takes out some of his bodyguards, Archer then lures El Cambiante into a sauna, and with a little help from Cyril's get-well-soon gift, knocks the guy out. Back at HQ, Cheryl informs Lana that it's the bribe/blackmail day at the office, but Lana doesn't feel right about bribing a bunch of people until the lack of the bribes causes the city to fall into chaos. Chaos only mitigated after a man named Gary steps forth with a solution to simply resolve a debt chain between several groups, but only after he gets bribed to do so. Archer deals with his mortality while Lana deals with her morality. The former of these discussions happens as a result of some of Zara's taunting, that she calls Archer an old man and points out that he might need plastic surgery. In spite of his high opinion of himself, he still winds up feeling self-conscious about this. But what makes the feeling persist is the fact that he can't simply double down like he usually does. Rather than being told he can't shoot his way out of his problems, then proceeding to get serious for long enough to shoot his way out of his problems, Archer's told that he really is just a frail old man who shouldn't be operated on under any circumstance, a realistic outcome for someone who's been through as much as he has. But as usual, it's his uncanny luck that causes him to shake off these issues. Your body's not a cliff in an old cartoon, where gravity only affects you after you look down. Lana once again tries to run an ethical spy agency, but this comes with the problem of dealing with pragmatism versus idealism. Sure, her ideals say that continuing to bribe people while listing it as an expense is amoral, but if the bribes are the only thing preventing chaos, albeit chaos Mallory was complicit in, then it becomes ethical to pay the bribe, if purely because it's the lesser of two evils. Not lesser by much, but lesser nonetheless. Mission Out of Control Room. Lana unveils her new agency control room, with everything being state-of-the-art and top of the line. The inaugural mission is to take out an underground black market by simultaneously hacking 3 separate data centers, with 3 teams split up across the globe to synchronize their efforts. Lana tries to control each team separately, but they wind up bickering anyway. Pam and Ray about the fact that Pam is in charge because people still don't trust Ray. Archer and Cyril complaining that Archer isn't working alone and that he has to be in New Jersey. Krieger and Zara about the fact that the device being used to keep a flock of bats calm is remotely controlled at HQ instead of being with them. Between a power failure from the room being too much load for the building, and a mass outbreak of food poisoning from Cheryl keeping a celebratory sandwich under her desk for a week, the mission goes disastrously. So Lana simply lets the teams handle their own work. Pam and Ray make their peace as co-team leaders, Archer sleeps with the mom of the teenager maintaining one of the servers, Krieger decides to simply take out the bats himself, as Zara seems genuinely interested in the guy's work. But when Lana realizes that the job went off successfully without her micromanagement, she decides to celebrate early. And then the room catches fire as each team yells for an extraction. Lana spends the episode lamenting her lack of control as she tries and fails to reassert her authority by creating stronger tools with which to control the agents. But despite the state-of-the-art war room she's built, Lana still manages to do little more than sit back and watch the rest of the crew stumble through the mission as things progressively get worse. She can only really yell at them from the sidelines, and even then she loses this ability partways through the episode. And yet, for all the systemic failures that result directly because of her actions, when considering how many other things go wrong that she had very little control over, her actions aren't quite as hopeless as she may have thought. The agents failed at the mission at first, but once they had the cameras off them and Lana stopped ordering them around, the mission wound up a success. This is something that has been true of the agency since the first season, and thus is something separate from any of Lana's efforts. They fail at the planned mission, then improvise a solution out of there. It doesn't matter if Lana's at the helm or not. So when Carol suggests that Lana simply sit in her office drinking while letting the others do whatever they want to do, this is sound advice, even a little bit comforting. Lana wanted control, but this control amounted to very little. The outcome is the same whether she stresses about the outcome or not. So simply leaving well enough alone, she can still reap the benefits of leadership, with none of the responsibilities. Just like Mallory had been doing up to that point. Breaking Fabian. A series of drone attacks against ex-IIA employees starts to make the members of the agency concerned over the fact that, as former employees themselves, they're all targets. So they break Fabian out of prison, well, walk him out, it's Swiss, after he explains it's a part of the IIA severance package to eliminate all former employees, and that whoever is liquidating the company must have triggered it. The agency needs to get him to Liechtenstein so that he can deactivate the drones with his handprint, and Archer handcuffs the man to himself and Pam for insurance. But when former IIA agents start tracking the guy down for vengeance, Archer is forced to protect him from both the drones and assassins, after their train car gets detached and they wind up lost in the woods. Fabian considers giving up on the mission as it looks hopeless, so Archer tells him he was a worthy adversary, if only to get him excited about working together again. Meanwhile, Cyril and Lana are at the UN for a meeting that turns out to be an ambush regarding their multiple mission failures and the wake of destruction they always leave. Cyril tries to tell them to look not at the destruction but the net positives, only to be interrupted by more drone attacks. But when Zara and Ray catch up to the others, they're able to hold off the drones for long enough to get to the bunker, only for the door to shut on their handcuffs, leaving Archer unable to turn off the drones. At least until he cuts off Fabian's hand and uses it to confirm the shutdown. The drones attacking the UN and IIA deactivate, and they're about to celebrate a mission well done, before the UN announcement airs anyway, revealing that the permanent shutdown of the independent spy agencies has gone through. Fabian was a bad boss. That much is obvious to everyone except the guy himself, and it takes his own former employees trying to hunt him down for revenge for him to finally realize and accept that maybe he was living in a bit of a bubble that separated him from the consequences of his actions. He invented the idea of a board of directors for his company that ran things from the shadows, so all his horrible decisions could be hoisted onto them instead of having to take the blame himself. It's hard to imagine a person coming up with a secretive system to weasel out of their reaction to their commands, while still believing that they're ultimately doing what's best for everyone, until we see the same logic coming from Lana and Cyril as they discussed their agency's history with the UN. Cyril insists that the ends justify the means, that all the chaos and destruction they've sowed were merely small parts of much bigger plans to do good, totally invisible due to the fact that the good guys winning is the default state of the world. As long as the people fighting to maintain the status quo are winning, it looks like nothing's happened. But it's just as easy to imagine the bad guys winning again and again. After all, we've seen a lot of plots this season about people out to get the protagonists. Who's to say that the people seeking revenge against Fabian are the bad guys? They're simply trying to punish a criminal. And who's to say that all the morally ambiguous actions the agency have taken were ambiguous in the first place? Maybe the world really is better off without the peacekeepers if they're the ones keeping peace from others. Archer. Into the Cold. Following the events of the previous episode, the UN has announced a total ban on all independent spy agencies. But Lana doesn't really care, as she is aware the agency has dirt on enough of the people in the UN to prevent the vote from actually going through. Her main focus is on the current mission to intercept the purchase of a bunker buster bomb between Brazilian and Chinese gangs, then deliver it to the CIA. Archer, Pam, Ray, and Zara steal the weapon, while Lana has the rest of the main employees, those who were not put on hiatus, search the office for anything valuable to sell as they clean out the building for their deposit pack. While down there, they find, among a few other things, a set of keys to something labeled Tom Sawyer, a project of Krieger's that he doesn't remember working on. Investigating this further into a secret room of his lab finds a box with a glowing orb inside that Krieger deduces is the Barry Matrix, the thing that keeps bringing Barry back to life. Back in Brazil, Archer and the others use the cover of Carnivale to sneak the bomb onto an extraction site where Slater picks it up. But Zara contacts an old Interpol associate when the others have suspicions, and they learn that Slater is no longer with the CIA, having gone rogue some time ago. Archer uses a jetpack to chase him down, and manages to crash the helicopter into Christ the Redeemer before blowing up on the beach. He gets recorded celebrating, up until Katya emerges from the wreckage and shoots him, kidnapping him later. Archer wakes up in a former KGB black site where, in a mirror of the first episode's opening, Boris tortures him for a while before he is thrown into a cell. Katya lets him out, explaining her motivations for working with Slater. They're part of an organization of former spies known as Silver Wolf who intend to use the stolen weapon to reignite the Cold War and remind the world why they need independent spy agencies. Archer is able to escape and sends a fax to the agency about his location, so they call up Rip Riley and have him fly the agents and the Barry Matrix to Sochi. Once there, the agency searches for a potential target for the bomb by going undercover in a nearby casino, while a few of the others enter the former black site for a list of potential targets, with Cyril passing on the information to Lana, while Pam fights Boris before calling it a draw and escaping before the explosion. Thanks in part to Zara's gambling addiction, they get into the high roller room where the agents grab the Silver Wolf's target, only for this to be revealed as part of the plan, as they wind up doing the dirty work for the rival agency, making it look as though it was Americans who kidnapped a foreign dignitary before the bomb gets used on the dam, flooding the area and killing several ambassadors to ignite the Second Cold War. Cyril and Pam are sent to evacuate a nearby shantytown full of dam workers, as the other agents pose as UN inspectors to get inside and stop Katya and Slater from blowing it up. But they're too slow. Krieger hooks up Barry to the dam's turbines to get enough power to put him into a new, tiny prototype body, as Katya fights the agents to stop them from stopping her. But after winning the fight against the cyborg Ray, Slater electrocutes her and shuts down the CPU controlling her body, betraying her just after she discovers he planned on flooding the town. Lana has Pam sent over to rescue them before the bomb can go off. She does this by saving Tiny Barry and fusing him with Katya, who uses their powers to escape in time to catch Slater while he's fleeing, where he and Archer fight one-on-one atop the collapsing dam. With Slater about to fall off the edge, he reveals to Archer that he alone knows the identity of Archer's father, and that if he doesn't save him, the info will die with him. Archer lets the guy fall anyway, saying he doesn't need to know, as the rest of the village is evacuated just in time due to Cyril managing to use his accountant skills to embezzle money from an underground crypto farm to stop them from losing everything. In the end, the UN goes through with its vote to ban independent spy agencies, though the rest of the cast at least has a large payout from evacuating the village, so they can still land on their feet. Lana's clearing out the office when she gets approached by the US ambassador to the UN, asking her if she wants a stipend to hunt down the agent known as Archer, who's been operating in violation of their ban on independent agents. She agrees, and tells Archer, who is in the other room with his daughter, and the two agree to chase each other until they're old and gray. On his way out, Archer recruits Pam to work by his side, as they wander to wherever work takes them. In spite of the rousing, tear-filled speech Lana gives the rest of the agency at the end of the finale, her initial statements at the start of the episode still remain true. That denial that they would even bother to start looking for new jobs as their careers were vital to the safety of the world was right all along, and her job in the field of espionage remains the same. This goes contrary to the anxieties that Lana was having up to that point. That the UN was correct in shutting them down as independent agents really were a negative force on the world. Sure, they saved the planet once or twice, but how many more times did they threaten it in the first place? Or at least give the tools needed to threaten the world's safety to people who had bad intentions. She spent the whole finale trying to save the day, knowing that if she did so, she could prove that they were, in fact, the good guys, and there's no way they'd tell the good guys to stop saving the world. The fact that the UN went through with their ban anyway is totally irrelevant, as she was approached shortly afterwards to keep doing her work exactly as under the table as before. Just because the world says they don't need her, doesn't mean they don't need her. Lying is the most basic rule of espionage. The showrunners were informed shortly into the production of the 14th season that it would be their last before Archer was cancelled. At the time, there was a 3-season plan to explore Zara's character arc as she melded with the rest of the cast, the others having had 13 seasons to grow into new roles before growing out of them. But with only 1 season to work with, the conclusion to her character arc wound up being one of those things we never got to see. This might have been for the best, as trying to make a proper send-off for the dozens of returning cast members would have taken up enough time that there'd be very little plot left. It's better to take 1 or 2 important folks and give them a happy ending while everyone else's futures are left mysterious. And a happy ending really is what Archer and Lana got. Sure, Archer's a criminal who will spend the rest of his life on the run, but he was able to reunite with Katya and Pam, all while traveling the world and living a life of danger. Archer himself has never been the type of guy to go into anything with a plan, because the more you plan, the more things can mess up, whereas not having a plan means everything stays under control. So having his future be vague and limitless is the only real happy ending Archer, both the show and the guy, could ever ask for. Outro. When comparing the more serialized, character-driven storylines of the later seasons of Archer, it's almost baffling to then look back at the origins of the series. The characters looked stiff, like paper dolls, the humor had a far greater focus on crudeness, and jokes were repeated so frequently they stopped being funny, then looped back around to being funny again. But to really appreciate the evolution of this show, one can go back even further to Frisky Dingo, a show that was, to the early seasons of Archer, what the early seasons of Archer are to the later. It went from a show that promised a double entendre and then gave it to you, to a show that made jokes about jokes they'd made before. But whether this is an objectively good change is going to vary greatly depending on the person considering the change, as the core of what each incarnation of the show is going for has so much variety. There's somewhat of a scale from pure humor with a bit of an ongoing plot, solely for the sake of setting up more jokes, to ongoing plot with a bit of humor to break up the action. What you wanted out of the show is going to affect which era of Archery you view as the show's peak, though there are undoubtedly many who would find consistency throughout as a testament to the show's changing tone as it aired. The steady change of Archer can be viewed as anything from forgetting its roots to keeping things fresh. What can be certain, though, is that Archer began as a deconstruction of the spy thriller genre, only to then run out of material to parody, and then pivot towards a regular spy thriller, only using characters who are still meant to deconstruct the genre itself. That the show can still maintain so much of what originally made it great despite doing this is a testament to just how important the characters are to a series. If the characters themselves take the work seriously, the audience will too. And if enough people agree to believe in what's being sold, it basically exists anyway. so why not go the few extra inches and make a spy thriller? Part of this can likewise be attributed to the lack of spy thrillers in mainstream culture. It's been so long since the intrigue and action of that genre were mainstays in television and movies that eventually the question of what are they making fun of would cease to have an answer. You cater your show to the audience it has as much as vice versa. And while it would be nice and easy to say that Archer became a parody of a parody, I think that undersells the amount of love that went into the series in the first place. Because of course, from the beginning of it all, this was fundamentally a love story. Not about a man and a woman, nor a spy and their country, but a love letter from the creators to the audience.